Chapter 561 Closing Battle. Chapter 561 Closing Battle. 5. Landon and his crew took care of the bandits one by one, while stealthily made their way into the lair. "You! Who the hell are you?" Mother. "You'll pay for that, damn it. What did you do to me?" "Quickly, brother, shoot your arrows at them now." "Shoot, shoot, shoot." Thup, 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 thup. Landon and his team continued advancing forward while killing all the bandits before them. Since they were overwhelmingly outnumbered, they quickly killed their way into the lair in no time. In fact, it only took about 2 hours for the entire battle to end. And when they were done, they quickly freed up all the captured villagers in the dungeon cells below, and hastily sent for the other bandits that had been put to sleep in the first battle. They would be locked in the dungeon as prisoners instead. For Landon and his men, this was just a small battle that wasn't even worth mentioning when compared to the mission that they were going for. Time was of the essence for them, so they had to wrap up everything ASAP. But after winning the battle, one thing that they realized was that the main boss wasn't here, as well as some other gang members too. And from what the slaves had said, the missing bandits divided themselves and went to collect rations from 3 other villages both far from here. And as for their boss, he went to one of the small towns around. Apparently, he had gone there to deliver several messages to the Messenger Guild, who would then ride out and deliver the message to the main lord in charge of all these territories. The message would probably be about the rations and money that the Wolfhound bandits had collected. Anyway, with that said, it was clear that they hadn't finished their work yet. So immediately, Landon sent out 3 groups to head on over to those villages, while he and some other soldiers would stay around the lair instead. From what the slaves had said, the big boss usually came back around 3 p.m., which was just 45 minutes away. And so just like that, everyone did their part and took care of all loose ends. At 3:22 p.m., the big boss, who was riding alongside some of his confidants, was immediately surrounded and captured just outside the gates of the lair, which was totally unbelievable to him. How could this have happened? 1 minute, he was like a king in these regions, and the next minute, he was brought down to the level of a prisoner instead. This was truly something that he had never imagined before. After all, he was still a wanted convict who had fled from the Empire Deiferous 4 years ago and had already started a new life here in Arcadina. But who would have known that after all that running, he would still be captured by some random idiot? He was totally unconvinced about his whole situation, and what made him angry all the more was that they had just ganged up on him, therefore depriving him of the chance for a fair and known battle. Damn it, if he had known that today would have turned out to be this way, then he wouldn't have gone out at all. He would have stayed in the lair and prepared to bring down these snobby pricks. Bam! The prison cell door gave out a loud bang after he had been shoved into the cell. As the big boss, he was actually given a private cell while his confidants and men were all grouped and placed in several cells instead. The door closed right in his face, and he quickly grabbed the iron bars and tried to talk some sense into the stranger-looking men that had just shoved him into the cell. "Boy, for your own good, as well as for the good of your own men, I suggest that you let me out now." "Yeah, we can give you whatever you desire if you let us go." "That's right. Be it money, women, or even power, all that can become yours if you just open the cell doors now." The leader and the other bandits continuously tried to persuade them as much as they could. But also, it was to no avail, because no matter what they did, the soldiers before them kept silent and acted as if they didn't hear them at all. What the hell was wrong with them? Were they actually both deaf and dumb? Of course, some of the bandits felt like soon the rest of their comrades who were still out on a mission would quickly come and rescue them later on. And by then, they would definitely skin these bloody bastards alive. But unfortunately for them, none of their expectations were met, because not long after they held into their hopeful thoughts, several comrades of theirs were also brought in too. Their faces grew paler as they saw this, as it now dawned upon them that they might actually be locked up here for a very long time if they didn't think of a way out now. Many of them weren't originally from this region and had only settled here after their boss had picked them up from the streets. Yes. Many of them had been local thieves and small-time criminals from all around Arcadine. So they weren't that mentally strong to maintain a calm face in their current situation. What if they got locked up for 10 years or even forever? Worst, what if they got tortured and killed later on? Remembering their dead comrades whose dead bodies had been scattered around the lair, they couldn't help but tremble slightly from fear. If they didn't get out now, then wouldn't they also be in the same situation as well? No, they had to escape. Yes, they had to leave now. Chapter 562 Closing Battle 2. Chapter 562 Closing Battle 2. Yes, they had to escape immediately. Or else, wouldn't it be their own turn to die later on? The bandits panicked all the more when they thought about their futures, and hastily went down on their knees before the men that were sent here to guard them. Plup, please have mercy on us, noble ones. If you free us now, we promise to give you all our belongings. Yes, we also promise not to be in your way again, so please let us go. Noble ones. I know where all the treasure in this lair is. So if you don't let me go, then you'll never find it. HMPH. Are you the only one that knows its location? Sirs, don't listen to him. I have been here way longer than him, so I definitely know the place better than he does. Please, noble ones, I have a contagious illness that might affect you all if you let me stay here. So for the safety of everyone else, please let me go. The soldiers continued guarding the place in silence amidst the chaos that these bandits were creating. Several bandits crowded around the prison bars and begged for their lives non-stop. For many, they had never been captured, tortured or even locked up in a dungeon. So how could they not panic? Please let us out. Let us out, I yell, ya. Let us out. They screamed and begged at the top of their lungs. But all of it was for naught because the guards there remained unmoved no matter what they did. Of course, while they were pleading for their lives, Landon and some of the soldiers were busy raiding the lair instead. Your Majesty, we found 79 sacks of grain and 157 other sacks that are filled with different food items in them. And in addition to that, we also found 9 bags of gold coins, 29 bags of silver coins and 64 bags of cooler coins, said Warrant Officer Basil. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coins equals 100 copper coins. In addition to that, we also found several parchment papers that documented what was taken from the surrounding villages and towns as well. Alright. It's now 5:41 p.m. So follow the amount written in the document, and quickly fill up the trucks with both good and money, Landon said, while briefly glancing over the papers in his hands. All that was taken from the people would be returned back to them before the end of the day, and whatever was left over would be taken by them instead. Of course, any leftover grain would be given back to the people, but any leftover money would definitely get into their pockets instead. After all, they were currently on a mission, and one never knows whether they would soon get short on money, or might need to buy some extra things on their trip. So having more money was definitely make things easier for them. And so just like that, the soldiers swiftly slotted up into several groups and headed towards the villages and small towns. Of course, when everyone heard about today's matter, they all danced and jubilated in song. Hooray! The wolfhound bandits are no more. Were free. The poor villagers took their rations and money back happily, while dancing and singing merrily for them. Today marked the start of a new beginning. As for the prisoners in the dungeon, they had given the task of feeding them to the village chiefs of the neighboring villages. System. I need something that can keep the prisoners in their cells until I personally release them. Not a problem, host. The system had several spiritual locks that can do the trick. Here are the following options. Landon listened to the system attentively, and quickly decided on one of the locks shown to him. One should know that he had decided to get these locks only for additional protection, because one thing he definitely wanted to avoid Was one of the village chiefs freeing the prisoners due to fear? If the bandits threatened these simple-minded people a lot, some of them might actually succumb to the threats and open the cells instead. The bandits might even promise to let the people from their village go if they freed them, which might make some of the village chiefs tempted to let them go. Anyway, these locks from the system could never be broken or open up without land and the keys from the system. Additionally, the lock could also strengthen the iron bars as well. So no blacksmith would be able to destroy it if the lock was still hanging on the prison cells. With that, only Landon would be able to free these prisoners from these cells. Of course, he would only do so when he came back from his mission. One should know that since he was planning to pass along this route on his way back, picking up the prisoners by then wouldn't be of any inconvenience to him whatsoever. So he decided to take them to Baymard when he passed back. This only meant that the Baymardian prison would welcome a few new members again. And judging by the way they behaved, many of them might be out in Sector B or C within the prison. Only their boss, who had been a wanted man in Deiferus, would get placed into Sector A. Nevertheless, since everything was finally over, it was finally time for them to set out towards the Northern Territory again. Now, they could finally focus on their mission, saving Mr. or Miss Unknown. They drove away hastily, with one goal in mind. And that was to be in time. But of course, they weren't the only ones who were in a haste as well. Gallop. 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 Somewhere within the western region of Arcadina, several men on horseback were carefully making their way towards a particular city. The men ride in complete silence while keenly observing their surroundings, and all that could be heard was the sounds of their horses' footsteps, as well as that of nature. Their bodies were boiling with rage and their minds were only filled with bloodshed. Yes, by nightfall, several heads will roll. Chapter 563 The Real Culprit. Chapter 563 The Real Culprit. The day was cold yet beautiful. Nature had done its best to paint out a perfect portrait for all to see. And even though the snow hasn't fallen for a while now, the place was still as coated with a thick layer of snow. The bare trees were filled with snow, and the ground itself looked like a white blanket that had covered up the entire Hertfillian world. But of course, even amidst the beauty, one would also realize that the more beautiful it was, the more poisonous it could be. The bitter cold breeze blew against the bare trees, instantly making them come to life as they continuously shivered chaotically. And every time they danced, several sprinkles of snowflakes would fall off their branches and drip onto the thick snowy blanket below. The entire place looked like a winter wonderland. It was already the first week of March, which meant that in another 2 weeks, winter would be officially over, and spring would take over from there. In short, the place was like a painter's portrait come to life. And on a certain deserted forest trail within Arcadina's western territory, several hundreds of men could be seen hastily riding silently through the deep cold forest. Gallop, 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 gallop. Their horses rode into the forest majestically, as if imitating the powerful auras of their riders. The lead rider was placed at the center of the whole squad. He was an extremely hard man that had a very noble air to him. Of course, he was none other than Alec Barn. Previously, when leaving Baymard, he had been attacked and ambushed within Arcadina's western territory. So of course, from the moment he had passed through the first major city within the territory, his vigilance had gone up even more. They rode for a bit, before finally meeting up with another group that they had dispatched earlier on. "I salute His Royal Majesty," said the leader of the other group. "So do you have it?" "Yes, Your Majesty." "I do," the man said, before passing on a letter to Alec. Alex opened it and silently read it for another minute and a half, before finally bursting out in laughter. Bah-ha-ha-ha-ha. His laughter immediately made his subordinates shocker uncontrollably, as they knew more than anyone else that their king laughing like this meant some poor soul would experience hell sooner or later. Alec laughed hard while gripping the letter in his hands angrily. His entire body trembled violently from anger, and his breathing became rapid as well. And even though he was laughing, his face was still very distorted from rage. as several green veins suddenly popped up on his face, making him look even scarier than he already was. Bastard! How dare this insignificant ant make a move against him? Had he grown too weak that these termites would dare to go against him in broad daylight just like that? He took a deep breath, before finally passing the note to his most trusted confidants. Good, Cain. Since you dared to scheme against me, then don't blame me for forgetting our old friendship. There can only be one outcome for you, and that will be death. He thought. Right now, he knew that the person who had tried to assassinate him was Baron Cain. What truly surprised him was that good-for-nothing butt-licking lowlife had the guts to plot against him. Did the sun rise from the west and set in the east? Just who the hell had given the fool so much confidence as to plot against him? He knew that the fool was always jealous of him, but the idiot never made any moves before, so he just treated him like a barking dog that couldn't bite. But who would have known that the seemingly useless dog would learn to do a trick or two? If not for his quick thinking, then he would have really ended up dead during the last assassination attack. One by one, his confidants read the note and almost pulled out blood from rage as well. Son of a BCH. Last time, even though Cain's name had come out as a suspect, they truly didn't pay that much attention to him. But like the old saying went, one could never judge a book by its cover, or else they would be swallowed whole by the contents of that same book. The confidants then turned to the test of the squad and told them the general gist of things without actually telling them who the culprit was. And knowing that the culprit had been identified, many of the knights also felt their blood running hot as well. Kill. They wanted to gut the bastard up and place his head on a stake as their trophy. Alec's confidants all crowded around him angrily too. Your Majesty, do we deal with the bastard now? Your Majesty, we are close to his city, so why don't we kill him and be done with it? Your Majesty, his head needs to roll tonight. Alec stared silently at them, before finally raising his hand, his call for silence. Right now, they were on their way to Baron Cain's city. One should know that their main goal was to attack Baymard sometime this spring. So of course, they had been riding and making quick stops at different cities in order to get more men for the battle. Traveling with such a large pack would undoubtedly cause too much trouble. Hence, Alec had made sure that they traveled in different packs as well. When he was back in the capital, he had been sending teams of 900 to leave the capital on a daily basis. So he would send 300 in the morning, 300 in the afternoon and 300 in the evening. And he did this for close to 3 weeks straight, sending a total of 18,900 men out. He had already told them of the rendezvous place that they were all to meet at, which was 3 cities, 1 town and 7 villages away from Baymard. One should warn that after Riverdale City, one would pass at least 3 more villages and 1 town just before getting to the next major city. And after that, one still needed to pass through several other villages before reaching the next city, and so on. In short, the rendezvous point was just 3 cities away from Baymard. Anyway, before leaving the capital, he had sent out 18,900 men. And when he left, he took 400 more men with him as well. Understandably, when they traveled, they stopped through several major cities and collected at least 2,000 more knights from each city lord, and a few hundred from the other nobles within those cities too. Of course, they had also sent those ones out in batches as well. And Alec had pointed some of his men to lead each group to the rendezvous point, since they wouldn't know it at all. Anyway, they had only come here to take Cain's men, but surprisingly, their spies and informants had brought in such juicy gossip about Cain's betrayal. Indeed, Alec was fuming mad. But now wasn't the right time to take any form of action. Cain had some secrets that he was interested in, so killing him just like that would be a true shame. And since they didn't have time to waste on torturing him at the moment, then they could only play dumb for now until they came back from winning their battle against Baymard. Your Majesty, aren't you being too kind here? The man was trying to kill you. Are we really going to let him get away with this? For now, Yes, but who said that he wouldn't be punished? Come, let's go see the fool, shall we? Chapter 564 Alec's Confidence. Chapter 564 Alec's Confidence. Alec and his men hurriedly made their way towards Baron Kane's location with one thought in mind. And that was to take all of his men, and bully the poor bastard to death. Your Majesty, since the scumbag initially wanted to kill you, then wouldn't it be too risky to go in just peek that? I know that we already agreed to stick to the plan, but what if it backfires? What about your safety? One of his confidants asked anxiously. The confidant wasn't worried about his own life but Alec's instead. It just went to show that even scum men had loyal followers too. Alec mocked and caressed his chin lightly. Relax, RuPaul, nothing is going to happen to me. Of course Alec knew of their worries, but to him, they were truly worrying over nothing. Right now, he only had 372 men riding with him, as he had sent some out to lead the knights taken from the nobles to the rendezvous spot close to Baymard. So with just 372 men, if Baron Kane really wanted to kill him, he could easily do so. And it was precisely because of this that he had also lied to all of his knights here as well. All except for his personal confidants. In truth, the rest of the knights thought that there were thousands of hidden guards traveling alongside them. So if there were any spies within his camp, they would immediately tell their employers to back off from fighting him. Also, because no one would know the exact amount of people he was traveling with. Some people might think that it was 3,000. 7,000 or even 15,000. Consequently, without an accurate number, no one would dare to march out against him just like that. With that said, he could now march into Kane's city with his 372 men, and act as if they had just walked in with his bodyguards instead. After all, everyone would think that the rest of his men were camping somewhere deep in the forest instead. So how could he be afraid that Baron Kane was going to kill him again? His confidants were really worrying over nothing. As for how he was going to bully the Baron, well, that was the easy part. With other nobles, they only took 1,000 men, and sometimes only 100 men. But with Baron Kane, they were going to take all of his official knights, which were at least 4,000 in number. And even though the bastard probably had some unofficially appointed men hidden away. So what? One should know that this was akin to a trap, because if Kane had no official knights by his side, then he couldn't do anything or make any public moves for the time being, as he would need to explain to Alec where he got these extra men from. Of course, nobles in Arcadina could recruit as many knights as they wanted to. But the key point was that a formal letter, accompanied by a list of chosen candidates, had to be sent to Alec for approval. This way, Alec could keep tabs on how many men each noble had, because knowing this could also help him predict who were the most likely people to lead a revolt against him. If one's subordinate had the strength which was equivalent to his, then wouldn't that mean that the noble in question might also develop some ideas about his throne later on? And so with all this in mind, Alec had made several requirements and rules when any noble wanted to recruit or hire new knights under their camp. He had given them a specific number of people that they could have under them at any given time. So those who had secret bases with extra knights were definitely going against his laws. And just to make sure that they don't hire more knights, Alec had always made sure that their allowances were just enough to take care of the number of official knights while living a lavish lifestyle with their families. It was precisely because of this rule that the city lords became tyrants who bullied the other nobles in their cities non-stop, by taking a fraction of their allowances and so on. Because what generally happened was that within the cities, everyone had to pay their taxes, which was sometimes 13 or half of what they made. It was completely unfair, but what could they do about it? Of course, nobles paid higher taxes as well, and money from official sites like gold mines, salt deposits and money from other mineral fields, mines and caves was also collected as well. One should also know that some city lords also had jurisdiction over several small villages around their cities. And some town lords also have jurisdiction over some other villages around too. So taxes were also collected here in the form of money or food like wheat, grain and so on. In short, at the start of each month, everything was generally collected and sent to the city lord's or the town lord's mansion. And from there, these lords would send part of the funds to Alec, and keep the rest as allowances for himself and the other nobles. Their allowances were very important to these nobles since their subordinates usually got paid from what was given to them at the beginning of each month. Additionally, they also used part of their allowances to purchase other weapons too. In this way, their forces within their territories would strengthen with time, which in turn strengthened Arkadina's forces too, lest a war broke out at any given time. Bottom line, Alec was going to take all of Kane's official men and see what he would do in the meantime. Of course, he would do other accidental things too when he finally met the bastard. After all, how could he be completely still in the face of a traitor? So even though he wouldn't kill him now, he would still vent a little by bullying the chubby idiot a little. That was only natural. With these thoughts in mind, Alec's smile slowly broadened across his hard cold face. Soon, he would get rid of all these pesky flies around his empire. But first, he needed to start with the peskiest problem of all. Baymard. Chapter 565 The Inspection. Chapter 565 The Inspection. Alec's confidants got somewhat reassured after seeing how confident their leader was. Yes, the other knights didn't know that they were actually entering enemy territory, since they didn't know that Baron Kane was the culprit that they had been cursing at all this while. But unlike the rest, all four confidants knew the entire situation. So they became extremely vigilant when looking at the city walls before them. They looked at the city walls before them in rage, while imagining that they were wringing the fool's neck instead. But just like His Majesty had said, they had to act as if they didn't know anything, lest the alert Kane. And so with this thought in mind, they decided to vent out all their anger before seeing the chubby idiot later on. As for Alec, he had already thrown away a portion of his anger and was now immersed in his own thoughts about Baymard. Of course, he wasn't the only one lost deep in thought, as several other people were also immersed in their own serious thoughts as well. The sounds of people rambling non-stop could be heard everywhere within a large building. Only 2.99 for 3? What a good steal. What's this? Buttered popcorn. Is it very different from the normal one? Well, it's cheap, so we'll just try one box for now. Mummy, can I get the new Wolverine action figure? Please, Mommy. I promise that this will be the last toy that he'll ever ask you to buy. That's what you said the last time when I bought the latest Superman action figure for you a while back. Please, Mommy. Please. I promise that this time will definitely be the last time that I'm requesting for a toy. In addition to that, he'll even do more house chores than what is required of me. Good. You said it, not me. _carrot. Conversations like these ones could be heard from within the crowd. The busy crowd had a life of its own, as one couldn't predict where the people within it would go to next. The vibrant clothes and clean look of the people shined brightly underneath the building's artificial, and the people moved like an enchanting school of fish. The chatter between customers and workers could be heard around the building non-stop. The crowd was busy and rowdy as usual. Shrip, the doors opened automatically, and soon, several men and women walked into the building. They walked calmly and confidently, before stopping in front of one of the building workers. Good morning and welcome to Green Mart. My name is Bart, and I'd be happy to assist you in any way possible. Mr. Bart, we are here to see any of your managers on site for official government business. Government business? Yes, Mr. Barn, government business. Here is my card, give it to any of your managers on site, and they would know what to do from there. Bart took the card and looked at it briefly, before finally opening his eyes wider in shock. Ever since he had begun working here, he had heard of how these people before him, apparently, They came 4 to 5 times a year unexpectedly. So no one could actually pinpoint or predict when their next visit would be. They had always come in unannounced, so as to better access whether or not businesses did their best to follow the guidelines that were given to them. Those who did would be fine, but those who broke the rules would have to be penalized instead. It was just that he had heard about how they came and went like a ghost, as if they were some sort of secret spy team. And surprisingly, over the last 2 years, even though he had heard of them, he had never seen them before, not even once. But who would have known that today he would see the legendary team just like that? He looked at them again and felt a large stream of excitement rush throughout his body. Yup, it looked like today his company would definitely undergo a surprise inspection by the people. Yes, these people before him were all public health inspectors. Bart, who was stationed at the customer help desk, quickly picked up his phone and relayed his message immediately. Manager to customer help desk. Please. Manager to customer help desk, please. The announcement could be heard from all corners within the building. And just to be sure, after making the announcement, he personally called the office room allocated to all managers on duty. He immediately told them that it was an urgent matter, and in a flash, he saw one of the managers walk hastily to his help desk. Hi. My name is Bob and I'm a manager here, and I'll be glad to assist you in any way that I can. Manager Bob said while taking a look at the card that Bart had just handed over to him. Public health inspectors? It seems like it's that time of the year again. Mother Winnie took off her face mask and quickly revealed her stunning smile to Bob, while handing an official permit for today's inspection to him that was approved by her ministry. Duchess Winnie. Everyone looked at her in confusion and shock. Wasn't she the popular Duchess Winnie who had even showed up in some pamphlets and books? The customers around looked at her in awe, as they felt like he was more beautiful in person than in pictures or portraits. Even the children quickly recognized her as well, since she was also a teacher as well. As for Bob and the other workers, they were also shocked to see her with the inspection team too. How many jobs did this woman have? Mother Winnie smiled slightly while looking at their confused and somewhat dazed expressions. In truth, this was the first time that she and her team were inspecting this particular building. Baymard had too many stores and sites like the cafes, restaurants, hotels, butchering sites, and so on, that needed to be inspected within this small time frame given to them by their ministry. So the ministry had always split them into several groups and sent them to all regions within Baymard, as the inspection of all these places had to be done in a single day. Not to be fair. After all, if they stretched out the inspection period might alert their friends in other businesses, which would be like cheating, because they would then try their best to clean up as much as they could instead. And so, she knew where she would be sent during this time. So this was her first time inspecting Green Mart. Mother Winnie looked at Bob and smiled. Let's get started, shall we? Chapter 566 The Inspection 2. Chapter 566 The Inspection 2. Well then, let's get started, shall we? Mother Winnie and her team marched into the back room of Green Mart with their equipment at hand, as well as their notebooks and checklists too. Just from a single glance, one could see that Green Mart's massive back room, which was about the same size as any supermarket's bathroom on Earth, was kept very clean and well maintained. But just inspecting things with one's eyes wasn't enough to give this company a pass. Winnie and the rest nodded in satisfaction while walking towards the staff locker rooms here. Of course, the first thing that they had to do was suit up. Alright. Since there are newly joined public health inspectors on the team, then let's treat today's inspection as a lecture, shall we? So new recruits. When starting with an inspection, what is the first thing that we have to do? Mother Winnie asked while looking at the new recruits that all had their hands raised up in the air. Yes, Thomas. Inspector Winnie, as mandatory to all inspections, we start by washing our hands. Good, Thomas. But apart from doing so to avoid the spread of germ, bacteria and possible food contamination during routine inspections, why else would we want to do so? This time, fewer new people raised their hands, because even though many of them felt like the answer was just at the top of their heads, for the life of them, they truly couldn't remember the correct answer right now, and so, some of them smiled dryly while looking at the floor, as if dodging eye contact with Mother Winnie. Of course, some of them rubbed their chin and seriously thought of what the answer could be, while others only pretended to think deeply instead, and for some, they started flipping the pages of their notebooks like crazy, while whispering words like, "Where is it?" Or "What could it be?" All in all, those that didn't know, were very ashamed at the moment. One should know that before one could be on the health inspection team, they had to write several tests on procedures and guidelines. In total, they were required to take 6 written examinations and 3 practical examinations just to be public health inspectors. So, of course, they had done through this phase during their practical examination. But the problem was that they were slightly anxious now that they were on the field, and all the answers in their heads seemed to have evaporated like water. And even though they knew that the answer was probably somewhere in their brain, they still couldn't remember it no matter how hard they tried. And so they felt extremely embarrassed when they saw Winnie and their seniors looking at them expectantly. But Mother Winnie and the other inspectors who have been doing this particular job for years now, didn't look down at them at all. After all, when they began, they too continuously forgot a few things due to how anxious they were. Everyone wanted to do their best, so this could sometimes put unnecessary stress on them instead. The best thing for them to do was to relax. Anyway, out of all 15 new recruits, only 3 of them could answer Winnie's question. Inspector Winnie, apart from contaminating the food during routine inspection, we still need to wash our hands, so as to show us that the premise has all required aspects of hand wash facilities in the building. Correct, Harper. Each facility is required to have several designated hand wash stations that are only to be used for hand wash alone. So, what guidelines must companies follow so as to make sure that he met the proper health standards when it comes to hand wash stations? Inspector Winnie, each station should have hot UO026 cold water running, liquid hand soap, and paper towels. Excellent. Alright. So, when washing your hands, what did you all notice about the backroom hand wash stations here? Winnie asked while looking at the many hands that were now raised up in the air once more. Inspector Winnie, I noticed that the hot water tap wasn't working properly. Was there a red tag placed on the hot water handle? Yes, Chief Inspector. Good. Then that means that the company has already noticed it, and gas already called Sideline to come in and fix it immediately. Now, let's say the red tag wasn't there. What would you all do then? Inspector Winnie, we note it down, as it will affect the results from the inspection. And after that, we will give them feedback, as well as a brief report to HMHM. Well said, Tiffany. Now, let's continue on with the inspection. With that, Winnie and her team continued with their inspection throughout the entire back room. They went into the walk-in refrigeration unit and used their equipment like a thermometer to make sure the air within the walk-in fridge was at the required temperature. After all, from the guidelines that they had, there was a temperature danger zone, which was very bad for food during storage. One should know that some foods require precise temperature maintenance, so as to prevent bacterial growth and food-related illnesses. And apart from checking the room temperature, they also placed their sterilized thermometers in some of the food too. Of course, they also inspected several places like the bakery station where fresh bread was made daily for the customers. And other cooking stations as well. In short, they checked the cooking, holding and storage of all fresh foods in the building. Additionally, they also checked the sanitation of the place, as well as how heavy items were being stored too. Lest they severely injure workers on the job. Of course, apart from the back room, they also checked the actual store itself. They looked for any safety dangers, like the cleaners not cleaning water spills on the aisles and so on. They also went through the company procedure to see if any changes needed to be done as well. And while the inspection went on, They also asked the manager a couple of questions too. It was required for all managers to know Baymard's health codes in order to operate a commercial food establishment. In short, there was so much that needed to be done. And by the end of the day, all establishments within Baymard had successfully undergone inspection. Winning came back home and quickly jumped on her bed. Bam! It was finally over. And while things were looking up for those in Baymard, the same couldn't be said to others. Chapter 567 And so it begins. Chapter 567 And so it begins. A secret hidden base. The Empire of Arcadina. The night sky was inky black, with not so much as a star in sight. And within the blanket of darkness, one could hear the sounds of several night creatures singing loudly all through the night. Hoo, cree-eek, woo-oo-oo. The night owls, snowy wolves and other creatures of the night sang their daily choruses heartily. And not too far away from the forest region where these animals sang, several masked men could be seen stealthily making their way through the forest. These men were all dressed in black and had shields hanging on their backs and swords on their waists too. Of course, some of them also had their bows and arrows on their backs instead. Wee-ee. An uneasy, brisk and chilling wind blew across the faces of these masked men, making them feel both anxious and eager for tonight's dance. Underneath their masks, they couldn't help but smile a little. Tonight was going to be their night, Your Highness, from what I can remember. The enemy's hidden guards should be hiding a little distance from here, said one of the masked men. Good. Tell the men to spread out just as planned. Yes, Your Highness Eli. With that, the massive unit of men quickly broke out into even smaller groups, and hastily scattered around the forest in a flash, leaving only two small groups behind. Eli looked at the path before him and smiled. He felt his mind fall into ecstasy, as he imagined today's outcome in his mind over and over again. The feeling he had right now was so strong that he almost felt like he could physically smell his victory fast approaching. Ha 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 ha. Soon, he would have his cousin's head in a platter of gold. Of course, such an enemy was worthy of being placed on a gold platter. He had been tailing this cousin of his for years now, and finally, catching up to the bastard indeed gave him the most satisfying feeling ever, because no matter how he looked at it, no one could save this cousin of his tonight. Yes. That's right. Today, his cousin, aka the ghostly prince, will finally die. Of course, Eli wasn't the only one who was thinking in that same manner too. On the other side of the secret base, several other masked men in black were also making their way into the forest too. Your Highness, this is the route that I used to escape after confirming everything about your cousin, said a tall broad-shouldered masked man. So this is the entrance to their main base? Yes, Your Highness. Wonderful. Let's but keep Uncle, Auntie and my dear cousin waiting any longer, shall we? As you wish, Your Highest Connor. With that, their men also scattered into groups and quickly made their move. And just like that, two different enemies had proceeded into the base fearlessly from different ends. One should know that this was a base, so there had to be a few hidden or open paths that would allow the residents of the vase to flee from enemy attacks if there were too many enemies. Surprisingly, there were just two ways to enter the base at ground level. And of course, apart from these two entrances, there was also another tunnel-like entrance in one of the buildings in the base, that led to a cave far away in the heart of the forest, where many people dared not venture, lest some wild animals walked into the tunnel and attacked them. For sure, this entrance was always sealed with a large metal jail gate, and was only opened during emergencies. Anyway, both Connor and Eli had used both ground-level entrances when attacking, because these were the entrances that their spies had used when last they came over. Connor stayed back with another squad while watching the other teams advanced in different directions. For him, today's matter would undoubtedly finish in a flash, with the end result being his victory. Ever since his mother had gifted him with a top-grade assassin and strategist, everything seemed to be going on well for him. Heck, he even suspected that the reason why Eli had always been able to pull a fast one on him was because the villain probably had such a person by his side too. In short, ever since he had gotten extra help, he found that his scheming abilities had gone up a notch as well. He now had a better idea of what Eli was up to, and even found out about Slytherin Court and the ghostly prince's matters. He felt his chest swell up with pride when he thought of how he was now yielding the fruits of his labor. Today, he was here to kill this cousin of his and take over his men. It was just that simple. After all, it was a rule when battling, that the victor would claim everything that the loser had as his. This was the natural way of war. So with his cousin's skilled men, he would now have a better chance of taking over Baymard. In his mind, he was sure that Alec would win the battle against Baymard, making everything a lot easier for him, because when Alec finally died, Eli would rule over Arcadina, while he on the other hand, would rule over Baymard instead. Of course, for this to happen, he needed to convince Alec to wield or give Baymard to him just before the old fart died. One could say that Connor wanted Alec needed to write a will before his death, and that was why, even though he would kill this cousin of his, he still wouldn't kill this uncle and aunt of his. No, at least not yet. To gain Alec's trust, as well as to get the promise of his majesty, Connor planned to take his uncle, Adenbarn, and his auntie to Alec. Undoubtedly, Alec would be so shocked and very thankful that he had captured them. In this way, Alec would also tell him to say whatever he wanted as a gift of gratitude, and that was when he would state his wish of becoming ruler of Baymard. Yes, with Eli as crown prince of Arcadina, it would only make sense for him to be Baymard's crown prince. Connor smirked while looking at the path before him. Ha 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 ha. Soon, he would be king. Chapter 568 The Beginning of the End. Chapter 568 The Beginning of the End. In the dark and mysterious night, both enemy groups were currently advancing towards the base. The trees were bald and the forest was bare, as the snow had completely swallowed the place whole. Large piles and heaps of snow could be seen all around the forest, causing several cold chills to run down the spines of these intruders. Elis' men stealthily advanced while hiding behind the massive heaps of snow, and continuously scouted the place in search of all hidden guards. They only knew that their enemies were now hiding around this point, but they didn't know what formation the enemy was using when hiding, as well as where their enemies were guiding and watching them from, so they didn't know the exact location where each hidden guard binding to their enemy was. With that said, they had no choice but to advance while hiding behind the snow, trees or fallen tree logs that were lying on the ground. Elis archers first moved forward through the snow, while looking up and down, east to west and so on. And as they moved, they felt the air before them grow extremely tense. Were their enemies now close by? Call it a warrior's instincts. But as they approached, they felt the feeling grow stronger and stronger with every passing second. It was as if they could feel the presence of several evil-intentioned minds, that were now waiting in the shadows, ready to pounce at them any time soon. Several of them quickly took out their bow from their backs, and slowly pulled it along the strings of their bows, while closely observing their surroundings steadily. The tension in the air was really too high, and some of them instantly felt that the enemy was about to make their move anytime soon. "Keep vigil, men." "Thera here," said one of the leaders in the group, who quickly ran towards a tree in hiding. Thup, 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 thup. Ah! In a flash, heavy rain of arrows was sent flying towards this group of men from all directions. Some of the men were too slow to react and immediately got shot to death, while others either dropped to the ground, hid behind the trees or fallen logs instead. After all, where else could they possibly take cover in this dead of winter? Thup, 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 thup. Men, focus. From what we know, we are more than them in number, so we undoubtedly have the advantage here. Shoot, shoot, shoot down the bastards now. Their archers also launched multiple towards their enemies confidently, as that victory was just a stone throw away. Thup, 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 thup. As for their enemies, aka, the ghostly prince's men, even though it seems like they were properly fighting back, The whole thing had come too suddenly for them. What the hell? This was the first time ever that their main base, the home, had been attacked since its creation decades back. So who exactly were their enemies? They attacked with all their might, while quickly assessing the situation too. And it was only there and then that their leaders had decided to fall back instead. For them, it was better to go back and properly protect their young master and his family, because whether they liked it or not, it seemed like their enemies had come fully prepared for tonight's saga. So who knew what other tricks they had up their sleeve? For them, it was better to go back, surround their leaders and properly fight to the death there, while making sure that those who could escape did so swiftly. Yes, they were buying more time for their leaders and comrades to escape using that underground tunnel instead. And so with that, their leaders decisively gave it their orders. Fall back, retreat, thump, 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 thump. As they retreated, some of them ran towards their base with their backs backing their enemies, while others ran facing their enemies instead. Of course, the last group of people were there to defend their comrades who ran ahead of them. So they shot several arrows towards these intruders, as well as held out their shield up in the air too. Watch out. To your left. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Blood quickly dyed the white snowy fields beneath the trees crimson red, and its very strong foul smell quickly filled up the air in a flash. Bam. As the battle progressed, several lifeless bodies dropped to the floor like flies. Back in Elis' side, one of the warriors came back to report in the situation ahead. Your Highness, we have successfully pushed them back. And looking at it now, they seemed to be running away instead. It appears that they have been cornered. Wonderful. Eli replied with a broad smile plastered on his perfectly chiseled face. Of course, as prince, there he generally didn't have to join the battle at all. He was the final boss, so why should he even move a muscle now? All he had to do was watch his men deal with his enemies, while slowly advancing instead. And when all enemy forces had been properly taken care of, only then and there would make an appearance. This way, he would be able to give his proper winning speech to his enemy, while looking glorious and radiant, as opposed to his enemy who will look tattered and unkempt instead. This was also good, so that if by some miracle his enemy won, then he, on the other hand, would be able to flee the scene at ease, since his group was following behind the rest. Excellent. Rush forward as fast as you can and tell the rest of the men to do as we planned. Yes, Your Highness. With that, the man rushed forward with his horse, while Eli on the other hand calmly rode his horse towards the base. Now, it was finally time to end it all once and for all. Finally, victory would soon be his. Chapter 569, The Beginning of the End. 2. Chapter 569, The Beginning of the End. 2. Men, they are retreating. Quickly. Charge. Fall back. Retreat. Ah, bastards. Kill them. Kill them all. Damn it. How did it become like this? Thup, 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 thup. Both sides were constantly losing men left, right and center, while steadily advancing towards the base. Of course, no side showed any mercy to their enemy. And as those at the back advanced, they killed those who were slowly dying as well, lest they woke up just before their death, in hopes of shooting and taking down any enemy. To hell with them. Swish. Their sharp blades pierced right through the hearts, skulls and necks of their half-dead enemies in an instant. Din, 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 din. Several uneven footsteps could be heard running through the snow towards one of the base's entrances. Some of the men ran as fast as they could, while others supported their injured comrades instead. They hastily made their way towards a cave and hurriedly blocked the cave's entrance by using a large boulder and several sticks to keep it in place. Captain Zion, no, we can't accept this. Yes, Captain. We won't leave you behind. Please come in with us, said some of the hidden guards, who were now looking at their leader in respect and worry. It was obvious that their leader wanted to buy more time for them to escape. But even though they knew all of this, they still felt choked with sorrow and grief at the thought of their leader's possible death. Why did such a day have to come? The pain that they felt in their hearts was stung them more than any physical injury that they had ever gotten before. Captain Zion. This was their leader and captain, who had been leading their team and many others for so many years now. The man was 38 years old and was like a father figure to a lot of the young Jins in their group. And so with that said, many of them felt like wailing pitifully when they thought about the fact that they might never see him again. Please, leader. Please follow us out now. Leader, please stop being stubborn. Yeah, leader. If you leave with us now, then all of us will be able to escape in one piece. Please, captain. Please, leader. Zion raised his hands and quickly demanded forward for silence. Enough. Didn't I already say that he'll be staying behind? If I follow you all back, then who will buy more time? Do you know how many of us are in this base? It would take quite some time for everyone to get out safely since the secret tunnel underneath is very narrow. Captain, if that's the case, then I want to volunteer to stay back and cut more time too. Me too, Captain. I also volunteer to stay behind as well. Count me in. And me. Me too. Zion looked at the men that he had been training for years now, and felt very warm inside. These were the men that he had personally trained throughout the years. They were brave, courageous and daring. And even though he felt truly touched, he still couldn't bring himself to allow them to aid him in buying more time, because unlike himself, almost all of these men had families far away from the base. In fact, many of his men were first-time fathers as well. As for himself, he had always been an orphaned bachelor, whose parents had died in the hands of several bandits. As a 38-year-old bachelor, how could he dare to allow these men who had plenty of responsibilities to aid him? Thinking of this situation like that, his face that previously had a trace of warmth on it, was now as stern and solid as a rock. Are you all here to test my patience? The young master and his family are in danger, and you all are to defy my orders? Don't forget, your jobs are to protect the young master and his family. So what are you all standing around for? Go, get the hell out of here now, he bellowed while swinging his sword at them crazily. The men looked at him in sorrow, and finally turned around and ran as fast as they could. Of course, some of them were still hesitant, and just as they were about to leave for good, they heard several loud sounds coming from outside the cave. Boom, 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 boom. What was that? Ba-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. The tremors were somewhat faint but powerful enough slightly to cause the cave's floors to tremble slightly, as if it were experiencing several mini-hurt Philian quakes. Zion's eyes instantly lit up and he hurriedly ushered everyone away anxiously. Go. Damn it, boom, 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 sh. He had to quickly set up the cave's defense system now. Time was truly running out. Of course, while Zion was serving more traps for the men outside, they, on the other hand, were busy throwing explosives at the cave's entrance instead. Can't you all aim properly? Why are you all wasting everyone's time? Don't you know that the more time we waste, the more chances they have at escaping? Hurry it up, will you? Said one of Elis' men, who was currently pointing at the archers hatefully. Good God, what was the point of calling them archers, if they couldn't even do such a simple task? Don't shot the boulder for crying out loud. Shoot the floor beneath it or the cave walls that are keeping the boulder in place. He screamed angrily. How dumb could they? If they used their black powder to shoot through that thick boulder, then wouldn't they be here for quite some time? At this rate, wouldn't their enemies have enough time to escape? No way. They couldn't let that happen, not when they were this close to victory. You good for nothing. Give me that now, said the man, who literally shoved one of the archers angrily and quickly grabbed his bow from him. Thump, 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 thump. Boom, 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 boom. The archers launched several attacks towards the targeted spots, and soon, the boulder came rolling down towards the group below. Careful, careful. Everyone steadily dived to the side, away from the rolling boulder, before finally letting out several sighs from relief. Phew. So far so good, they thought, while looking at the cave before them. it was time to see what other tricks these people had. Chapter 570 A Good Captain. Chapter 570 A Good Captain. Ra 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 ra. The large boulder rolled away from the cave, forming a massive track wherever it went. Bam! It crashed into several trees, knocking some of them down in a flash as if they were ordinary bowling pins. Many of the men looked at the damage caused by the boulder and unconsciously wiped the invisible sweat from their foreheads. Phew! The weight of the rock alone was enough to grind their bones into dust if they were ever unfortunate to be victims of it all. Enough dwindling around. Everyone, get into the cave now. Yes, Captain Bellboozer. With that, the men hurriedly but cautiously made their way into the dark, gloomy cave ahead. Yes, it was time to see what other tricks these people had. Stepping into the massive cave, the men quickly took out a simple lighter obviously made in bay mud, and hastily lit up several torches before proceeding any further. Gone were the days when they would have needed to hit two dry stones together or rub two dry twigs against each other in order to make fire. Now, in just click, this weird but simple Baymardian device had helped several peasants, merchants, and even nobles all round the Pino continent. Only the heavens knew how hard it was to get any spark from stones or trees during winter or rainy seasons. It was possible, but one could take several minutes or more just to get any spark. But now, all they had to do was press down on a spinny thingy on the lighter and the rest was history. Anyway, once their torches had been lit, they hastily stepped into the cave fearlessly. Din, 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 din. They continuously observed their surroundings while jogged forward steadily. And soon, danger had met them yet again. I'm sure they're panicking right now while anticipating our arrival, one of the men said while feeling smug. At this moment, he was ridiculously proud of the fact that he was in Prince Elis camp. Right now, he truly felt like he could fly. Every warrior wanted to follow a powerful laser who had hot manpower and skill. The many people looked up to the strong, and he was no exception to it all. In his eyes, even if Eli murdered innocent people, the strong were always right, and that was how he perceived the world. He looked at those around him and felt his heart race a little bit. Yes, he had been placed in the winning team. Ha 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 ha. They were probably crying their eyes out in fear right about now. Nah, I think they might commit suicide instead. Pew-ee. Do those cowards look like they would have the balls to do something as noble as that? I agree, it hasn't even been long since we arrived, and they were already running for their lives. TSK. What a bunch of wimps. I reckon that we will be able to deal with them within the next 3 hours. Please, aren't you giving them too much credit? Trust me, it'll be done in 2 hours' time. You both are wrong. It'll only take an hour for us to deal with these sons of a B-chest. HMPH. Want to be? Game on. Who's afraid of you? Well, see who will have the last laugh. Won't we? Yes. Let's wait and, bam. Silence. Everyone had their eyes and mouths opened widely, as they looked at the gruesome scene before them. Degrees. That could have been them. They looked at their comrades below and felt all the color from their faces drain swiftly. Their lips trembled violently, and their heads fit very light-headed as they saw the gut-churning scene below. The shriveled cries of those who had fallen in the trap echoed out as if they were ghosts who were out to hunt for revenge. As for the trap, well, those who were ahead of everyone else had fallen into a wide, long pit of sharp, pointy iron sticks. The enemy had pinned a large brown tent-like material over the hole and had lightly sprinkled a thin layer of dirt over it, just to camouflage it a bit. It was only after they had seen their comrades fall below, did they alone see a massive iron board hanging way over the trap. The thick heavy-looking iron bridge was massive enough to allow carriages to pass through it. And it also had several ropes on all its ends, which were attached to a pulley system on the other side of the pit. Damn it, it looked like after crossing over, their enemies had raised the board way up using the rope pulley system. And now, some of their men had fallen into the spiky pit below. These cowardly mother-effers were really something else. If they got the archers to shoot down the ropes on the pulley, then the bridge might fall in a disadvantageous position to them. Plus, no matter how they looked at it, that iron bridge was f-king heavy, so imagine it dropping down from that height above. If it fell, it would take more time for them to properly position the bridge so that they could softly cross. So their only option now was to strategically get to the other side and lower the bridge properly. Damn it. C. Captain. Please save us. P. Please save us. The men in the pit who hadn't died yet, all spat out blood from their mouths while begging to be saved. Their captain in question stopped forward from the middle of the crowd and only briefly glanced at them before speaking again. Don't worry. As our men, we will definitely save you, Captain Bellboozer said with no hint of emotions on his face. As for the men in the pit, just hearing his words alone made them feel like all the pain in their bodies had magically disappeared. They were going to live. They looked at Bellboozer with gratitude and respect, and couldn't help but struggle to say thank you, while feeling like they were on cloud nine right now. Thank you, Captain, they blurted out while gushing out more blood too. _carrot. Captain, such a good man. Chapter 571 A Good Day to Die. Chapter 571 A Good Day to Die. Captain, thank you. The men in the out said in unison while looking at Bellboozer as if he were a god. Even though their teeth were all dyed red from all the blood that had been pouring out of their mouths continuously, they still smiled broadly at Bellboozer with sincerity. From today on, this man was their lifesaver. Captain, such a good man, they thought. On the other hand, Bellboozer still maintained his ice-cold looks while scanning through the cave briefly. As I said, we'll give you all the help you need. So there's no need to thank me. You all have fought bravely, so how can I not do so? It is only because you all have been good men that I've decided to make this as quick as possible and painless too. Archers, come forward now. Silence once again filled up the cave. The men in the out quivered from fear and rage when they looked at their captain. What good guy. This man was definitely the devil's son, all right. They trembled and struggled to beg for their lives once more. But of course, it all fell on deaf ears. And before they knew it, several arrows were sent flying their way. Thup, 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 thup. The arrows had all aimed straight for their vital points. And soon, they lost their consciousness. They were dead. Indeed, the whole process was swift and painless, just as promised. Those who had seen the scene took in large gulps of saliva, as they felt their hairs stand from fear and shock. Gulp. Their captain was really a brutal man. Bellboozer, who didn't care what the men thought of him, calmly turned around to face the frightened group. Let this be a lesson to you all. Rather than running around stupidly, talking or bragging about your skills, I expect you all to pay attention to your surroundings. Because if this repeats itself, just know that we won't use or waste any of our precious time in saving any of you. Now, you, and you carefully step down into the pit and use their bodies to get to the other end. I expect this job to be done in not less than 3 minutes, or I'll shoot you 5 dead. Now, get to the other side, and let down that iron bridge now. Yes, Captain. For fear of their lives, the men quickly threw out any pity or sympathy that they had towards their dead comrades, and hastily did as they were told. And within a few minutes, the bridge was finally lowered from above. Bam. All right everyone, cross over now. We have to catch up to the enemy fast. Din, 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 din. And so just like that, the men continuously tried their best to avoid all traps along their journey. This time, everyone was more cautious than ever. Even though they still lost a few more men every time that they fell into a new trap. And at the end of the tunnel, they even met Captain Zion from the enemy base, who gave them a hard time before finally falling to his death. Of course, Connor's men in the other cave also experienced similar situations as well. Connor passed through the cave while looking at all his fallen men in calmly. What he hated most was losing manpower. He needed manpower if he ever wanted to bet Eli or even attempt an assassination attack on Alec. He was clearer than anyone else about his strength, and knew that these two men had more resources and manpower than he did. So on another day, he would have pushed all the blame of him losing his manpower to someone else. But at this moment, he wasn't angry at all. How could he, for sure, after dealing with this cousin of his? Wouldn't his manpower increase substantially? He grinned and rode his horse majestically across the cave. Both parties quickly passed through their respective caves and were immediately greeted by a massive estate a tad bit far from the cave's exit entrance. Eli and Connor smirked as they both watched their men charge straight for the base. Soon, they would reel their rewards. Of course, while the duo were independently thinking of their victory, back at the base, several men hurriedly made their way towards the main building at the back of the base. Young Master, word just got on that both groups of men have already exited the caves. As of now, we have successfully sent out the Queen Mother, Father King, and royal uncles and many more guards through the secret tunnel below. Good. And how many of our men have escaped? Young Master, only about 610 have managed to make it out. We need to buy more time. We do. But young Master, I beg of you, please leave now. You are our leader and the hope of everyone so let us handle matters here while you escape. No, I will buy more time for everyone to escape. You should know that there's a high possibility that the enemy might want to torture me before killing me. So if that's the case, then you'll have a better chance of regrouping and coming back for me later on. Then what happens if they decide to kill you on the spot instead? Then I die. William's aides anxiously and helplessly looked at his determined eyes, and finally came to the conclusion that nothing would change his mind on this matter. They had been trying to convince him for a while now, and he still hasn't budged ever since. Sigh. Their young master sure was stubborn. William, on the other hand, quickly took out a pen and a piece of paper and wrote as fast as he could. Here. If I don't make it, make sure that this letter gets into my cousin's hands. Only he can take care of you all and become the ruler of Arcadina. So follow him loyally. Is that understood? Why? Yes, young master, the aides said in unison while trying to hold back their tears. They had volunteered to fight alongside their young master till death. But who would have known that he would deny them even that privilege by entrusting his family and this letter to them? William looked at their departing figures and couldn't help but look outside his window for a bit. Even though the night was cold and looked somewhat deserted, William still felt like it was indeed a good day to die. Right. It was time for him to buy more time for the men. Chapter 572 Coincidental? No way. Chapter 572 Coincidental? No way. Right. It was time for him to buy more time for the men. William looked at the massive gates outside his window and quickly washed towards them. The estate had a total of 14 buildings in them, that were guarded by 3 gates in total, which also divided the entire place into sectors. So anyone coming in would have to pass through the first gate, first sector, which had 4 training buildings in it, before finally passing through the second gate, second sector, and third gate. Din, 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 din. William ran speedily across the hallway while passing some of his men on the way and nodding at them. He wore an armored helmet rather than his usual masks. So amidst the chaos, none of his men even knew that he was the one that had passed them by. Because if they saw even a glimpse of him, then for sure many of them would have turned around and followed their young master to the battlefield, rather than running towards the secret underground passageway to escape. They had been told that William and his family had safely escaped already, so they were now fleeing knowing that their leader was safe and sound. But who amongst them would have known that the same leader that they thought was safe, had just passed them by wearing ordinary warrior clothes? In fact, only his aides knew about his persistence in staying behind. Even his family thought that he had also escaped as well, because he sent them out in groups. He sent his mother, father and close to 700 men first, before sending his uncles and 1,000 more soldiers again. So in such large groups, it was nearly impossible for them to keep heads or tails of the matter while fleeing. It was only when they were safely away, would they be able to realize that he was missing, because they probably thought that he had escaped with a different group alongside his aides. As for William, he knew that he had to stay behind and buy more time for all of the men to escape, or at least 95% of them. Of course, while William was making his way towards the battlefield, chaos was currently spreading out amongst his enemies instead, because while some of the enemies were strategically fighting on the front line, others faced each other in shock and suspicion instead. The enemies had finally noticed that something was amiss. One should know that all the enemies were dressed up in black from head to toe. So they all thought that they were on the same team. But when some of them received orders from the people close to them, they realized that the game plan was completely different from what they had previously discussed at their camps. So at first, they thought that there were double agents or spies amongst them. But when some people said that they were following Crown Prince Eli's orders, while others claimed to follow Second Prince Connor's orders, everyone was quickly taken aback by the turn of events. What the hell was going on? Who are you people? We followers of the future ruler of Arcadina. Excuse me? But who the hell do you think that we have been following? We future also follow the future ruler of Arcadina, Prince Connor. Please. Your ignorance makes me want to slice off your tongue and feed it to my dogs. How would Prince Connor compare to the majestic Crown Prince Eli, who can make anything happen with a snap of his fingers? In short, the fact that we are here shows that he is the best. Oh, and what do you think that we have been doing here all along? Admiring the forest? HMPH. The fact that we are also here shows that Prince Connor is definitely a genius on par with your so-called ruler. So don't get too full of yourself. Stupid bastard. Who are you calling stupid? Ting, 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 ting. The sounds of swords clashing against one another could be heard from amongst the enemies. Of course, amidst the sword sounds, one could also hear the sounds of people wailing from getting punched or stabbed instead. Right now, everyone looked too suspicious. Heck, even the closest person next to them looked suspicious as well, since everyone was fully clothed in dark assassin-like clothes. What an unfortunate turn of events. And before they knew it, they saw both Connor and Eli come out and tell them to work together, rather than fighting. Things were already like this, so what more could they say or do? Seeing that their men had now settled down and focused on the enemy at the base, both brothers sat on their horses close to each other in a relaxed manner. One shouldn't be fooled by how calm they appeared to be, because both of their hearts were currently in turmoil. Both of them were internally shocked from seeing one another, that they instantly thought that there were some in their camps. They both didn't believe in coincidences, so they quickly concluded that someone must have sold out their plans to one another. What sort of coincidence would allow two brothers to attack the same site on the same day, around the same time? They couldn't believe it even if a heavenly being came down from the sky and told them so. For them, it was total bullsh. But as unbelievable as it seemed, this rare meeting was purely coincidental. Whether they believed it or not, even their aides drew the same conclusion as them and had decided to weed out the traitors as soon as they got back to the camp. Yes, they would definitely catch those unloyal bastards. Their aides stood a little distance behind them while placing their hands on their sword sheaths. They looked at each other vigilant, just in case the other side tried to pull a fast one on them. At this point, anything could happen. Chapter 573 Breaking In. Chapter 573 Breaking In. With a little bit of privacy given to them, both brothers began conversing while looking at the estate before them. Brother, might I ask what you are doing here? If I'm not mistaken, didn't you the father that you were currently within your castle in Whitewood City? So what brings my esteemed brother here? Connor asked calmly while looking at Eli with an unfathomable gaze. If it were anyone else, They would have cowered in fear at the sight of Connor's domineering gaze. But who was Eli? He fluttered his thick black eyelashes and let out a subtle chuckle. Little brother, I came because someone told me some interesting news. And I'm only here to investigate how true the information is, he replied with a seemingly harmless smile on his face. Oh, what a coincidence. Someone also told me an interesting piece of news, and I also came to investigate it as well. Elder brother, you don't mind, do you? Me? Of course not. But if I did mind, then what could I possibly do about it? We're already here, aren't you? So what else can I say? Yes, elder brother, you are indeed right. I am already here. Here for good. Both brothers looked at each other silently, before finally separating from each other. Brother, I've already won, Connor thought while departing with a broad smile on his face. Eli smirked and looked at Connor lazily. Sure enough, he had improved. He no longer threw tantrums or even yelled out when provoked. This brother of his now looked like a changed man through and through. Eli couldn't help but wonder if it was now a trend for all of his brothers to change one by one. First, it was that bastard brother of his in Baymard, and now it was Connor. He would be stupid if he believed that both brothers had changed overnight. For sure, they had to be people helping these good-for-nothings in the dark. But why didn't these people come over to his side instead? The thing that truly irked him the most was the situation with Landon and Baymard. If he had such a master that creates things, alloys, let him take credit for them, then wouldn't he be overly blessed? That was why he couldn't understand why these hidden masters would choose to ally with these pieces of trash instead of his honorable self. Hey, it really looked like he was crawling in a pit of snakes. But when had he ever backed out from a fight? That was just not his style. Commander Caprice, it has been my honor to know you and have you as one of my teachers. Caprice turned around to look at the confidence, but graceful man who spoke to him and was completely taken aback. He looked into the man's eyes through the battle helmet for a bit, before finally trembling from the realization of who the man was. There was no doubt about it. This man was definitely their young master. But what was he doing here? Didn't he leave? What about the rest of the young master's family? Did they not leave as well? Please Caprice, don't alarm the men, William said while stopping Caprice from kneeling before him. William looked at the first iron-barred gate and knew that the enemy would soon break it in no time. In fact, the only reason why the enemy wasn't successful yet was because of the renowned archers in Caprice's team, who constantly shot arrows that contained black powder towards the enemy from tiny holes up on the estate walls. The enemy also shot black powder carrying arrows at the gates in attempts to destroy the gate. But at the distance that they were at, only 10% of their shots actually caused any damage to the gate. And this was because with William's elite archers, even though the enemies tried to use shields to cover their archers, these elite archers could shoot through any opening within a formation. They shot the enemy's toes, ankle, ears and whatnot, which instantly broke down the formation that protected the invading archers. William looked at the second gate and knew that it was only a matter of time before the second gate got brutally destroyed. Commander Caprice, the first sector has already been breached, and we are currently within the second sector, which also has one of the storage rooms in it. So I need you and your men to get all the barrels of black powder and do what I say. Yes, Yes, Commander Charles. With that, Caprice and the men got extremely busy. The distance from the storage room to where they were wasn't that far at all, since all storage facilities within each section were built somewhat close to the gates, so that the men could grab what they needed and head out for battle. And so in a blink of an eye, the remaining 145 men hastily followed Will. No, Commander Charles planned dutifully. Make sure to leave trails of black powder before you drop your barrels. Yes, place those barrels, here, here, here and here. That way, when we light up the tray like gunpowder later on, it will blow them up to smithereens instead. Quickly take these thin, sturdy ropes and stretch them out from one end of the field to another. Even making them fall can be advantageous to us. Get the sack of grounded hallucinating mushrooms now. Yes, Commander Charles. With that, All the men followed Commander Charles' instructions and quickly set up a ton of traps within the first sector, and midway through it all, they saw the archers hastily leave the second attack wall ... which was basically the wall above the second gate that separated the second sector from the first. Seeing the elite archers leave the wall only meant that the second gate would soon be breached. Boom, 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 boom. With no mode archers to defend the place, the gate was now fiercely bombarded with gunpowder carrying arrows. Everyone, drop what you're doing and go to the third sector now, William yelled. It didn't take long before the archers made it back to ground level and joined the rest in running towards the second gate. And just when they had made it, a series of loud shattering sounds pieced through the air one by one. Boom, creak. The second gate had been destroyed. Everyone, quickly, seal up the third gate now. Yes, Commander Charles. UO03E_. Chapter 574 Chaos and Confusion. Chapter 574 Chaos and Confusion. Everyone, quickly, seal up the third gate now. Yes, Commander Charles. UO03E_. Charge. Din, 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 din. The enemy burst through the second gate like madmen. They ran like a single unstoppable unit, who were hell-bent on getting their way. But suddenly, all those on the front of the line fell in one swoop, causing those behind them to also fall forward like dominoes as well. Bam, 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 bam. Ah, UF why did you just fall all of a sudden? Look at what you've done. You've stabbed me, you bastard. Bloody hell. I knew that you guys from Crown Prince Elis team were definitely up to no good. Bastard. What did you say right now? Me stabbing you was purely an accident, alright? Accident my foot. Stand there and let me accidentally stab you too. That way, we will be even. I dare you to touch me, you good for nothing. Sling. Once again, the men continued fighting amongst themselves again. After all, no one could truly blame them, as some people had accidentally killed and even stabbed others while falling from the invisible attack. Who knew if during the battle, either side would take advantage of the situation and get rid of each other? It wasn't above their leaders to do so. So everyone treaded cautiously on this matter. Anyway, at the speed at which they were running close to one another, just that single roll was enough to make more than 20 rows of men at the forefront to fall defeatedly. Some accidentally knocked the back of others' heads with their shields, while others been injured or killed instead. And the fact that each enemy team hated one another to the bones, was enough reason for many of them to feel that it was very intentional. So how could they possibly let it go just like that? Especially when their brothers had died right in front of them. You son of a BCH. You definitely killed him on purpose. I already told you that it was an accident. But even still. So what if I did? Scoundrel. So finally admitting it. Yes, I killed him. So what? Can trashy people from your camp be of any use? HMPH. You should be glad that I gave him a befitting war burial. Ah, ting, 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 dot. The intruders fought for a bit, before those at the forefront had finally convinced the rest that it was the enemy's trick. Yes, they had fallen over thick black stretched rope instead. How clever. Of course, William had previously seen how they had fought one another, and immediately concluded that there were two separate enemy teams here that apparently hated each other deeply. At first, he just thought that it was a single enemy that blocked both cave entrances. But who would have known that he would be attacked by two distinct teams on the same night at the same time? Truly miraculous. Anyway, seeing the tension between both enemy teams, William decided to make the best of it with that simple yet very effective trick. And while they were arguing it out, he had instructed Caprice to finally send 100 men to escape immediately. One shouldn't forget that his sole mission for coming out here was to buy more time for everyone, including those who were fighting on the battlefield with him right now. So amongst the 145 men, he sent 100 away and stayed with the remaining 45, who were all archers, excluding Caprice. Farewell, Commander Charles. Farewell, Commander Charles. Farewell. William finally looked at his elite archers on top of the third wall, before once again looking at the intruders. And when he saw that he got them right where he wanted them, He hastily gave off a signal to the archers above. Of course from there, the elite archers took aim at the targeted spots on the field and quickly made their move. He watched the enemy run in arrogantly, before finally signaling the archers to make their move. Thup, 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 thup. Arrows carrying small tubes of black powder were launched into the air swiftly. The arrows landed on the trails of black powder that had been previously spread all across the second sector. Several sparks were set on the field, and for a moment, the enemies had no idea of what to expect. They saw the sparks of fire move as if they had a mind of their own, and very quickly. Many of them avoided the sparks by running up and down like fools instead. This was black powder for heaven's sake. So even if the sparks were beautifully dancing and gliding on the trail of black powder, they didn't dare to come close to it, for fear that it might explode instead, just like how they typically exploded when launched from arrows. But how could they possibly understand the physics behind it all? Actually, if they had stepped forward and out of the flames in the trails, then everything would have been fine. Of course, that wasn't what they did, was it? Run, run. The fire is coming this way. No, it's moving in a circle instead. Move, damn it. Get out of the way. I said move. Once again, William had successfully created chaos and confusion within the enemy. And now, they were running around the second sector haphazardly. But no matter how they ran, no one dared to put out the sparks that continuously danced around the field arrogantly. How would they dare? Of course, it wasn't long before these sparks of fire finally made it to their designated barrels. Boom! More than 150 barrels of black powder had gone off, creating a massive explosion in the second sector. Several large smoky mushroom clouds had gone up in the sky, as well as some body parts too. The floor had now been dyed red. And for a moment, time froze for many. The enemies, as well as the elite archers, looked at the whole thing with their jaws wide open in shock. What do they just witness? Chapter 575 An Honorable Leader. Chapter 575 An Honorable Leader. Boom. Everyone was looking at the scene before them in shock. And for a moment, the enemy didn't know whether to retreat or advance. Captain Belboozer, what do we do now? Many of the invaders started asking their squad leaders on what to do next, as they are a little bit terrified if stepping into this sort of danger zone. They had just a fraction of their men get blown up, while another fraction got injured instead. So how could they just walk in just like that? The shrill cries of the injured could be heard all across the battlefield. The second sector was now somewhat foggy, which added an extra mystery to the entire scene. Many of the men now stood as still as a board. Do fear that when they stepped in, they would then be blown up as well. So they stood on the same spot and looked at their captains inquisitively instead. Eli and Connor, who had also seen the large mushroom cloud of smoke from a distance, both wore grim expressions on their faces when they thought about the whole ordeal. How in heaven's name did this cousin of theirs create such a large explosion, and more importantly, what other tricks did he have up his sleeves? They calmly sent out instructions to the captains in their camps, who then relayed the information to the rest of their men instead. Men, don't be afraid. This is the last sneak attack that these bastards have planned out. So vigilantly move in and destroy the third gate now. That's an order. Yes, Captain. And soon, the enemy advanced calmly rather than running in as they did initially. William, on the other hand, still looked at them causation too before finally giving another signal to the archers again. Of course this time, the archers directly shot arrows of fire towards the next batch of barrels that was somewhat far away from the first batch. And just like before, another ground-shaking explosion occurred again. Boom. Another batch of intruders were injured again. The intruders all shifted from fright while struggling to control their emotions again. See, Captain? Didn't you say that these people didn't have any more tricks up their sleeves? William kept giving these people hell, before finally concluding his series of attacks on them. Of course, his best attack of all was when some of them had inhaled hallucinations powder which made them fight one another again. For some, The powder even made them see the closest person to them as a monster. Hence they went berserk and quickly decided to chop down all these monsters that seemingly came their way. Get away from me, you beast. Swish. Did you just kill one of our men? I knew it. You all are not to be trusted. Now how are you going to blame the enemy again? The first time was because of a rope that the enemy had left, but now ... you took it upon yourself to kill one of our brothers just like that without the enemy's help. So aren't you guilty? I said get away from me, you ugly demon. Who are you calling ugly? By any chance, are you trying to make me kill you? Ting. Sigh. These people had been taking so many breaks to fight each other at this point, that William didn't know whether he had overbullied them or not. Everyone, stop fighting and tear off a piece of fabric and tie around your nostrils now, said one of the captains, who used to be a poison master too. In a flash, everyone quickly understood what was really going on and couldn't help but curse the enemy all the more. Yes, it was the enemy's fault that they had lost their brothers on the battlefield. That was why they had decided to kill them mercilessly when they finally got across the third gate. Immediately, the enemy archers cautiously walked forward calmly, for fear that they would enter another trap again. At this point, William was done with all his tricks and scenes, so he hastily signaled for the archers to leave the third wall and escape from here. Din, 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 din. The elite archers ran down the flight of stairs in a haste and hurriedly made their way towards the main building at the back of the estate. Of course, Caprice and William followed behind them too. But just when Caprice and the rest had entered the main building, William suddenly stopped and smiled warmly at them. Caprice and the rest turned around in confusion. Commander Charles, let's go. Time is not on our side. Commander Charles, why aren't you moving? While the others spoke, Caprice looked at William sorrowfully, before suddenly kneeling before him. Young master. No, your majesty. Please let me stay behind with you during these tough times. Silence. Degrees. The moment the others heard Caprice, they were so overwhelmed with shock that their bodies started trembling vigorously. All this while, they had been with the young master. But why? Why didn't he escape? Of course, deep down, they knew the answer to that question. And judging by the way things looked, it seemed like the young master wanted them to escape without him. But that was impossible. They would die wherever he died, and that was that. They also dropped to their knees as well and bowed their heads slightly. William finally removed his helmet and quickly stopped them from protesting. Please, raise your heads. Right now, I order you all to escape. Should any of you choose to disobey me, then I will no longer consider any of you as my people. Apart from that, I will need you all to look after my family too. Don't worry, I've thought everything through, and I know that even if I'm caught, I wouldn't be killed immediately. Most likely, they would probably torture me for days. But if any of you were caught, you would be killed on the spot. So what I'm saying is that you should all live today, to fight tomorrow. Do you all understand? Yes, young master. They replied in unison while clenching their fists in determination. No matter what, they had to quickly rescue their young mate after this. Young master, then what will you be doing while we flee? Have you forgotten that we still have some black powder spread out across the third sector? Of course, I'll be here to give them hell before they ever catch me. And don't forget that I have to also blow up all the building's entrances, so that no one would be able to chase after you all when you finally escape. Also, you all shouldn't forget to blow up the room that leads to the secret passageway after you all have successfully left the room. Men, it has been my honor fighting alongside you all. Now go. Yes, young master, they said while whiling away their tears. Their young master was truly noble. Chapter 576 Distress. Chapter 576 Distress. After separating from his men, Williams hurriedly made his way to his hidden office to burn several maps that showed the way to his other camps. Just because they had caught into him, didn't mean that he should give them the advantage of catching the rest of his men as well. Of course, he also burnt away any documents that might be of any use to his enemies. And finally, when he was sure that there was nothing else to do. He wore a dashing blue robe and one of his well-known ghostly prince mask. Yes, even if he had to fall, only he would decide how he would go down. Bang! William blew up all the entrances to the building and hastily ran towards one of the sheds at the corner for firewood. Click! He lit the wood on fire with his lighter, and calmly sat down on top of some of the piles of stone rubble in front of the main door. He looked at the bow in his hand and sighed. It looked like today was the day that he, William Barn, would be defeated. After all, in this life, defeat was something that every man would taste at least once before death, and today was his day. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosive sounds could be heard coming from the third sector gate. That's right. Soon, his enemies would break through the gate. William steadied his arrow and waited for the appropriate time to strike. Bang! The gate was finally pried open, and in came his enemies. Charge! They ran towards him like crazy, with bloodshot eyes that looked like they couldn't wait to put an arrow in his chest. Many of them had comrades who had fallen for his devious tricks, so how could they not be mad? Bastard! William, on the other hand, quickly placed his arrow into the fire, before finally making several shots forward. His arrows had been wrapped with both hay and wax, so they immediately caught on fire and flew into the air towards its targeted spot. Thup, 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 thup. H shot as many arrows as he could towards the trails of black powder that had been spread across the fields. And once again, his enemies were temporarily subjected to defeat. The ghastly sounds coming from his wailing enemies was enough to make anyone who wasn't strong-minded shiver from fright. Of course, this time, not many people had died from William's attack, as they had wisened up from the first few attacks. Fool me once or twice, shame on you. Fool me a third time, shame on me. William continuously made his moves, until there was nothing more for him to do, and so, he calmly placed his weapons on the floor, crossed his arms, and leaned back while watching his enemies run towards him in rage. Their numbers had truly dwindled down due to William's craftiness. Nonetheless, they were still far more in number than he expected. My, 1 against hundreds. Really? What has the world turned into? William said softly while watching them run and jump over their lifeless comrades on the floor. The enemy warriors ran with all their might and finally arrived in front of William. Of course, those from Elis camp quickly recognized his mask and slowed down their pace while trying to stop Connor's men from taking any task actions against William. How could they not recognize his mask? Slither and Cord wasn't the only one who studied William's famous masks as well. In all of Elis camps, portraits and sketches were placed all over these camps, as this was the only way to make sure that everyone would remember the targeted enemy. In this way, if anyone never sighted William, they could secretly send word out to Eli as well. In short, William's height and figure were also described to these men as well. And even though they didn't know his true face, his hair color and even texture had been vividly noted down too. They had been looking and searching for this man for more than 3 years non-stop now. So how could those in Elis camp not recognize him? Instantly, they knew that if they dared to take action against him, then Eli would probably skin them alive. So even though they hated William to the bone, they knew what they had to do at this moment. Din, 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 din. They hurriedly surrounded him in attempts to protect him, while also watching him vigilantly too, lest he decided to make any sneaky move at them. And of course, when Connor's men saw this, they were completely enraged instead. I knew it. I knew that you guys were two-timing bastards. I don't care what you call us, but you must stand down now. Or what? What will you do to us? How dare you backstabbers tell us to stand down? Just who the hell do you all think you are? Yeah? We only follow his second Prince Connor's orders. So who are you to tell us what to do? Yeah? You scum from Prince Elis' side have always been targeting us for ages now. What? Do you think that we don't know that it was your master who hired the number 1 assassin, Mr. Death? to play with our master some time back. Yeah, it was because of him that our master lost a finger and 2 toes. So why should we listen to you bloody bastards? I lost my only brother in that so-called play. So why should I even listen to any of you? Said some of Connor's men. The air became tense again, as many of Connor's men remembered how Eli had paid off Mr. Death to deal with their master. They looked at Eli's men and truly felt repulsed at the thought that they had actually been working with these fraudsters. How were they even sure that this wasn't another trap that was designed by Eli to reel them in before actually making a kill? They too didn't believe in such coincidences where 2 enemies would attack the same base at the same time. This whole thing was too suspicious, and made them feel like they were surrounded by wolves that could stab them any moment from now. So how could they believe anything that Eli's men said? Something here just wasn't right. William, on the other hand, smiled and looked at them playfully. Well, since he had already been caught, why not have some fun? He. Chapter 577 Cousins. Chapter 577 Cousins. William looked at them before him and was a little bit surprised that Connor brought his men here as well. He knew that one camp belonged to Eli, but he was utterly shocked when he heard that Connor came too. It looks like that junior cousin of his had finally found out his real identity. Nonetheless, since there were 2 teams here, he wanted to see how they would handle things, since their men already hated each other all much. Even after they were told to work together, these men had used every little misunderstanding to fight against one another. In fact, he wouldn't even be surprised if they could even manage to peacefully divide his properties after he was taken in as a prisoner. So seeing how much hate they had for each other, he decided to play with them just a tad bit instead. After all, the message relaying his capture should probably be on its way to Eli and Connor, who were probably still around the first sector. So why not play with these men while waiting? Now. Are you all fighting over little old me? I knew I was loved, but I didn't know that it was this much. After all, I had killed your comrades. And here you all are, protecting me. I'm truly blessed. You shoot up, both sides said angrily and looked at him as if they wanted to keep off his skin layer by layer. Connor's men turned green with rage. They had pent up anger within them when they thought of their fallen brothers on the battlefield, and the more Eli's men protected William, the more crazed they became. Move aside now, or I'll cut you all into pieces. Like I said, stand down. I didn't care. I don't care. I want to kill this rogue. HMPH. What are you all grumbling about? It's simple. If you all don't stand down, then we will have no choice but to fight you all to death. Then bring it on, son of a BCH. Ting, 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 ting. Eli's men were now battling to protect William against Connor's men, while the culprit that caused the whole incident just leaned back and smiled calmly while waiting for the final bosses to appear. And right on cue, they had arrived. Stop. The aides and captains from both Eli and Connor's sides quickly stopped their men from battling against each other, and when everyone had finally calmed down, they created a pathway at the center of the battlefield and knelt before Eli and Connor. Welcome, your highnesses, they said. One should know that even though they said a lot of awful things on the battlefield, they wouldn't dare say them to Eli or Connor's faces, as they were both princes. So even though Connor's men hated Eli, they still had to bow and kneel in his presence all the same. Eli and Connor stood before William arrogantly with victorious smiles on their faces. Plop. Several men had forced William to his knees while restraining his from making any subtle movements too. Of course, William didn't struggle to restrict at all. What was the use? Take off his mask, Eli said to one of the men closest to William. Yes, your highness. With that, the man did as he was told, and when he stepped aside, several loud gasps could be heard from the crowd. This man, why did he look so much like the princes? Were they related? They couldn't help but look back and forth between the trio. Who exactly was this man? In short, some of them had been looking for the ghostly prince, but didn't know why they had to hunt down the man, while others had come here tonight because they had been told to do so by their master. All in all, Only Eli and Connor's most trusted aides knew about the fact that William was, in fact, their cousin. Not even their mothers knew of his existence. Both princes looked at his face for a while and couldn't help but feel shocked by how similar William's face was to theirs. No wonder this man always wore a mask, because anyone looking at his face would undoubtedly think of Alec Barn instead. So this is how my famous cousin looks like. I have to say, rather pleasing to the eye indeed. But too bad that you had to cover up your face every now and then. Such looks would definitely get you any girl in the empire that you desire, Eli said calmly while inspecting William from head to toe. Even he had to admit that the man was handsome. Thanks for the compliment. But you didn't come all the way here to talk about my looks, right? Unless you like me as a man, then that's another conversation on its own. But just so you know, cousin, I like women. So give up. Eli massaged his forehead and tried to get past William's shamelessness. When had he ever said that he liked men? Cough. Let's be serious, shall we? Judging from the piles of rebels on the door, I'm guessing that you destroyed the entrances so that we won't be able to go in anytime soon. This could only mean that you had time to destroy any important document in the building too. In other words, the building has nothing of importance to us, Eli said lazily. As expected of my cousin who has lived his entire life in hiding. I have to say, you truly amazed me. Who would have known that I, Connor Barn, would have a legendary cousin that not even father knew about? Well, all that is in the last now, because this is the end of the line for you. So I suggest you cooperate with us and answer our questions. Do you understand? More or less. But what's in it for me if I answer these questions? A quick death. Chapter 578 Choices. Chapter 578 Choices. But what's in it for me if I answer these questions? A quick death. Connor looked at William in an intimidating manner before walking forward and gripping his chin tightly. Listen here, cousin. In case you're oblivious to the current situation, I'll spell it out for you. You lost cousin ... now our prisoner, and not a guest. So what makes you think that you have the right to negotiate with us? A quick death is all I can promise if you obediently comply with us. Of course, if you choose to be stubborn, then don't blame me for not showing you face. Now my dear cousin, as elder brother Eli said, it's clear as day that you had made several arrangements so that we don't get my information from the building. And from the looks of it, your men have also escaped somehow too. In addition to that, for the fact that you could grow up to such an age without my father knowing anything of you, means that you have several camps and powerful allies as well. But not to worry. Soon, they will all be reunited with you in the afterlife. Now cousin, where's Aden Barn and the rest of your men hiding? How many secret camps do you have and where are they located? And most importantly, who are your allies? Just to remind you cousin, if you answer these questions truthfully, then I promise not to harm uncle and auntie. But if you dare double-cross me, then I'll make sure to drag them here and torture them to death right before your very eyes. So dear cousin, choose your next moves wisely. Connor, Eli and the rest looked at William expectantly. Connor felt like he had gotten William right where he wanted him. Well, he did promise William that he wouldn't kill Aden and Mona, but if Alec or Eli wanted to kill them, then how was that any of his concern? All he said was that he wouldn't murder them, but torturing them slowly wasn't murder, was it? He could use them as punching bags while keeping them alive. And when he finally delivered them to Alec, whatever happened after that would be of no concern of his whatsoever. Thinking like that, Connor didn't feel like he was deceiving William at all. How was it any fault of his, if this cousin of his couldn't read between the lines and see the potential threats in his words? And even if William understood what he meant, wasn't it smart for him to still choose the path that was laid out for him? One should know that if he chose not to talk, then when his parents were captured, they would be killed on the spot. But if he chose to confess, then his parents might live longer before they were eventually out to death. And even if they were tortured daily, The fact that they were still alive would signify hope for anyone. Maybe during this period, they might get rescued, or even flee on their own. In short, anything was possible to imagine once one was hopeful. Eli looked at Connor and couldn't help but take in all of his actions to heart. This little brother of his had really changed. It looked like things would be getting heated up in the capital soon, so no matter how one looked at it, the smarter option would be for William to spill the beans. You're a smart man. So I believe that you'll make the right decision, right, cousin? Eli said, while lazily sitting down on one of the rocks from the stone rubbles. I know. But before I answer your question, how do both of you intend to divide my properties and men? William's question made Connor feel somewhat uncomfortable. Damn it, he had come here to claim everything for himself. But now, he had to share some of these properties with Eli. This was just freak great. Eli already had more men than he did. So if he took more from William's camp, then wouldn't that just make him stronger? He didn't doubt that Eli would try to cheat him of his rewards. And only the heavens knew how dastardly this brother of his truly was. Eli looked at the seemingly distracted Connor and almost facepalmed himself. Idiot. Sigh. It looked like even though this younger brother of his had improved, there were still major areas that he had to work on. Yup. Whoever was his master needed to school him again, because this was just too humiliating. You see a prisoner play with the victor instead. Ugh. Eli looked at the distracted Connor and shook his head wryly, before locking eye contact with the smiling William. Cousin, how can we talk about division of goods, properties and men if we don't even know how many people or properties and items that you have? Wouldn't it be better to divide all of them after listening to you? So cousin, please go ahead. Eli said playfully. TSK. He would like to see what other tricks or questions that William had to them. Connor agreed with Eli after listening to his explanation. Even though he didn't know how many things, land, and men William owned, he had already decided to split everything 6,040 with Eli, so 60% would go to himself, and the rest would then go to Eli. Nonetheless, even though he had the exact profit ratio in his head, he felt like Eli was right. It would be better to first get a list and location of everything under William, before later arguing it out in private. Cousin, enough of your games. You either talk or die. Oh? Then I choose to die. Good. Very good. You'll die, but not until I get the information that I want. I'll show you what real pain is, and then you'll be begging me instead. Ingrot. Yes, Your Highness. Show him a good time. As you wish, Your Highness. Good. Chapter 579 More Party Guests. Chapter 579 More Party Guests. Ingrot. Yes, Your Highness. Show him a good time. As you wish, Your Highness. Good. Very quickly, the tall burly gigantic man called Ingrot harshly grabbed William and ripped his blue robe forcefully. Rip, bam. Several other men quickly stepped forward and pinned William on the ground close to the fire. He laid there with his back to the sky and his belly on the cold ground. And how were they going to make him talk? Well, Ingrot had first planned to peel off several layers of his skin, before burning it with fire, cutting his fingers, removing his eyeballs and so on. Wait, Connor said, before slowly walking towards William and gripping his jaws again. Cousin, this is your last chance. Speak now or face. Pew. Silence. Connor froze for a bit, before finally trembling from rage. Did this son of a BCH just sew it on him? The motherfucker didn't even wait for him to finish his sentence before sitting on him. He calmly wiped William's spit off his face with trembling hands and felt his breathing grow heavier by the second. Bloody hell. Did this scoundrel just spit on his royal face in front of his men, as well as Elis men? How dare this wannabe prince spit on him? Who does he think he is? Connor looked around and saw Elis men all trying to hold in their laughter. And when he finally turned to Eli, he saw that this good bother of his had his head lowered as if he was bowing. But if one observed very carefully, they would see that Elis' shoulders were slightly trembling as well. Was he laughing at him? Connor's face turned red with embarrassment and rage, and he clenched his fists in rage while staring at the culprit that caused the whole ordeal. This was the second time that he had ever been openly humiliated. Yup, the first time was in Baymard and was obviously caused by Landon. And now, this fake prince also caused him a great deal of humiliation as well. Eli looked at Connor and couldn't help but chuckle a bit. Who asked him to talk too much? If he wanted to torture William, then he should have just done it already. Look, even the prisoner was tired of listening to his annoying voice. Connor looked at everyone and felt like digging up a hole and burying himself there. And so in a fit to cover up his embarrassment, he quickly picked William several times. Bam, 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 bam. How dare you! Exclamation mark. Connor kicked William with all his might and even stepped on his fingers as well. But no matter how fierce his kicks were, William never cried or let out any painful yells or screams instead. And when Connor felt like he had vented enough, he calmly took in a deep breath in attempts to calm his fiery heart. Ingot. Yes, Your Highness. Give him double the pain. As you wish, Your Highness. Ingrot took out 2 butcher-looking knives and calmly sharpened them against each other. Sling, 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 sling. The sounds of the blades echoed throughout the silent field. William, on the other hand, steadied his heart to be as calm as a stagnant pond. Whether he liked it or now, he couldn't escape getting tortured. So why not ready himself instead? Soon, the sounds of the knives clashing against one another ceased. It was time for the torture to begin. And just when the knife was supposed to hit William's back, everyone soon heard weird strange sounds growing louder and louder. What was that sound? Everyone was utterly confused and looked in the direction where it was coming from with their swords and arrows firmly in their hands. Eli and Connor felt like they had heard these particular sounds somewhere before, but they didn't know where. Landon and his gang were finally here. Several army vehicles speeded into the scene like crazy, and as they drove in, several of the men just unconsciously gave them way while looking at the vehicles in awe. They had a vague idea of what these heavenly carriages were, but they just weren't sure if they were right or not. After all, only a handful of them had gone with Connor and Eli to Baymard previously. So many of them had just heard about it, but had never seen it up front. Landon and his men quickly drove past sectors 1 and 2, before finally arriving in sector 3. The place quickly became chaotic, as several men dived to the sides to avoid getting knocked by the vehicles when they drove by. They're coming your way. Jump. Bam. I think I just injured my leg just now. Ha 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 ha. Bro, you should see the way you jumped. You were like a flying praying mantis. But on a serious note though, do you think that they are Baymardians? I think that it's most likely. But if they are, then why are they here? Are they also here to battle with this ghostly prince fellow? Wait, how come this guy is so popular? Why does everyone want a piece of him? Are you sure that his ancestors didn't curse him before he came into this world? Why would 3 different enemies choose to attack the same guy on the same day? What kind of dog-sh bad luck does he have? Sigh. I almost feel pity for him. Why stupid pity? Let me tell you something. There's no smoke without fire. So if this guy was good, then why is everyone coming over here to attack him? Even people all the way from Baymard want his neck as well. So what stupid pity? Yeah, I'm sure that these Baymardians wouldn't let him go. You're right. They are definitely here to finish him off too. Scrape. The first 3 vehicles at the front drifted finally parked in a slanted position just between William and the other 2 princes. And before anyone could say or do anything, the doors of the vehicles flew open, and out came several soldiers all in uniform. Bam. Target located. Surround the target now. Move. Chapter 580 in open bar. Chapter 580 in open bar. Target located. Surround the target now. Move. bam. Several skillful men quickly got out of their vehicles and ran towards their target, while also taking precautions against any incoming enemy attack too. It all happened so fast that before their opponents could say anything else, they had already surrounded William and some of the enemy warriors as well. William, who had previously steeled his heart to receive torture, was pleasantly surprised at the turn of events. Just looking at the vehicles, he instantly knew who had paid him this surprise visit. Ha 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 ha. Never in a million years would he have thought that this cousin of his, who he had known for a few days, would suddenly pop out of nowhere in his time of need. What could he say? The heavens seemed to favor him greatly. Indeed, he was truly blessed. But then again, when he thought about how so many people had visited him in a single night, he couldn't help but wonder if this so-called secret base was even a secret anymore. Because the way things were turning out, he wouldn't be surprised to see Alec come out of nowhere later on tonight. Heck, maybe even ordinary people knew of its location as well. Had he been lax over security recently? He had to admit that he didn't follow things through well enough when he was dealing with the whole Slytherin Court issue, since he had been a little bit emotional at the moment. But that was in his mind. The only time that he had slipped up. So during that time frame, who could have given out his location to his enemies? Did someone on his side betray him? William was stumped when he thought about the whole thing. 3 different groups of visitors on a single night? Please, coincidences like these were just too suspicious and had to be looked into thoroughly. As for Eli and Connor, they looked at the men before with shock and confusion. Their faces scrunched up a little when they saw the vehicles. Damn it, how did this younger brother of theirs know about today's matter? And why did it seem like this base was like an open bar that any Tom, Dick or Harry could walk right in? He now felt a little bit stupid when he thought of the fact that he and Alec didn't know about William. Seeing how easy it was for others to locate him, Connor's mind went to work, and he started calculating his profits again. What if this brother of theirs shamelessly demands to have shares in their spoils of war? No way. He wasn't sharing. He had already made plans to keep 610 to himself and give the rest to Eli. But if Landon came into the picture, then wouldn't his share decrease instead? His greedy mind had already decided to not yield to Landon no matter what. After all, the dude hadn't even joined them during battle, so why should he even get any damn thing from them? Eli, on the other hand, had entirely different thoughts from Connor. For him, Landon was to deal with him. Yes, he firmly believed that Landon wanted to get rid of him. One should know that earlier on when he was in Baymard, Landon had specifically thanked him for his gift on his 15th birthday. Of course, when he heard that, he instantly knew what Landon was talking about. The bastard had thanked him for giving him poison on his 15th birthday. It was that same poison that killed the original Landon in this world. But how would Eli have known? To him, Landon's luck was just too good, since he survived from this sort of poison that didn't even have a cure yet within the Pino continent. Who would have known that an expert would come along and cure him? Thinking about it like that, Eli was sure that the expert was the one who also improved Baymard's medical facilities as well. This sort of expert was one that he needed in his camp. Anyway, ever since Landon had thanked him, he knew that the bastard would soon plan to make his move on him, and that was why he had even hyped Alec to take care of Landon when they were still in Baymard. He had spent his time there making Alec simulated enough to fight the battle for him. So when they finally traveled their separate ways, he was extremely glad to know that his father would deal with Landon once he went back to the capital. And when Alec had sent him a note with a secret message saying that he was going to war, Eli couldn't help but smile broadly. How could he not be glad? He was the crown prince, so anything that Alec colonized would eventually be his when the old geezer died. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, because at the end of the day, Landon would die and he would gain Baymard as his. Everything was supposed to be going perfectly. So why was this bastard here now? Wasn't he supposed to be in Baymard? If he was here now, Then didn't that mean that they had been traveling for months? Won't they use that same time frame to travel back too? What if Alec arrived for battle and the bastard wasn't there? Had the heavens had already hatched an escape plan for this little bastard? No, he couldn't let this younger brother of his life, or else the bastard might plan to take revenge on them after he heard about Alec's sudden moves. Even though they would've already conquered Baymard by the time Landon heard about the news, one shouldn't overlook the matter of revenge. Even if Landon was just one man. After all, a single grain could tip any scale. So underlooking this bastard might one day result in their deaths. That's why Eli had decided to kill Landon today. Yes, today, Landon would die. Chapter 581 A True Last Boss. Chapter 581 A True Last Boss. In just a few seconds, everyone's mind was all over the place. They all thought that these Baymardians had come for William's head. For them, they believed that there was no way in hell that Landon knew about William. Even their masters had taken some time to meet William. So what more of these people who were all the way over in Baymard? Yup, in their eyes, William was already dead meat. Warrant Officer Basil looked around for any sudden attacks, before walking towards one of the vehicles and opening up its door. Shree bam. The door was shut. And like the true final boss that he was, Landon calmly got out of the vehicle and slowly walked towards his men. He stood in front of them like a mother hen protecting her chicks, and looked at Eli and Connor with a gentle smile on his face. Brothers. It's been long, hasn't it? Silence. The entire place fell into deep silence for a minute, as everyone was waiting for Landon to speak more on this sudden visit of his. Little brother, it really has been long, hasn't it? So, what brings little brother here? Eli asked curiously. Oh, elder brother, over the past few weeks, I've really been missing out on being one with nature. So I decided to take a stroll with some of my men along these parts. But who would have known that we would end up here instead? Brothers, I feel so blessed now that you are here. Who would have thought that a simple stroll would lead me right to you all? Sigh. In the future, maybe I should take more strolls very often. That way, I can see you all very often, Landon said while resting his hands on his chin and nodding his head, as if agreeing with what he had just said. TCH. The enemy warriors couldn't help but feel that Landon was somewhat shameless. What bloody stroll? Did he think that they were 5-year-old children? This was a secret base, all right. So how could one just stroll in without any prior knowledge of the place? Heck, even their masters needed time to find this location. So how was it easy for anyone to just stroll into the place? And how come this stroll of his ended up in a completely different region within Arcadina? Please, a stroll as what one took within the same town or even city. But these people had traveled through different cities, towns and villages. In short, they had left their empire and stepped into Arcadina's territories. And they dared to look at them in the face and say that their sudden appearance here was because they were taking a stroll? Come on, bro. Who do you think that you're deceiving? All enemy warriors looked at him and couldn't help but turn cold. For them, they felt like Landon was belittling them as well as their leader. So how could they not be mad? As for William, he tried his best to reel in his laughter while listening to the conversation between Landon and the princes. As expected, this cousin of his was truly something else. Only he had the talent of making his enemies both speechless and angry at the same time. William looked at Landon's group of men and couldn't help but worry a bit. Even though they had probably arrived in order to rescue him, weren't they too few to fight? Sure, William had taken out a good chunk of both Eli and Connor's men, but there were still hundreds of enemy warriors around. So how were they supposed to deal with the current situation? His body tensed up a bit when he thought about it a little bit more. But soon, he quickly calmed his nerve and relaxed his muscles. That's right. For Landon to come meant that he could definitely handle the situation at hand. So did that mean that had something up his sleeve? William sat very still and observed Landon curiously. How was he going to handle the matter? I didn't know that my little brother liked taking strolls this much. In fact, your strolling skills might even become legendary in the future. After all, the first person in the history of Bino to take a stroll that made you end up in an entirely different empire altogether. Brother, truly great. Thank you, older brother Eli. I too think that I'm great as well. So there's no need to compliment me so much since it's a fact. Underscore. Truly shameless. Those were the words that everyone described Landon as. Enough. Since you strolled into this secret base, then you must have also come for you on personal interest. Correct? Yup. Elder brother Connor is indeed smart. Landon had indeed come here for personal interests. But rather than money or property, he had come here due to the system's mission. He too was shocked a few hours back when he realized that it was William that he was saving. Connor looked at Landon coldly. Look here, little brother. I don't like beating around the bush as brother Eli does. So I'll ask you just once. Why are you here? Speak up, and don't effkin lie to us. Ah, elder brother Connor, how can you even think that I would lie to you? Do I look like a liar to you? Don't worry, I'll be truthful. But if you want me to tell you about the reason for my sudden appearance, then you both have to tell me you as well. HMPH. We are just here to detain cousin. He had done a lot of terrible things around Arcadina. So we came here to subdue him. Everyone listened to Connor lie right through his teeth and smiled wryly. It seems like these princes all had special traits. One was shameless, and the other was a good liar instead. Landon looked at his brothers and smiled. Brothers, since you all were so honest with me, then I'll also be completely honest as well. You might not believe me, but I'm here to pick up a good brother of mine. You see, to rescue cousin, Sling, underscore. Chapter 582 Pitiful Shields. Chapter 582 Pitiful Shields. You all might not believe me, but I'm here to pick up a good brother of mine. In other words, I'm here to rescue cousin, Sling, underscore. Swords were drawn immediately, as everyone didn't expect that the situation would be completely different from what they had assumed. How could they let the person who was responsible for killing some of their comrades off the hook just like that? Eli quickly looked around and knew that his men, combined with Connor's men, were enough to tackle Landon's men. So was there to be afraid of? All he and his men had to do was step a little further from these Baymardians, and all would be safe for them. One had to know that Eli believed that the black things in their hands were capable of shocking them only at a certain distance. Yup, he thought that they were holding tasers in their hands. So after analyzing everything, he felt even more confident than ever about the current situation. Save him, little brother. Since when did you get wrapped up with this common criminal? If you choose to interfere with today's matter, then you leave us no choice but to let you suffer the same fate as that of a criminal. Since you're obstructing our jobs in bringing justice into Arcadina, Eli said, while lazily looking at Landon. But even though his face looked expressions, his heart was turbulent as seas on a stormy night. His heart rate accelerated a bit, as he waited for Landon to fall deep into his pit. Every second of silence seemed like a century to him, as all he needed now was for Landon to join in with William, making it easier for him to kill him openly. Because if he didn't do it like that, Connor here might take advantage of the whole situation so as to drag him down even further. If he killed Landon just like that, then Connor might snitch to the Baymardians about the whole incident. At that time, even if Alec had conquered Baymard, maybe some of the people there would see Connor as a good guy. And who knows, maybe there would be many revolts and whatnot happening within the Baymardian Empire. So even though he could always use force, at times, it was better to avoid such unnecessary situations. And that was why he had to come up with a legit reason to kill Landon. After all, the man was Efkin King, so he could just touch him just because he wanted to. Silence. Everyone looked at Landon impatiently, while pointing their swords and spears at him and his crew. Landon looked at Eli and sneered. Big brothers. If that's the case, then so be it. But all I know is that I will rescue cousin no matter what. Good, 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 good. Really a fool. Even after we brothers have tried to advise you, you still decided to take that route? Then don't blame us for showing you no mercy. Cut the crap. You all talk too much. Are we doing this or not? Little brother, Since you insist, then I won't try to convince you any longer. Men, release the arrows, Connie yelled. But your highness, some of our men are standing next to them. So if we release a rain of arrows, would they die together with these Baymardians? One of the low-class archers said, before getting a solid slap from those beside him. Pa, this is war, fool. Death is normal. After all, even if they don't die now, we will still perish one day. So what difference does it make if one dies today or tomorrow? Always remember, something must kill a man, so why bother? Release the arrows, Eli also commanded. And just like that, a rain of arrows was sent towards Landon, his men and some of the enemy warriors beside him. Of course, Landon and his crew estimated that this would be the enemy's first move. So they already came up with a game plan prior to this. Now, thup, 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 thup. The Baymardians soldiers quickly dropped to the group, and used their legs to down enemy opponents next to them, before using them as shields over their bodies. Of course, some of the soldiers quickly rushed over to protect William as well. The enemy warriors screamed in agony, and their bodies trembled as if something was about to burst out from within. It was painful as hell. The arrows' piercers had pierced right through their bodies, leaving them in an extremely sorry state. As shields, the rain of arrows had sawed no part of their bodies, and had directly plunged into their eyeballs, necks and even their privates. It was truly a gruesome sight to behold. Blood gushed out from their mouths like an overflowing bathtub, and no matter how much they struggled to stay away, many of them slowly lose consciousness, and even cried during the process, because they knew that death was definitely knocking on their doorstep right now. To make matters worse, their death was accelerated even further by the many incoming arrows that were sent to them non-stop. Their bodies had been vibrating non-stop till the moment they took the last breath, so many of them died feeling very resentful. Pitiful men, scoundrels. Couldn't you have given even a moment's peace? Princes, HMPH exclamation mark. Who cares about you all? Shoot, shoot, shoot. Thup, 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 underscore. The enemies were quickly shooting their arrows like crazy people, but all of a sudden they saw the doors of the vehicles open up. Yes, some of the soldiers were still within the vehicles. All units take aim just as planned. Hearing the instructions from their walkie-talkies, they quickly utilized the hand-firing missile guns and swiftly aimed at their targets. Fire, boom, silence. Several thick clouds of flame rose into the air like magic, accompanied by the ghastly screams of men. Everyone paused for a moment, and their faces soon turned frighteningly pale. The screams alone made them feel as if they were the ones who were currently suffering right now. Damn it, what the hell was that? Chapter 583 A Dance to Remember. Chapter 583 A Dance to Remember. Boom. Help me. My legs. My arms. FK. It hurts so bad. The loud screams and cries of the injured made many of the enemy warriors get distracted so much that they took their eyes off Landon and his crew. But who could blame them? They had to properly understand the situation at hand, so as to protect themselves as well. Their hearts felt like a ticking time bomb that would blow up any moment from now. Since they felt that the next attack could be coming their way any moment from now. So how could they still focus on Landon and his crew at this point? Some of them were so close to the explosions that the heat made them feel like they were in hell. Several body parts were sent flying their direction, as well as drizzles of blood too. In fact, they were so shaken that some of them even peed themselves on the field while holding their swords and trembling. It was the fear of the unknown that made them petrified. Oh, my heavens. What do we do? Do you think that there's still black powder somewhere on the battlefield? Black powder? Exclamation mark. How can that be? Didn't we suffer enough previously from it? I thought that this ghostly prince person wouldn't have more tricks up his sleeve. But who would have thought that he still had more? How awful. How can someone make us lower our guards in such a manner? Wait, I didn't see anyone shot any arrows at us. So you all sure that it was black powder? What if it was sent from above? You mean the heavens? Please, you read too much Baymardian fictional books. Think about it. How can the ancestors in heaven bother over such trivial issues? Or do you think that this ghostly Prince Sky is some destined king or something? Yeah, right. That sounds ridiculous. How can a lost prince that grew outside the palace be any better than any of our masters? We were probably attacked with black powder right now. HMPH. This man really knew how to scheme. So even though they were about to torture him, he still had so many hidden tricks for them. No wonder he was willing to take the hard way. How despicable. Shameless. Underscore. Dot. Of course, even though some of them didn't know how they got attacked, some, on the other hand, had seen the doors of the vehicles open up just before the attacks. So they quickly knew who was the cause for the matter. Eli and Connor were also shocked as well. And so for a brief moment, the entire battlefield had plummeted down into chaos. Of course, while the soldiers in the vehicle continuously bombarded their enemies non-stop, Landon and the rest quickly threw away their human shields and sprung towards the enemies beside them. Everyone, take your positions just as planned. Team 1 and 2, get Prince William to safety. Team 3 and 4, cover for them. As for the rest of the teams, in and out of the vehicles, you know what to do, Landon said while speaking into his walkie-talkie, before finally storing it away and exchanging it for his guns instead. Now, it was time for him to dance. Landon took out his guns, rolled forward and quickly shot at the enemies that were now surrounding Eli and Connor. Since they were here, he might as well capture them too. After all, he had to put William on the throne sometime before the end of the year. So why not start weeding the grass for him now? Bang, 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 bang. Dot. Very quickly, the battlefield became overly heated up once more. The tension in the air was high, and everyone's emotions were all over the place. Bang! Young warrant officer Festus quickly dashed towards all incoming enemy warriors fiercely. 3 burly men were currently running with their swords towards him, and behind those 3 were another 7 more. He looked at them and kept calm. All this for little old him? Well, His Majesty did say that they would all have to tackle huge numbers, so he was expecting it. Bang, bang. He shot 2 of the men on the necks, before dropping onto the ground and finally sliding between the middle one's leg. And as he slid underneath, he quickly shot the guy's legs and focused on the remaining 7. Son of a BCH, said the guy whose leg had just been shot. What kind of pain was this? It felt like it was drawing his soul out of his body with every passing second. His breathing became hoarse, and his mind became unfocused. Bloody hell. He had been pierced by an arrow before, and had even been stabbed by a sword. But never in his entire existence had he felt this sight of pain before. Which sorcerer made such a weapon? Bang, 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 bang. All 7 men had now closely surrounded Festus, and so, he quickly shot two of them, before finally launching a high kick at the front man's chin. Gonna pay for that, yelled the man, who fiercely cut through the air with his sword. Swish. Festus sticked, and the sounds if the sword whistled in the air like an old flute. Of course, seeing that Festus had drilled to the floor, how could those around him let him go? They also came towards him like crazy, but all if it was to no avail. Festus quickly rolled onto the floor and shot some of them, before getting up, punching, kicking and shooting them some more again. He even managed to jump on some of them as if he were a monkey. And when others tried to attack him, he would jump off from his victim's chest, making the others accidentally injure their comrades instead. Die you motherfucker. Screw you. Why won't you die? F you little imp. Bang, 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 bang. Festus finished up with the group, and before he knew it, several other sacrificial lambs were coming his way. My. Gentlemen, it seems like you all are truly late for the party. But you know what they say, better late than never. So, let's dance. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 584 Death cometh like a shadow. Chapter 584 Death cometh like a shadow. Boom, bang, 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 bang. On the battlefield, the sounds of several explosives and gunshots could be heard all over the place, accompanied by the shriveled cries and curses of several injured men as well. Many of the enemy warriors felt like their entire worldview was now shattered into pieces by these Baymardians. They felt like crying, but had no tears in their extremely dry eyes. They looked at the heavens and couldn't help but curse their ill fates. Damn it, if they had known, they wouldn't have come out for today's battle. Who would have known that they would be fighting these weird men from Baymard? Some of the men cried and scattered about chaotically while trying to avoid the attacks from the hand missiles. Didn't they say that if we keep our distances, then their weapons won't affect us at all? Who said that these Baymardians were easy to deal with? Come out now, so that I can hack you into pieces before I die. Come out for us. Didn't you say that you had been to Baymard before, and knew how their weapons work? So why did you make us feel like these Baymardians were weak chickens? Screw you. These people are simply demons, alright? Many of the men complained loudly while fleeing in all directions. As for the enemy captains and those in charge of leading the men to victory, they scrunched up their faces and loosing at the cowardly men under them in disgust. How dare you imps retreat? How stupid are you all? We are greater than two. If we rush over there and block their carriages, then wouldn't we be able to win in the end? Men, take heart, stand firm and run towards them victoriously. The enemy warriors who heard this almost puked out blood and died from anger. Screw you, what bloody battle? This is a massacre. Alright, yeah, even if we wanted to charge forward. Do you know how many of us will die before we eventually get to the front of these carriages? HMPH. It's easy to talk when just sitting there and watching us die. As our group leader, if you want us to go forward victoriously, then why don't you lead us rather than talking? Yeah? Stop directing us on what to do next and lead us. TSK. Captain, I thought that you were our protector. But now, I can see that you were just our executioner instead. Go screw yourself. Many of the men felt like choking their leaders to death when they heard the encouraging words from their leaders. As for their so-called leaders, they in turn had their faces all turn red from anger as well. How dare these insects talk back at them? These people who had previously looked up to them in awe and fear, were now looking at them with eyes that were filled with disgust and hatred instead. Even the weakest ones who used to pray and wish to be their stable boys now looked at them in complete rage. The leaders all felt like stabbing these good-for-nothings to death. Ungrateful insects. If you all don't march forward, then you will leave us with no choice but to come for your families instead. Because whether we win the battle or escape, once we get back to our camp, those who previously failed to obey orders will get killed on the spot. Also, their families will be hunted and put to death as well. So it's either you die here on the battlefield like a war hero, or you all become traitors and get killed along with your families later on. But don't forget that if we do win this battle, then you and your families will also survive in the end. And you all will be forgiven for your cowardly attitudes too. It would be like none of you had yelled back to your leaders. So choose wisely. The rest of the men, When the enemy warriors heard this, they quickly quieted down and decided to continue battling forward. After all, at this point, what choice did they have? All they could do now was pray that they won the battle in the end. Boom, bang, 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 bang. As the battle commenced, Landon and a few other soldiers fighting beside him slowly advanced onward as well. Cover me, boys, Landon said before placing his gun back into his gun belt and running forward. And who were his targets? Of course, they were Eli and Connor. After all, he had to take these two back alive. But how could Eli and Connor not notice him? In truth, their eyes had truly never left Landon ever since the battle began. They had to see what mischief this brother of theirs was up to. It was an understatement if they said that they weren't impressed by the weapons that these Baymardians used. If they had them, then wouldn't they have already sat on the throne ages ago? The more they saw, the more they wanted to possess Baymard as their own. Their eyes became sharp with a hint of greed in it, as they looked at the destruction before them. Everything made them feel anxious and excited at the same time. Such weapons really put their arrows and swords to shame. And the more they saw, the more they realized that they didn't know a lot about Baymard. For a moment, they even began to worry that maybe Alec wouldn't win the battle at all. But of course, this thought only lingered for a moment, because when they thought about how many men and resources Alec had in Arcadina, they soon found it hard to believe that Landon would win in the end. As for the current battle at hand, they were not too worried, because for them, if they captured or killed Landon, then the battle would automatically come to an end. First off, they didn't believe that Landon was stronger than them since they had been training non-stop right from the age of 7. And so the mere fact that they were both talented and older than Landon, meant that they had enough experience and strength that exceeding his. So seeing Landon run forward, they immediately pulled out their swords and ran towards him as well. In their eyes, he was already a dead man. Chapter 585 Zarius. Chapter 585 Zarius. Eli and Connor sneered at Landon, as they felt that it was impossible for him to defeat any of them. Talk less of both of them at the same time. For sure, he was already a dead man walking. They gripped their swords firmly and looked at the incoming Landon coldly, and in a flash, their brotherly battle had begun. Landon ran up to his brothers, ducked to the left and punched Connor's side belly, before swiftly dropping to the ground and kicking Eli's shin fiercely too. Both brothers were shocked at the fact that they were pushed back, and couldn't help but look at this brother of theirs in a new light. Wait, was he dancing? Yup, Landon was currently mimicking Eddie from Street Fighters. Damn it. What were these moves? It looks like they really underestimated this brother of theirs. Eli and Connor took deep breaths and calmed themselves. Getting agitated would only make them lose even more. So with that in mind, they no longer rushed up to Landon again hastily. Rather, they slowly walked around him for a bit, before finally stopping. Eli was at Landon's front, while Connor was at his back instead. Landon's smile broadened when he saw their little act. To him, it made no difference at all, because at the end of the day, they would still be his prisoners. Both brothers nodded at one another and calmly ran towards Landon, who was still at the center. Eli sent a fierce swing towards Landon's head from the left to the right, while Connor sent another fierce swing targeting Landon's lower waist, from the right to the left instead. So both of their sword swings were going in the opposite direction. Swish! Their swords whistled in the air, and their eyes opened wide in shock. Everything happened like a slow-motion movie to them, because as their swords moved, their eyes had also focused on Landon as well. So they had seen everything with their own naked eyes. How could their brother be so flexible? Landon had started by bending his legs as if he wanted to limbo under a stick, and this move alone dodged Eli's swing that was coming for his head. From there, he quickly placed his lance on the floor with his belly facing upward, and raised his legs into the air, immediately missing Connor's swing that was targeting his lower waist. With his legs in the air, he swiftly moved his hands on the ground to create his famous tornado kick that looked like Eddie's hip-hop dance move instead. Everything happened so fast that Eli and Connor didn't even have the time to counterattack, because right after they made their lives, the next thing they knew, they were receiving multiple slaps from Landon's iron legs. They glared at Landon and charged forward again. It was obvious to say that they had rushed forward to receive more beatings from this little brother of theirs. What move did Landon not do on them? He lifted Connor in the air and did a body slam, and also carried out a Russian leg sweep on Eli as well. He had done so many moves on them that their faces had now turned purple from extreme rage. In fact, he had treated this little match with his brothers as an opportunity to test out all if the wrestling lives in his head. Bam, crack, swish. Choking me. Let go, you bastard. How dare you. Bam, 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 underscore. At first, these brothers resisted him with all their might. But later, they found that they really couldn't win against him at all. What the hell was going on? They couldn't understand how this brother of theirs had suddenly grown to be so powerful. They even began to wonder if he had been possessed by some strong demon instead. Because how else could they explain the fact that, while they had gotten beaten to the point of no return, this bastard brother of theirs hadn't even had a scratch on his body instead? It was truly unfathomable to them. One should know that they were seen as Heaven's Pride nobles, all beach side of their skills. Their sword skills were legendary, and they had even surpassed many of their sword masters instead. So how could someone as defenseless as him win them? If word got out, then how were they supposed to live with themselves? Their reputations would be completely ruined. While Landon, on the other hand, would undoubtedly soar into greater heights instead. But even if they knew all of this, what could they do about it? They had been struggling to get any advantage over Landon since the battle begun. But who would have known that they would still be at a disadvantage against the bastard? Their hearts burned with hate rage. The Dinky wanted to seek harm to the culprit before it. Their rage began destroying them from the inside, as all they wanted to do now was cut the mother into pieces and feed it to their bet-hangles. Ah, swish, pa. They swung their swords at Landon and took more beatings from him again. At this point, it was almost pitiable, because they had blue eyes and purplish bruises all over their bodies. Of course, while the trio fought it out, their aides and some of their right-hand men and squad leaders were also fighting it out as well. Elis' body trembled, as he tried to hold on to the sword in his hand. His entire right hand felt numb from the pain, and the weird in his hand was slowly slipping down. No, if he couldn't win this battle, then he had to escape. He looked around anxiously, before finally seeing one of his chief knights, Zarius, making his way towards him. Zarius, quick, create a distraction for me. Zarius, why are you pointing your sword at me? Your Highness, please kneel. I know you aren't stupid, so please connect the dots yourself. Degrees. Chapter 586 Their Master. Chapter 586 Their Master. Your Highness, please kneel. I know you aren't stupid, so connect the dots yourself. Elis' eyes bulged out widely and his mind went blank for a moment. Typically, he knew how to control his expressions very well. But this particular incident had him shook. His mouth opened up slightly, and he looked at Zarius in shock. Why? Why did he betray him? Wasn't he good to Zarius all these years? Even though Zarius wasn't one of his aides, he was still one of his closest knights who had always been by his side. In fact, one would say that Zarius was like his personal secretary. But even at that, because Zarius' status wasn't as high as those of his aides, not all information could be passed on to Zarius, at least not until the moment they were setting out for war or anything else. Because when he discussed with his aides, they usually agreed to keep things away from everyone else, even their best friends and families. So as protocol, Eli typically didn't tell Zarius any of his plans until it was time for him to take action. All he could do was tell Zarius to prepare the men for an upcoming mission. But that was it. Of course, Eli didn't mind sharing or showing Zarius some letters or important info, but whenever Zarius asked him what were his next steps, he would always stay silent and tell Zarius to prepare the men instead. He never specified anything or even gave any specific date for when they would move out. The men just knew that they had to be prepared, and could move out any time that their leader commanded it. After all, they got paid to train and battle, so they had no right to question their leader's commands. Zarius was usually the person who personally gave messages to Eli, and after reading it, Eli would give third massages to Zarius' trade as well. But whatever Eli decided to do about the issue, Zarius had never known until the time to move out. Again, one should know that Eli received several good and bad messages several times in 1 month, and all the time, Eli would just tell him to prepare the men. So it was generally hard for anyone to guess what they were preparing the men for. Was it to go to the capital and make plans against Alec, raid over places and take in more men, or even deal with Slither and Cord's mess? In fact, Eli had also had some matters out of Arcadina that directly involved him. So he was always on the move, and none of the men knew when or what battle they would be fighting next, at least not until the day they were setting out. In short, as protocol, Eli had always kept his next plans silent. Looking at Zarius now, he immediately understood why any leader should keep their mouth shut even with their most loyal men, because one never knew when these people might turn against them. If he had been sharing everything with Zarius, then wouldn't he have died ages ago? Ha 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 ha. I, the great Eli Barn, have truly been blind. Zarius, do you know what you are doing? Exclamation mark. Eli said coldly. His aides who were currently battling in the side, were also shocked as well. Their bodies trembled, and their mind went all over the place when they thought of the bastard's betrayal. After everything that their master had done to promote the bastard's position, how dare he pay Eli back with betrayal? Damn it. They wanted to quickly run over and tear the son of a BCH into pieces. But how could they, when these Baymardians were constantly holding them back? Bastard, get away from His Highness. How dare you? Remove that blade from His Highness' throat now. The aides and all the rest of Elis' men who were currently fighting beside them bellowed out angrily at what they had just witnessed. But Elis' men weren't the only ones who were in rage as well. Connor currently had a blade pointed to his neck as well, by none other than Nicodemus, who was one of his most trusted aides too. He gritted his teeth and glared at the traitor in rage, all the while imagining how he would steam the traitor's body when he finally escaped from here. Yes, he still thought that he could escape. Landon was also confused as well, because even though he saw these men approaching earlier on, the look that they gave their masters made him feel like they weren't coming for him. And so he decided to see what their intentions were. The whole thing looked like a movie to him. So this was the famous traitor scene in the movies? Eli and Connor looked at Landon hatefully. No wonder Landon had arrived here today as well. So it turns out that these traitors had found a way to sneak out information to him ages ago. Even Eli, who had hidden this information well, was surprised that Zarius had known of his plans ahead of time and had even informed Landon about them too. It really looked like he had been raising a wolf all this while. Connor also thought in the same manner as well. And when both princes looked at Landon, they wanted to see what made him so special that their people would be bought over by him in such a short period of time. Little brother, it seemed that we have truly underestimated you once more. To think that you would be able to make our men turn against us in such a short time. Little brother, you are truly great. Landon looked at his angry brothers and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Elder brothers, innocent all right? HMPH. Little brother, do you take us for fools? Do you really want us to believe that you came here purely on coincidence? How naive do you think that we are? Exclamation mark. In addition to that, if innocent, then who's the real culprit? I am, said a deep voice from behind the duo. They tilted their heads and looked at the culprit in shock and confusion. How could it be him? They stared at the person moving towards them amidst the battle in shock. As for the culprit, he was none other than William. Excuse me. Coming through ... because with your sword friend, it looks really sharp, _ William was currently holding peanuts in his hands while waiting and avoiding the men who were fighting along his path. Of course, he was also surrounded by some Baymardian soldiers as well. Sigh. Little cousins, I was so bored in that vehicle, so I decided to see you all instead. These peanuts are so good. Do any of you want any? _ Chapter 587 Victory Atlas. Chapter 587 Victory Atlas. Sigh. Little cousins, I was so bored in that vehicle, so I decided to see you all instead. These peanuts are so good. Do any of you want any? The glares that both Connor and Eli gave William was enough to send anyone to an early grave. Peanuts. They were talking about betrayal here. And this bastard dared to talk about peanuts. Dude. Learn how to read a room, alright? Connor placed his right hand on his chest as if trying to control his heart rate. How hateful. He looked at the traitor before him and couldn't help but wonder if the guy had something loose in his head, or else, How could the bastard prefer this sort of idiot as a leader? Landon looked at William and smiled wryly. Why was this dude so shameless? Of course, Landon himself didn't know that he was in fact the king of shamelessness. William chewed his peanuts without a care in the world and calmly walked towards Zarius and Nicodemus. Sorry to have watched you suffer earlier on, young master, they said respectfully. William saved his hands as if telling them that it was a small matter. Eh? Why are you all still hung up on that? Aren't I fine now? Eli and Connor looked at the traitors before finally gazing at William once more. Tell us one thing. If these people are your men, then why didn't they inform you about tonight's attack? Eli asked curiously. Well, I guess they didn't know as well, right? William said while facing his men too. Answering to the young master, this one had tried to get out information about why we were preparing for war. But this one had made a terrible mistake and thought that His Highness Eli would be taking the men to the capital instead. Since word came in that Alec Barn was away, with the way His Highness Eli Barn spoke about killing Alec and seizing the throne, this one thought that the men were preparing to form the capital and seize the throne while Alec was away. That was why this one sent you a message detailing the plans to seize the capital instead. Zarius said apologetically. Young master, this one had no idea that we were marching towards the base. This one knows that His Highness Connor had secretly made this base here, so as to watch His Highness Eli and find an opportunity to take him down. Recently, His Highness Connor had gotten the help of an expert, so he doesn't share his plans out with us anymore. Hence this one had assumed that we were marching out the deal with Eli Barn instead. Young master, I sincerely apologize for my mistake. Please punish me later on as you deem fit, Nicodemus said. Hearing their explanations, Eli and Connor were taken aback. They were angry, confused and curious as well. Looking at their faces, it was clear that they had 1,001 questions to ask. So William decided to summarize all he knew for them. Cousins, in a nutshell. When you all were still 12 years old, my family sent these men to your sides. Of course at that time, they were first your attendants and bodyguards, since none of you were 15 yet. So within this time, they built their credentials by gaining your trust. Of course, we also gave them fake wives who were spies as well. Bottom line, whenever they left to travel back to their village for vacations, they were typically coming over to our base instead. Cousins. They are what the Baymardians would refer to as undercover agents. So they have always been on our sides. And that was probably the reason why it was so hard for you to catch me and my family. And to be honest, even if little cousin here didn't come and save me after I'm captured, men in your camps would have also freed me later on too. So, I wasn't worried from the onset. Well, that's all I have to say for now, so let's round all this up, shall we? I'm really hungry, William said while holding his belly. He was actually really hungry, after battling for so long. Please. His belly had begun rumbling. Connor and Eli, on the other hand, felt like beating the bastard to death. And so, with everything said and done, it didn't even take up to 30 minutes, before the battle to finally be over. Eli, Connor and the rest of their captains and aides were locked up. And the rest of their men were either dead, heavily injured or surrounded by the Baymardians soldiers instead. Of course, the next thing that Landon did, was to clear the entrance to the main building, as well as clear up the entrance to the secret tunnel too. It took over 4 hours for them to do this. And after that, William, Landon and some of the soldiers went out to look for William's people. After exiting the underground tunnel that led to the forest, William led the men to another underground shelter camp. For sure, they had dealt with some ferocious beasts on their way to the shelter. And funny enough, they had also been attacked by William's men too, who had initially mistaken them for Elis men instead. When everyone heard that the crisis was finally over, they hugged each other merrily and made their way back into their base again. Mona and Aden, who didn't even know that their son had stayed back, quickly thanked Landon when they heard the tale of how the battle went. They smacked William's head and made him swear never to do that again. Hurry up and thank your cousin, you unfilial son. Many who had witnessed the scene were so shocked that they didn't even know how to react. This was their fierce leader, who knew that he would be like a little kid before his parents and uncles. Of course, those who were William's teachers growing up only chuckled, as they were quite used to seeing such scenes. Even if one grew up, they would never stop being their parents' child. Landon couldn't help but look around awkwardly as he watched William interact with his parents. He was glad to know that he wasn't the only one who was treated like this too, because Mother Kim and Lucius were quite a handful as well. And so, that day, the captured prisoners were sent to the dungeons, and the medics quickly treated all injured men, be it from the enemy side or not. Of course, several people gathered the dead bodies all around and piled them up into 24 comrades. Everyone knew that keeping their enemy sashes of dead bodies on the base would be bad luck. So why would they want to do that? They cleared the place and also started fixing the broken entrances within the main building as well. So with everything properly taken care of, it was time for Landon to finally get down to business. Chapter 588 Plans for Arcadina. Chapter 588 Plans for Arcadina. With the battle finally over, Landon and the rest decided to stay for 3 more days, just to ensure that everyone had gotten medical aid already. The next day, William's men, family and maids all got to work. Today, they would have a celebratory banquet in order to thank their saviors. And while all this was going on, of course Mona, Aden, William, Landon and Minna's brothers, Muriel and Powin, quickly got together in William's office. Good child. It seems like you do remember me, Mona said while rubbing Landon's hair teasingly. She couldn't help but recall Landon's previous appearance when he was in the capital. The boy was weak, naive and only had one thought in mind, and that was to take care of his mother and Lucy. But now, the weak-looking boy had finally grown up into a dashing young man who now ruled over his own empire. Mona felt a little bit of a heartache for him, because in her mind, the poor boy became who he was today due to the harsh reality of the world. He somehow reminded her of herself. When she was still in the capital back in her youth, she too was naive and ignorant. But now, she had learned how to survive and also built a fast network within every part of Arcadina. Of course, she did this with the help of Aden. But still, the risks that they took at that time were enough to make anyone quiver in fear. And after building their network for the next 15 years, they finally handed everything to William to take care of. One could say that she had learnt all sorts of things, be it the art of disguising one's self, or even how to successfully run businesses as well. She had done it all. And now looking at Landon, she knew that he too had faced such situations for him to get to the top. In a way, she was glad that he didn't suffer from poisoning all those years back. Or else, wouldn't her precious son be a goner by now? Landon, on the other hand, didn't recall Mother Minna's face at all, and that was because the woman had disguised herself previously when she had sneaked into the palace. But when Mother Mona told him that she was the maid that used to sneak around and get him food, he immediately remembered her then. In short, he was utterly shocked at how far back these people had hatched their plans. Good boy. We can't thank you enough for saving our little William, Mona said gratefully. And as she spoke, Aden, Muriel and Powell nodded as well too. They had complete respect for the man before them, because he had won such a hard battle even though he and his men were completely outnumbered by the enemy. In addition to that, they had also received several Baymardian goods over the years. So looking at the inventor before them, how could they not respect the man? He was smart, loyal, strong and hardworking. Just by looking at his political means and rules within his empire, one would instantly know that he was the sort of person that out his people's needs, comfort and safety first. Little Landon, how's your family? Auntie Mona, they're pretty good. But since you'll be coming with me, you'll see them. Won't you? Landon said playfully. Mona and the rest were shocked. Since when did they agree to go anywhere with this brat? Mom. Cousin Landon and I sorted it all out yesterday. We will all go to Baymard with him and remain there until the time for battle. William said lazily. Battle? As your uncle, How come I don't know that we are preparing for battle? Yeah? How come we don't know a thing? Just what are you two brats up to? Son, what exactly is going on? Are we still going for war? Immediately, everyone curiously threw several questions at William and Landon. Eden looked at the pair silently and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. When is the battle? Pretty soon, uncle. And what are the chances? A crushing victory. Good. You are undoubtedly a barn. Your plans are indeed grand. Thank you, uncle. Dot. Seeing Landon and Eden converse as if they were in their own world. Everyone except for William was still confused about the exact plan. What the hell were these two talking about? Brat, what are your plans? Eden asked seriously. To put William on the throne before the end of the year. Why? Because it has always been a dream of mine to unity the Pino continent, and later on, the world. I wish to rule alongside capable rulers, so that in this way, poverty would be long extinguished, and other world issues would be solved as well. I do not wish to rule the entire world, since that would be too boring and a ton of work to do. So, all I want is an equal partnership with all leaders of the world. And that's why William and I have decided to sign a treaty. With that, Landon quickly took out the treaty, and began to go over it with them. Mona and the rest quickly immersed themselves in it, and couldn't help but nod in appreciation. Everything on it was beneficial for them. They even got to properly understand the functions of the UN as well. It seemed like this brat was hell-bent on giving this world peace. Of course, some of the clauses stated that they would be removed after every empire had stabilized itself in future. More specifically, it stated that only after the entire world was unified would Baymard open its doors and allow others to learn and develop their technology from what they made. In addition to that, the reasons for doing so were also started below too. And in truth, they all thought that it was understandable. After all, who could guarantee that some greedy noble wouldn't use these products to commit even more crimes? The world needed specific rules that were seen as inhumane all across the globe, be it rape, child trafficking or anything else. The entire world needed to know that such crimes would only be punished and never encouraged. Everyone looked at the treaty and was utterly impressed. It looked like their little William wouldn't suffer any loss from signing this. And on top of that, they were also pleased by Landon's character as well. Brat, where do we sign our names? Quickly, give me a pen. Chapter 589 The Troubles Never Stop. Chapter 589 The Troubles Never Stop. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting one step further in completing your mission. Now, hurry up and place him on the throne. The moment everyone had signed their names, the system's flat voice rang out in his ears. But of course, he chose to ignore it. HMPH. Was the system blind? Couldn't it see that he had a grand plan in mind? He would definitely take Alec down and place William on the throne no matter what. But all of this had to be done strategically. Soon, he would help William and make his move. And so, Landon and William signed the treaty, with Mona and the rest being his witness, as well as 2 other Baymardian soldiers too. Since they would all be coming with him to Baymard, he would then photocopy the treaty and give them their own copy there. As for who would stay back in the base and look over everything else, William had planned to let one of his aides run things while he was away. And he had also written several letters to those who managed his other bases as well. With Landon's help, he knew that he would soon be king, so wasn't it good for him to start making some arrangements now? As for the enemy soldiers, they would continue to stay in the base's dungeon, with the exception of Eli, Connor, their aides and their captains. All these people will be transferred to Baymard's prison. Essentially, Landon had decided to place these brothers of his with most of their loyal followers too. This way, they wouldn't be easily bullied by others in prison. Who knows? Maybe they would end up being the bullies, rather than getting bullied. But no matter what, Landon didn't want to see them go to prison with a disadvantage. So he chose their most faithful companions to join them there as well. For him, this was the last bit of kindness towards these blood brothers of his. As for what he would do with his stepmothers, Landon didn't feel like hurting them at all. He knew that they would try to get their sons out of prison. But what could he do? He couldn't kick an injured dog no matter how he looked at it. One should know that if Alec was taken down, these women would lose their titles and probably get sent out of the palace as well. They had never directly harmed Mona or her family, so it was easy to predict that they would be spared and sent out as well. And when they find out that their sons are imprisoned in Baymard, wouldn't they want to do everything in their power to rescue them? On top of that, since they would be driven out of the palace, wouldn't that mean that their men would also be confiscated as well? And if William seized all of Eli and Connor's men, then wouldn't these women have almost nowhere to turn to for their elaborate rescue plan? In short, their only option would be to hire an assassin. But even at that, Landon wasn't too worried. Because breaking into Baymard was no easy feat. Talk less of breaking into the prison. All he could do was pray that these women calmed down over the years. As for how long he would keep, he had decided to keep his brothers here. It would be a maximum of 15 years. It could be less if they were well behaved and changed. Time flew by quickly, and before they knew it, Landon and his crew had already stayed over for 3 days now. They handcuffed the prisoners, placed them in a separate vehicle ... and also placed Mona and the rest in one of the guest vehicles too. This was the first time that Mona and the rest were in it, so they were utterly stunned by the level of comfort in the vehicles. "Brat, you said that this thing is called a sleeping pod. It's so spacious," Uncle Muriel asked excitedly. He then got into it and even laid down on it the bed as well. Sigh. If he traveled like this, then wouldn't he be reluctant to reach his final destination? "Muriel, you old dog, that's not what is important. Look, the legendary light bulb is here," Powen said excitedly while playing in his pod as well. He flipped the switch several times and couldn't help but actress switch a little. How fascinating. As for Eden, he was more interested in the selection of books that were on one corner of his pod. There were thick-paged books there, as well as several thin books pamphlets that talk about Baymard the Two. Mona, on the other hand, was seated at the dining section area that had tables and chairs there instead. She was more fascinated with the overall design of the place instead. It looked like this one was designed strictly for guests. Looking at everything now, they couldn't help but wonder what Baymard would truly look like. As for Willem, he slowly pulled down water from the water bottle in his pod, before quietly placing his sleeping mask over his face and covering his body with his blanket. And before he knew it, he was already in Sleepville. ZZZZZZZZZ. Even he didn't know how tired he had been these last few days. Now, with everyone settled, all buses departed as planned. VRRRRMMMMMM. They were off. But of course, Landon and the rest weren't the only ones who were happy as well. Ha 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 ha. A burst of rich laughter bellowed across the entire hallway. Instantly making all those who heard it shocked. They looked at the person who was laughing and couldn't help but think twice just to be sure. This was the first time that they had ever seen their master laugh so happily. Normally, his laughter was always sarcastic and downright creepy. So what could have brought out the changes in him? Soon, a beautiful woman gracefully walked into the room with a charming smile on her face. "Elder brother, what's making you all bitterly this morning?" The man looked at her and quickly issued for the servants and guards around him to leave. "Elder brother, what is it?" the woman asked curiously. "Little sister, I just got word from some of the nobles out of the Empire, and from the time that they wrote this letter, to the time that I'm receiving it, it's most likely that they will be in Bonnie Coastal City by the time that my men article there." "Little sister, in total, they are bringing in an additional 11,800 men to join on in our campaign. Of course, they would be bringing their own ships as well." "Elder brother, this is good. With more men, this battle has undoubtedly been won." "Yes, with more men, wouldn't we be able to crush Baymard when we battle on water?" "Little sister, we are now one step closer to our goal," the man said confidently. "Yes, elder brother Nopline. With Baymard down, we will be able to cement ourselves properly and take over the entire Pino continent using Baymard's technology. Elder brother, those Baymardians don't stand a chance. We will definitely be victorious. Chapter 590 The Return of the Young Master. Chapter 590 The Return of the Young Master. Landon and the rest steadily made their way towards Baymard in a very chilled manner. They were utterly shocked by the fact that they had traveled a 4.5-month journey in a matter of days. Even William couldn't help but marvel as well. Previously, he had speculated that it would take a full month to get here. But who would have known that the results would even be more shocking than they already were? No wonder people called these carriages heaven-fying. With how much distance they had covered in this short period, how could he not be amazed when he had been informed that they had already passed Riverdale City? Heck, even the prisoners were shocked as well. Connor, Eli, and their aides and captains felt like it was almost too good to be true. No wonder Landon could travel all the way there in such a short time. And here they thought that Landon had followed them out of Baymard. When last they came, after finally arriving, Landon settled the matters concerning the prisoners before taking his guests to the palace. Your Majesty, welcome back, Your Majesty, welcome, welcome. Stepping into the palace, everyone who saw Landon bowed in respect and greeted him merrily. Their king was finally back. Of course, Mona and her family also observed how much these people truly adore the brat before them. Secretary Brian, please send word for King Father Lucius to see me urgently. As you wish, Your Majesty, Brian replied. And within the next 25 minutes, Lucius had arrived. Brat, you wanted to see me? Lucius entered Landon's office full of vigor. He had no idea who Landon had gone to save. But since he was back, then didn't that mean that their mission had been a successful one? Lucius calmly greeted those within the office and sat down close to Landon. Mona and the rest had already disguised themselves, so Lucius truly couldn't make them out. Landon immediately showed them to the bathroom under Lucius' confused stare, and when they came out, Lucius was so shocked that he fell to his knees before Eden. Plop, young master, you're alive, Lucius said with watery eyes. Lucius felt like a series of explosions had gone off in his mind. He felt like an invisible weight had been lifted from his shoulders when he saw Eden. Only the heavens know how devastated he had been when he returned from war only to hear that his young master was dead. He wanted to run, shout and scream to before world that his young master was alive and well. He felt giddy with excitement, as his brain tingled with joy. Ha 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 ha. He was both laughing and crying at the same time. His young master was alive. This was Arcadina's real king, and not that fake Alec Barn. Young master, it's good that you're alive, Lucius said merrily. Lucius, I'm no longer a young master. Alright, so just call me Eden. My lord. How can that be? You will always be a young master in this one's eyes. So how can I dare to call you by your name? Eden helplessly sighed, as he looked at Lucius, who was shaking his head like a chicken and denying his requests. How could an old man like him be called young master? Wasn't that just too embarrassing? What would his men say if they heard it? But at the same time, he couldn't blame Lucius as well. After all, the man was just truly happy that he was alive. In his youth, Lucius had been under him, and had even taken over battles under his name whenever his father requested for troops to fight wars. Lucius was one of his most loyal commanders, and was also a good friend to him as well. Lucius, you are now Baymard's father king, and no longer my subordinate. So please get up and do not kneel before me again. Yes, young Master, Lucius said before finally rising and looking at Eden in admiration and confusion. Young Master, why didn't you inform me all these years that you were alive? Did you not want me as your subordinate anymore? Of course not, Lucius. I had planned to tell you after I fully stabilized myself. You see, it took me 3 years to properly heal up, and by the time I had planned on informing you, I realized that it would be meaningless for me to do so. Young Master, what do you mean? Lucius asked in confusion. Lucius ... At that time, I realized that you were already deep in love. So if I took you away from your woman all these years, wouldn't I be cruel to do so? Lucius smiled awkwardly at Eden because at that time, he wouldn't have left Mother Kim's side. Even if the ancestors themselves descended from the heavens and commanded it. Mona and the rest watched the duo converse with each other as if they were all alone in their own little world. Mona coughed lightly and brought them back to reality. Lucius focused on her. Was immediately recognized her as well. Can't you mean Atheris, his young master's fiancée? Young mistress, welcome back as well. Lucius, you're still the same as ever. But how can you shamelessly call me young mistress? Look here, Lucius. We are husband and wife. And we have a son, Mona said awkwardly. Lucius' eyes lit up when he saw William. Indeed. He was the exact copy of Eden when he was younger. Welcome to younger master. Uncle, there's no need for all of this. Since Landon is my cousin and sworn brother, then shouldn't we drop all the formalities? Yes, right younger master, Landon, William and the rest talked a bit more, before finally getting them face masks, since they had already washed away their disguises. And so with everything out of the way, Landon allowed William to handle their lodging here. Since this William had already been here previously, it was somewhat easy for him to aid his family in navigating through Baymard. Of course, Lucius wanted to settle everything for them, but since Abandon had already decided that they would stay here undercover, it wouldn't be wise for Lucius to do so. So they stayed within District H, which was meant for visitors, guests and non-Baymardians. From there, they went about trying to familiarize themselves with Baymard. Even William was shocked by the new products that had hit the market again. And as expected, they were so marveled by what they saw, especially photos. They also booked dates to go to the zoo, museum, ski resort and so on. In short, they had all concluded that Baymard was indeed a place of magic. But of course, while they were enjoying themselves, Landon on the other hand, rushed towards the lower region like crazy. Your Majesty. They are ready. All scheduled movies and T.V series have finally been completed. Chapter 591 screening. Chapter 591 screening. Your Majesty. They are ready. All scheduled movies and T.V series have finally been completed. Landon drove towards Baymard's motion picture studio gleefully. When he had received their call, he was so happy that he jumped into his car without even thinking. As he drove, a broad self-satisfactory secretly remained on his lips. As he thought about his next steps. When he finally completed this mission, then wouldn't he get the Pac-Man arcade game? Every fiber within his body vibrated with participation when he thought about the future. The adrenaline that was currently rushing through his veins made him feel pumped up and wide awake with excitement. Additionally, he was also very pleased with the fact that watching T.V would soon be a thing in Baymard. Other than watching it for fun, it was also educational for children as well, as there would also be shows that focused on math and other important subjects too. Of course, it was another form of entertainment that would no doubt increase Baymard's income over time. He couldn't wait to see how the rest of Baymard would act when it was finally released. It looked like the stores would turn into a jungle again. Sigh. He could only light up several candles for those who came to Baymard and wanted to act high and mighty in the face of these jungle fighters. May they rest in peace. As for other aspects like cable wiring and so on, previously when Abandon was about to depart for his mission, he had already been told by those in the cable company that they had already wired up the place. So all that was left was for the movies to be produced. One should know that Landon would provide both cable and cassette options for the customers. One should know that ever since September of last year, while those in charge of manufacturing the cameras and TVS were at work. The newly established cable company also went to work as well. Of course, they only placed the cables along the streets and roads. So that when anyone wanted cable, they would call them, pay up, and their technicians would come over and install it to their homes. Cables would show live shows like news, theater performances and so on. Of course, All live shows could also be recorded and sold as cassettes so that the people could watch it whenever they wanted to. Essentially, there would be two types of cathode TVs that were produced. Those that worked on electricity, and those that worked on solar power. So even guests far away from Arcadina could buy the TVs, even if they didn't have cable. The cassette player would allow them to watch as many movies and TV series as they wanted. So it was clear to see where the biggest revenue would come from when making these movies. And the studio had already started making fan bases for their celebrities. After all, sooner or later, fan mails would soon flood the place like a tsunami. We could also watch cassette tapes on recorded sports shows, royal weddings, cooking shows, kids shows and so on. In short, this sort of entertainment would spread like wildfire in no time. All in all, now that the movies were good to go, then he could finally market them publicly. VRRRMMMMMM. It didn't take too long for Landon to get there. Since most people were at work, making the traffic lessen, Landon closed his door and moved towards the main employee building within the studio. Your Majesty. Welcome back once more. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Landon said, before sitting down on one of the seats within a massive room meant for editing film. Around him were several directors and editors who were looking at him anxiously as he went through the documents in his hands. First off, I'd like to thank you, each and every one of you, for all your efforts in making this project a success. Be it T.V series or movies, you all have worked extremely hard on them. So, without wasting any more time, let's talk about screening, shall we? One should know that the studio obviously had its own screeners. But since this was their first experience as screeners, they would definitely miss out on some key points. So Landon still had to personally screen everything, before finally making them go public. Alright, this is the screening schedule. So within these next 5 days, as per the list, all those directing and editing will watch their creations alongside me. And while watching, please write down all the possible mistakes that I notice. Because once we binge the entire movie at T.V series, I expect you all to make your changes immediately. As you all know, everything is set to be marketed out in 3 weeks. So you all have just this 1 week to screen and make your changes before sending the other film manufacturing industry in the lower region. And so since time is money, we will start screening now. Please, all those in charge of screening and directing the movie Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, should please stay behind. And 1 hour 45 minutes after that, those in charge of making season 1 of Xena, will come in and watch the series with me as well. Yes, Your Majesty. Good. With that, those who worked on the set of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade quickly placed the fat cassette tap into the cassette player and sat together with Landon while holding their books as well. Of course, Landon held for remote instead. The movie began with a dark screen and soft music. And when the title of the movie came up, the music also peaked up as well, creating expectations and excitement for all its viewers. I don't think this is such a good idea, said a voice that seemed to belong to a young boy. On the screen, a young boy was currently moving within a dimly lit cave. It seemed like the voice from earlier came from someone that was following behind him instead. The boy and his friend stumbled upon some men who were currently stealing some treasured artifacts. The boy sent his friend back to get help, before bravely dealing with the situation at hand. Of course that boy was none other than the young Indiana Jones. Landon watched the movie and was impressed by it overall. For first-time filmmakers, they had really done their best. But when compared to movies back on Earth, he would rate theirs as a 4 on 10. Nonetheless, since people here didn't know what movies were, it was still guaranteed to blow their socks right out of their shoes. In fact, many in this era might even say that this was the best acting of all time, because it's only with time that their skills would blossom even more. But for now, Landon wanted to edit their work, to make it get to a 4.510 instead. So he paused the film here and there and explained what he wanted to be done instead. Soon he had finished the movie, and quickly requested for those that worked on the Xena TV series to come in. And just like that, everyone had a chance to get their work screened by Landon. Now, all that was left was to launch it all. Soon, he would get his Pac-Man. Chapter 592 Special Invitations. Chapter 592 Special Invitations. Time passed by in a flash, and soon, Landon had already screened all movies and TV shows available. Now all that was left was for the staff to edit everything according to his corrections. Today was bright and fair. The sun was out, and the streets were less cold than they usually were. Winter was nearing its end, and spring was already coming in full swing. It hadn't snowed in a while now, and coupled with the fact that the streets were cleared of any snowy residue, it almost made the people feel like the harsh winter was finally over. Of course, the only thing that truly reminded them that they were still in winter was the fact that the roofs of their homes and yards still had snow on them. Today's sun came as a shock to everyone, because even though it hadn't snowed for a while, the weather had always retained a very dull mood, as if it would rain any second from now. Your Majesty, it's time. Thank you, Millicent. Caching. Landon dropped his office phone, stood up, arranged the documents on his office desk and calmly took his coat and scarf from the coat hanger. Just now, his other secretary, Millicent, had informed him about his appointment within the barracks. So without wasting any time, Landon quickly headed out towards the barracks. But of course, he got coffee too. It didn't take Landon too long to the barracks, due to the fact that there was hardly any traffic. Since he had just traveled from District A to District B, which was typically used by military personnel and those working in visiting the palace instead. Citizens weren't allowed in District B, as it was where all army training institutions were. Additionally, it was also the home to the maximum security prisons as well. Prison visitations were allowed. But so far, no one had come forward to visit these prisoners. So only those within Baymard's armed forces could go in and out of the district at will. Of course, the citizens were only allowed to drive through the main highway that led to District A Palace. And just to be sure that they did so, along the main highway in District B, several guard posts were placed to monitor and control the situation at all times. Also, along each road that broke off from the main highway, were also several toll gates and guard posts that too. Only those with clearance would be able to go into the different streets and blocks within the sector. Even the perimeter of the district was closely watched as well. Anyway, Landon quickly showed his clearance badge, went through security, before finally driving towards the barracks. Bam. Stepping out of his car, he quickly made his way to the newly constructed sector within the barracks. There, he saw three men walking towards him calmly. "Welcome, Your Majesty," they said in unison. HMHM. Captain Zack, Captain Flint, and Captain Merkel. "Are they ready?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Lead the way." With that, Landon walked alongside them, while listening to them as well. "Your Majesty, as requested, we chose these men based on their merit, rights, skills, intelligence and personalities. Additionally, they had already undergone 3 major tests, both mental and physical too. And in total, 167 men made it into the team after the invitations were sent out. Captain Flint said with no hint of emotions in his voice. But deep down, the man was extremely excited that this day had finally come. He and 19 more instructors had been training for 2.5 years now just for this day to come. Everything was done secretly and very discreet within the palace walls far away from the barracks. And now, after waiting for several years, they had finally been given the chance to train others. Candidates that joined this sector would typically get a secret invitation card that even had the official military seal on it. For this, they would get one of their men to place the letters in unexpected places, while secretly watching and making sure that the candidates were the ones that picked up the envelopes. Some candidates were surprised to see the envelope when they opened their lockers after taking a shower. Some saw them within their favorite books, while others even saw them on the track after jogging for a while. The whole thing was kept as a mystery, and no one knew whether the news was real or not. But they decided to go to the rendezvous point just to be sure. For sure, some doubted the invitation, and tried to compare Landon's signature and writing style to the one on the invitation. In short, some wanted to report the matter to the officials within the barracks. But the spies who kept a close eye on them quickly intercepted them, pretended listened to their complaints about the invitation and promised to get to the bottom of it for them. Of course, they had told the men to also keep the matter a secret as well, while encouraging the candidates to go to the rendezvous point for further investigation. And so on the first day that they had arrived, they were subjected to several tests without even seeing the invigilators. If one cheated, no one would stop them, but all their actions were duly noted by those who observed them keenly. At first, when they had arrived, they saw several sheets of paper in the room. Some of them argued and tried to find a logical point of view for this all, while others were still skeptical through and through. The candidates argued with each other and also looked for clues around the room. It was only when someone saw a hidden timer that they realized that they had been working on time while waiting. In short, they had taken several mental and physical ghost exams, like escaping from a hidden room, and so on. And those that advanced, received another secret invitation as well. From start to end, these candidates had never seen anyone whilst taking these tests. But today, they would finally see the culprits responsible for these tests. The captains all smiled slightly when they thought of today's candidates. They were truly an intriguing bunch. Hopefully, they don't cry too much after this week's training, because it would definitely hurt like hell. Chapter 593 The Mysterious Sector. Chapter 593 The Mysterious Sector. The captains walked alongside Landon until they finally stopped before a massive building within the sector. They took the elevator to the third floor and entered a screening room that had the rest of the chosen instructors there as well. Landon placed his hands behind his back and calmly observed the chosen candidates through a black screen. Some leaned back with their heads tilted towards and their eyes shut tightly. But Landon knew that they weren't sleeping. No, such people were usually more awake and attentive than others, because even though their eyes were closed, their ears were as sharp as a fox's, as they listened to every little bit of noise all around them. Some sat upright and read some books that they brought along, while others rested their heads on the tables instead. In short, just from observation alone, one could see that every one of them had their own unique traits and characters as well. I've seen enough. Let's go, Landon said, before turning around and exiting the room. Now, it was time to meet these candidates face to face. Din, 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 din. Within the room, the candidates all heard a series of footsteps calmly approaching them, and when they turned around and saw Landon leading the pack, their eyes bulged out in shock. Was this really His Majesty Landon Bunn? Oh my god, His Majesty is here. So does that mean that this whole thing is true? Ha 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 ha. I told you, but you never believed me. Check it out. That's Captain Yamado. I heard that he's ranked on the 13th place within his ranks. Damn it. Am I dreaming? Isn't that the famous Cold Princess? Isn't she Captain Guinevere? You're right, it's her. It's really her in the flesh. Wait. Having all these powerful people in one room can only mean that this matter is an important one. So does anyone have a clue to what we were selected for? I think it's a new squad group, like the Panthers or Blood Scorpions. No, I think it's a little bit different. Or else, why would they keep everything a secret? I think you might be right. But if you are, then what exactly did we sign up for? Just thinking about it makes my heart want to stop. The anxiety is killing me. I'm so happy that I got chosen. Me too. His Majesty is probably the one who requested for all of this to be done. So how can I not be happy to be on the team? Carrot_carrot. Many candidates talked and whispered amongst themselves at the sight of Landon and the other invigilators. For sure. Those who thought that the whole thing was a hoax became excited when they thought of the fact that they had done several tests and succeeded in getting into this very discreet sector. Had His Majesty and the other invigilators personally witnessed their performances? From the moment that they got their advancement letters, they instantly knew that they had been watched the entire time whilst taking the tests. And now seeing Landon, they couldn't help but wonder if they had truly given their all during the examination. Their hearts pounded loudly the closer Landon and the rest got. And their eyes shined with determination when they thought about this mysterious sector. The candidates got up and stood at attention, while watching Landon calmly walk to the front of the class with the invigilators. "Sirs," they shouted energetically. "You all may be seated," Landon said calmly. The candidates wasted no time and hastily took their seats. Now, it was time to find out what they had gotten themselves into. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone for making it to this final stage. Over the last few weeks, we have been observing you all keenly, and we can only say that we were thoroughly impressed by your skills. Now, most of you have seen or are somewhat familiar with me as well as the military personnel standing beside me. But should in case many of you don't recognize them, I'll let them introduce themselves just this once," Landon said while gesturing for the captain at the furthest end of the line. There were a total of 20 instructors in total, who were all somewhat famous. Confirming their identities again, the candidates held in the screams of excitement in their hearts. These were people that they also looked up to within the barracks. Of course right now, they did their best to look as calm as a steady river, but their mind and hearts were in total chaos. The instructors introduced themselves, before giving room for Landon to take the floor once more. "All right. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's talk about why you all are here. To put it simply, all of you have been chosen to join a special team. But before I go any further, let me make something very clear. The training that you will experience here would be far more painful than anything that was previously taught to you within the barracks. You will sweat, cry and even crawl on the ground from extreme pain. But in the end, it will all be worth it. But of course, if there are some of you with very low pain tolerances, then please exit the room now, because if you don't leave now, then you won't be able to do so until you pass the first 3 stages of training. So those who want to leave, please exit the room now. Silence. The candidates all sat in absolute silence, and no one even made any attempt to get up. What a joke. After being in the military for so long, how could they be afraid of pain? Of course, they had no idea what they were in for. To them, they thought that 3 stages of training weren't too long. So if it was truly unbearable, then they would quit then. But how could they have known that they would be crying and begging for their lives very soon? Landon looked at them and smiled. "All right. Welcome to the Shaolin sector." Chapter 594 The Shaolin Way. Chapter 594 The Shaolin Way. All right. Welcome to the Shaolin sector. Everyone couldn't help but feel confused amidst their excitement. Shaolin sector? What was that? They thought that the name was very weird, as they had never heard of anyone or thing with that name at all. Could the name have been an acronym or something? In truth, Landon didn't want to change the name, as he felt that it would be slightly disrespectful to the Shaolin masters back on Earth. Besides, the name Shaolin was so unique and martial artsy, that Landon couldn't come up with a better name for it. That's why he stuck with it like glue. Of course, those in this sector would still have to take their regular military courses since they still needed to be efficient with guns and so on. They could just treat their regular military classes as a full job, and come to this sector and train here like as if it were mandatory gym time, karate class time and so on. In fact, Landon had decided to look through each person's schedule and only have them come in during their less busy days. Most people typically had only 3 or 2 classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so he could give them as much training as he wanted on those days. And on Saturdays, most soldiers just had rock climbing classes early in the morning. Hence they could also spend a few hours training over and over again. For sure, If they were free on Mondays, Wednesdays and Thursdays, then they could also train on those days as well. Because just like back on Earth, people still went to the gym or entered fighting classes after working or even going to school. So he had to find the perfect blend that worked with everyone's schedule. Of course, to give a better understanding of it all, he decided to demonstrate some abilities of proper Shaolin masters to these chosen candidates. Captain Flint, it's time, Landon said while looking at Flint, who in turn nodded back. Flint calmly went towards a locker on the side and brought out several stones the size of a shoe. Of course, he also brought out several nails as well before finally distributing it out to the other instructors too. The candidates scrunched up the eyes-faced in utter confusion, as they didn't understand why their instructors were passing rocks around. What were they trying to do? Landon looked at them and smiled. Since no one has left yet, then from today onwards, you all will be residents within the Shaolin sector. Your things will be moved into the dormitories here. You will meditate in the Shaolin way, and use the Shaolin training rooms after your regular classes. And soon, you will become what we refer to as Shaolin Masters. Yes, you all will become Shaolin Masters. But what exactly makes Shaolin Masters unique? Well, some say that they have superpowers, while others say that they aren't human. But with time, you all will know just how powerful Shaolin Masters really are. Everyone's heart was bubbling with excitement when they heard Landon speak. Even though they didn't understand or know what a Shaolin Master was, they still felt like becoming such a master would make them an extremely terrifying force to reckon with. Just like their idols standing next to Landon. Superpowers, was that even possible? Their minds completely went blank, as it slowly drifted them towards Fantasy Island. Some started thinking of the many fantasy novels that they had read in Baymard. Would they be able to fly like Superman? Or would they become like the amazing Hulk who could smash anything within their paths? Instead, from many of the books that they have read here in Baymard, it was said that currently, humans had only unlocked 2.5% of their minds. So what would happen if they even managed to unlock 10 or 15%? Evolution would make things change. And so with this in mind, they couldn't help but wonder if having superpowers was really impossible. What if decades and millennium from now, human beings unlocked 100% of their capabilities? They suddenly felt like in such a world, having superpowers would definitely be a norm. Their bodies trembled from sheer excitement when they thought about the possibilities of them having superpowers. Yes, they had already decided to become Shaolin Masters, no matter how tedious and strenuous training was. Pain? Hey, they were born for it. They listened to Landon with their ears perked up, as they didn't want to miss out on anything. Alright. The biggest secret of a Shaolin Master is the exhaustive training of their minds and bodies. So there's no magic involved. You all will train your minds and bodies while using your hands as your main weapon. Yes. Your hands. These will be subjected to some harsh training, and when you complete your training, you will be able to crack open stones like they were nothing. Landon said, before gesturing for the instructors to take the floor. Everyone opened their eyes widely while waiting to see what the instructors would do. Were they going to crack open the massive stones in their hands? The instructors first held up the stones, so as to show that they were still as hard and uncracked. And after that, they dropped their stones on the floor with a loud bang. Not surprisingly, the stones still remained uncracked. Of course, they also gave the stones to those sitting in front to also check them as well. Now, it was time for them to turn their hands into weapons of destruction. Fling placed the rock on the floor, and quickly opened his right hand and used his palm to hit the stone continuously. Pa, 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 pa. Crack. Silence. The candidates all opened their eyes widely in shock as they started at the time that had just been cracked into 2 degrees. Some of them stood up in shock, while others blinked several times just to make sure that they were wide awake. Their lips quivered and their bodies swayed slightly from the heavy mental blow that they had just received. How? How was that even possible? Oh my god, did Senior Flint just crack that heavy stone into two with just his palms? Are his hands made of stone? Damn it, they really do have superpowers. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, right? Just looking at how strong he is, wouldn't I die if he punched my head in a fight? My skull will definitely crack if he did. From now on, Senior Flint is my new idol now. How can someone crack a stone using only 4 palm hits? He's truly a monster. Look, 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 look. Senior Guinevere cracked his own style using just 2 palm fists instead. As expected of my idol. Chapter 595 New Shaolin Trainees. Chapter 595 New Shaolin Trainees. Landon looked at the shocked candidates before him and decided to blow their minds one more time. This time, he had the instructors hammer a nail to a wooden board using the back of the hands. Everyone felt their worldviews had crumbled down the more they watched. What was going on? At this point, they started feeling like this whole thing was just a dream. What were their instructors made of? And could they also become as powerful as them? They couldn't help but say a little prayer for all future enemies who would fight these instructors head on. Wasn't that just suicide? Bam! One of the instructors punched a metal door, creating a deep fist print on it, which made everyone almost drop to the floor in astonishment of these Shaolin masters. For sure, the icing on the cake was when Landon used his index finger to carry his entire body up in the air. And the most terrifying thing was that Landon switched to his pinky finger while supporting himself in the air. Everyone looked around to see if there was an invisible rope holding him up or something, because this was just too insane. The instructors were also impressed as well since they hadn't reached that level 2. It was something that they too wanted to reach. But only with years of training, would it be possible? Everyone looked at the instructors and Landon in awe, before finally clenching their fists tightly. At this point, they were utterly impressed and determined to become skilled Shaolin masters just like their instructors. After welcoming the new candidates, the instructors made sure that they were properly settled down. The candidates packed their things and went into their new dormitories happily. By tomorrow morning, the entire barracks would know of the existence of this Shaolin sector during morning assembly, so it wouldn't be kept a secret anymore. Essentially, Landon only wanted to mention the fact that the sector existed, so no one would trespass over here without permission. Of course he would mention the fact that the sector existed, but what was done in the sector would still be kept as a mystery to the rest. He would only show them the capabilities of a Shaolin master after the first batch of candidates had mastered the first 3 stages. Of course, acceptance into the Shaolin sector would still be kept as mysterious as possible too. The candidates were also given sector IDs and a schedule that blended with the regular classes and lifestyle as well. The first thing that they did was to wake up at 4 a.m. to do a 1-hour meditation routine. And if anyone slept, then they would be packed with a stick, which was also part of their training, to make their bodies as tough and hard as steel. In future, they would also train their heads, necks, fingers, and other body parts to become as hard as iron. Back on Earth, some Shaolin masters could even push cars with spears on their necks. How tough were those people's necks? The training was going to be hell for these recruits. Additionally, Landon had also gotten modified manuscripts from the system on the safest and fastest ways for people to hone and master the ways of Shaolin. The system's manuscripts only had a 15% resemblance to the real ways of Shaolin. And to be honest, the system said that the original creator of the ways of Shaolin on Earth was also a transmigrator who happened to learn a few moves in another martial arts world. From what Landon could see, there were more than 5,000 Shaolin techniques that could be kept in a pavilion. But back on Earth, the techniques given might not even reach up to 300. So it was clear to see that the system had the complete versions and even more manuscripts than those from Earth. And over these years, he had been training the instructors gradually while writing out these sacred manuscripts for future candidates. Alright, today is your orientation day. So everyone, please make sure that you've properly settled in by the end of the day, because tomorrow morning, you'll start your first training session as Shaolin monks. With that, Landon left the candidates in the hands of the instructors and headed towards Sector C, which was where the government buildings, schools, court and other establishments were. Today, he also had a meeting with Baymard's book novel firm. The firm catered to new and old writers both in and out of Baymard, and was also there to help writers publish and market their books in and out of Baymard. So the firm would also contact those in the printing industry, who would then print out the books and sent back to the firm. And of course once the books come in, they would do their best to advertise and market them out to the general public. Aside from Landon, there are already some prominent writers who came up with their own original books as well. The stories were sometimes romance or even historical. A few of these prominent writers were actually citizens of different empires within the Pino continent, which made their memories proud of their efforts. Additionally, within the firm, there was a writing association. The two. Those registered as members would get several benefits, seminars and other learning opportunities on how to become better writers as well. Also, printing rates were slightly lower for those in the association as well, and it was here that the members could lay out their complaints or concerns about what they were facing too. Landon went into the firm and headed straight to the meeting room that was filled with overly excited and tense club members. But of course, these members weren't the only ones that were tense up as well. Far away from Baymard, two distinct men were separately traveling in the same direction. They didn't know it yet, but both of them would become sworn enemies till the day they died. And one of them just so happened to be Mr. Loverboy himself. Your Highness Sky. The next city is just up ahead. Good. Well, rest the fort tonight. Chapter 596 The Majestic Loverboy. Chapter 596 The Majestic Loverboy. Somewhere within the Empire of Corona, several men on horseback could be seen making their way towards Pigot City magnificently. Gallop, 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 gallop. The wind whisked the manes of their horses, creating a flame-like illusion for all to see. The thundering sounds of horse hooves continuously split through the air, forcing all those on foot to look at the majestic men who were currently riding towards Pigot City. The men lifted their chins into the air and rode on their horses as dashing as they could, and even their horses seemed to have an attitude problem as well. On the snow-filled roads, several peasants were either seen leaving the city or going to the city from the neighboring villages or towns. Some propelled bags on their heads, while others carried firewood on their backs instead. Of course, others rode horses that pulled along several peasant transportation carts that carried their products to and from the city. There were also some nobles on the scene, as well as several hooded men on horseback too. But no matter who was on the roads, everyone quickly turned and looked at the majestic group of men that was standing out from amongst the crowd like an eyesore. Make way, make way. His Highness Sky is passing through, said a burly man who had a large cut across his left eye. The crowd immediately scattered around, when they saw how arrogant and reckless these majestic men rode their horses. Make way, make way. They were so rude that they even made the elderly drop to the floor from fright. Who is His Highness Sky? Does such a prince even exist within Corona? Nope, I don't think so. In fact, within the entire Pino continent, there isn't any prince with such a name. Unless they gave birth to him recently or something. Then do you think that they're imposters? It's most likely. I mean, they are wearing the same clothes as ours. Which meant that they bought them at the Baymardian stores here in Corona or someplace else. Right. They might really be imposters. Imposters? Pewee. How dare they throw an old man like me to the ground when they're just outright crooks. My waist. My waist is now broken because of them. Several peasants and common folk passing by got extremely vexed when they heard that these troublemakers might just be fraudsters. The crowd really acted like emotional magnets. They had only made theories about the matter a few seconds ago. But now, they had already accepted their theories as facts. Many of them even felt extremely unsettled and angry when they saw their families being pushed and almost ran over by these damn lawless swindlers. Who the hell do you tricksters think that you are? How dare any of you use such fake noble identities on us? Do you see what you've done to my grandmama? How dare you all pretend? Look, my food cart is now broken, and my food is now scattered all over the floor. So no matter what, you all will compensate me for today's matter. Pay up, compensate, apologize. Everyone jumped in on insulting, mocking and glaring at these so-called nobles. Sky and his men, on the other hand, were completely taken back by the outburst and comments from these peasants. Really, what was wrong with these people? Ever since they had arrived at Corona, they had been challenged time and time again. First, there were those moronic men at the docks who disgraced them publicly by telling them to turn back and share the king's space with these commoners. Again, they had gone to another city and had met some Baymardian men who were currently out on a donation mission here in Corona. Apparently, these men were here to give out money that was collected by their so-called church. They were to provide aid to the needy in any way that they could, be it giving money to the village chiefs so that he could open up schools, or even giving each villager enough money to pay for grains for the next 6 months, giving them used clothes from Baymard and so on. In short, they had unexpectedly met these Baymardians during their journey to the capital city. Of course, ever since they had arrived in Corona, they had been hearing Baymard this or Baymard that. So how could they not know of them? They immediately bought some Baymardian outfits since they were far warmer than what they currently had on. Anyway, when they heard the villagers mention that the men were Baymardians, they felt like trying to curry favor with them. But who would have known that these bastards wouldn't even dare to give them face even after they had mentioned what empire they came from? And now that these mere parents were talking to them like this, how could they not be mad? They truly wanted to cut out their necks and feed it to their dogs. Who are you all calling tricksters? This is His Highness Sky from the Daferan Empire in Vaynita. One of Sky's men said, Pui, who gave you Vaynita citizenship? Please, you all are fake. So why should we listen to you all? Yeah, if really from there, then why aren't you being escorted by the royals of Corona? HMPH. If you scumbags think that you can leave without compensating us, then think again. Sky's men trembled from rage when they looked at the angry crowd before them. They had never been subjected to such humiliation their entire lives. Even back in the Daferan Empire, when had they ever received such a low blow from ordinary dirty peasants? Enough. Since you all don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us for being reckless, said the scarfest burly man, who then took out a long black whip and sent it flying towards the crowd of angry peasants before them. The faces of those that were targeted soon turned pale from fright when they saw the saw stretch out towards them. They closed their eyes and did their best to cover their faces up, but surprisingly, they felt no pain at all. Wasn't the whip coming their way? Several of them opened their eyes and quickly saw several hooded men standing before them instead. The leader of the group stood out from the rest with their hood tightly wrapped around his hands. Yes, he had caught the wire with his hands. They looked at their saviors in gratitude, as they felt that they had just dodged a great calamity. Nonetheless, they all had one question in mind. Just who were these men? Chapter 597. Who said that white lotuses can only be women? Chapter 597. Who said that white lotuses can only be women? Whoosh. Several hooded men stood in front of the people, in attempts to protect them from Sky and his crew. Ha 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 ha. Friend, you need to calm down, alright, said the leader of the hooded men, who seemed to be taking this entity thing like a joke. Sky squinted his eyes and looked at the man before him in silence, before taking a big whiff of air in attempts of calming himself down. This wasn't his empire, so he had to be careful, lest he provoked any powerful forces before he arrived at the capital. Of course, once he stated his intentions, he would then deal with all these pesky idiots who dared to challenge his authority. Yes, even these people would be severely dealt with as well. He would send more of his men to exterminate the entire city and villages around if need be. But of course, he had pinned everything down on bandits so as not to create any opposition for himself for the throne. HMPH, who asked these people to not know what was good for them. When he was halfway done with wooing Penelope, he would send for all 30,000 of his men to come to Corona, and from there, he would open his own hidden guild which was meant to recruit more members. With that, it wouldn't take long before his forces grew substantially. But for now, he had to lay low. And looking at the hooded men before him, Sky couldn't help but tread cautiously. Because even though he and his men outnumbered then, who knew if these hooded men had more men hiding around the bushes? It was always better to be safe than sorry. And who might you all be? Sky asked cautiously. Us. Well, we're no one of importance. You see, we are just traveling messengers that must keep our identities hidden all through our travels. Of course, this is our official messenger seal if interested, said the hooded gang leader, who then took out the seal from his breast pocket. The seal was made of silver and was as large as a sheriff's star-like badge. It was really hard for anyone to miss. Ah, that's the official seal for the famous Blue Wing Messenger Guild. Really? It's said that one needed to be exceptionally skilled in the ways of the sword before they can be official members. That's right, not just anyone can join the guild. Oh man. Even the monthly privileges that these messengers have can rival those of senior knights. Wow, I can't believe that I'm seeing an official member of the Blue Wing Messenger Guild in the flesh. Awesome. Hearing the comments and seeing the gasps and shocked expressions from the crowd, Sky knew that these men were indeed messengers, and from the looks of it, they might be very skilled and influential messengers as well. So how could he not try to win them over? He quickly turned his hostility into friendship. After all, the more influential people he knew, the more benefits would come his way, and this would undoubtedly aid him in taking over Corona. He looked at the men and the corners of his life lifted into a bona fide smile. Gentlemen, ladies and children, please forgive us for our rude behavior earlier on. You see, we had been attacked by bandits earlier on, and we are somewhat on the edge ever since. We typically don't act this way, so please forgive us just this once, Sky said pitifully. And of course, the simple-minded people all bought it, as they too had once been attacked or knew people who had been attacked by bandits as well. They looked at the pitiful expression on Sky's face and sighed sadly. They had even forgotten the earlier wild lashes that had been directed towards them previously. Young man, it's okay. You don't have to compensate us anymore. If I was the one, I too would feel on edge and angry too. But in life, one must learn not to transfer our anger onto others. So I'll let you off this time if you promise not to do it again. Young man, it's going to be fine. So don't look too sad and cheer up. Yeah, young man, we are fine and are as strong as an ox. So just forget about it, alright? That's right. Bandits are a common occurrence around these parts. So best be careful when you travel up ahead. Okay. The people had felt sad for the unfortunate Sky and decided to leave him alone for the time being so that he could properly calm himself down. As for the hooded men, they all watched this scene with amusement. Was this what the books mentioned when they talked about white lotuses? Indeed. The power of these white lotuses to reverse black to white was really astonishing. Their leader grinned deeply as he looked at the pitiful Sky. This one truly needed what the Baymardians would call an Oscar. Sirs, I also apologize to you all for my crew's unsightly behavior, Sky said while looking at the hooded men before him. What a bunch of fools. As expected, one just needed to show a kind and obedient heart, and these people would welcome him or her into their arms like the idiots that they were. Sky thought, while still looking at his targets pitifully. Sirs, you see, we are really from the Empire of Venita. Here's our seal as well. It seemed like you're truly a prince from there. How marvelous, the leader said happily. Yes, sirs, we are. You see, I have come here to woo my true love. She is the most beautiful woman that I've ever seen on portrait, and for some reason, ever since I saw her portrait, my heart skipped a beat through and through. So I'm here to get my woman, no matter what, Sky said confidently. Wow, How romantic. So who is the lucky lady? She must be really special for you to travel across the waters just for her. Well sirs, she is. That's why I need your help in this matter. Sirs, I want to be friends with you all because I truly need all the help that I can get when reeling in this woman of mine. Oh, but you haven't told us who your lady is. So how can we stand by you if you can't even tell us this much? You are obviously a fine prince from Vaynicta. So why would we even turn down your friendship request? Right now, we just need to know who the lady in question is. Listening to the hooded men, Sky knew that from here on out, everything would be a piece of cake. After all, they just confirmed that he was a prominent prince from Vaynicta. So which fool wouldn't want to curry favor with him after his identity had been revealed? So tell us, which lady is it? Sirs, the lucky lady and the woman in my heart is none other than the gorgeous Queen Penelope. At Email Protected, Chapter 598 The Moody Leader. Chapter 598 The Moody Leader. Sirs, the lucky lady and the woman in my heart is none other than the gorgeous Queen Penelope. At Email Protected, silence. Ha 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 ha. Forgive me for laughing, but aren't you aware that Queen Penelope will be getting married this summer? Of course I'm aware. But I'm sure that my undying flaming love will change her mind almost immediately, and don't forget sirs, my background is also one that matches hers. We both have powerful surnames and bloodlines, and that in itself gives me a powerful advantage in my quest for love. Sky said confidently. Oh, then what about her fiancé? You mean the chubby Benjamin Hamilton guy? He is nothing more than a common merchant who goes about trading from one place to another. TCH. With a man like that, how would my precious Penelope comfortably rule her kingdom? I even heard that he isn't very skilled in the ways of the sword. So how is he supposed to properly protect her and the people? No, such a goddess needs to be with someone who can guarantee the safety of her and her people. So she needs someone like me. Let's face it, with my connections, I will be able to take Corona to the next level alongside Penelope. Additionally, the benefits from being associated with Vaynicta alone is something that many other empires dream of. So compared with the merchant named Benjamin, isn't it very obvious who she will choose? Even in terms of manliness and handsomeness, I'm still far superior to him. So unless she's been bewitched, there's no way that she will pick him over me. With all that said, I'm very confident that Queen Penelope would be my woman in the end. Listening to Sky, the leader grinned broadly. All that you've said is indeed true. But without her fiancé, Benjamin Hamilton, we wouldn't have been able to establish any treaty with Baymard, and the people wouldn't have been able to get enough food, warm clothing and so many benefits as well. Heck, even the Bay Corona transport routes wouldn't have been established as well. So you see, he too has a good head on his shoulder when trying to aid Corona, the leader said lazily. Everyone who heard the conversation between both parties couldn't help but agree as well. After all, it would be too heartless for them to dismiss Benjamin Hamilton after all that he had done for Corona. For them, status wasn't everything. All they needed was someone who would take care of them as people. And that was it. Sky clenched his fists while listening to the leader. Whose side was the guy on? One moment he was laughing with him and praising him for his background, and another moment he was indirectly making things hard on him. So he didn't know if the dude was a friend or a foe. Nonetheless, he decided to probe on the matter even further. That's true. Her fiancé has truly done a lot for Corona, and that's why I've decided to compensate him before my darling Penelope gives him a letter of rest. And isn't it just a treaty? I don't doubt in my mind that I would have been able to sign an even better treaty with those Baymardians if it were me. Ha 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 ha. I really like your confidence. It's truly one in a million. Alright, I've decided I will only help you if and only if the Queen herself requests for it. In other words, if she undoubtedly falls in love with you, then I don't see any reason not to help you. But if she doesn't, then too bad. There's nothing I or my men can do for you. We are loyal to neither you nor her fiancé. We are only loyal to Queen Penelope. So whatever she wants, is what she will get. Anyway, We best be on our way since we are already behind schedule as it is. Oh, and if you are the one that she chooses, we will appear on the scene to aid you no matter what. So lover boy, do you best." With that said, the hooded men all turned around and headed towards Pigot City steadily. "My lord, how can you keep calm?" one of the hooded men asked. If they were their leader, they would've killed the bastard already. He just didn't understand how his leader could laugh, joke and smile when provoked to that extent. To make matters worse, their leader had even promised to aid that bastard if Penelope fell in love with the dude. And who was their leader? Well, he was none other than Benjamin Hamilton, A. Cassanta. He was secretly undercover on a mission to capture some notorious cult members from the Black Swan cult. But who would've known that he would meet his love rival instead? For the men, Santa wasn't bothered by it all. But the truth was far from it. The moment he heard Sky's confession, his body trembled from rage and his mind went black for a brief second. Penelope was his life, and he would do anything to make her happy. So even if she ended up loving someone else, he would willingly accept it because he wanted her to be happy. Of course, after listening to all the benefits that Penelope could get if she ended up with Sky, Santa somehow didn't feel confident anymore. His figure and his face weren't very good looking and couldn't even compare to Sky's own. So how could he not be down? In short, when he thought about it deeply, he realized that he wasn't very confident if Penelope would choose him in the end. So he decided to prepare his mind for the worse, just in case. He was now heartbroken without even confirming matters with Penelope. And so, he decided to take his sweet time and not rush back to the capital after his mission. He wanted to see whether he would come back to see his things get thrown out of the palace, or if by some miracle, she would still choose him over Golden Boy over there. A single drop of tears slid out of the corners of his eyes before he quickly pulled himself together. Even if she ended up falling for another person, he would still love her till the end of time. His love was enough for both of them, and that was all that matters. Everyone saw how silent he was, and immediately understood their leader. In the end, their leader was indeed sad. But there was just nothing that they could do to lift his moody spirit. And so, they looked for silence throughout their journey. Of course, opposite from the moody atmosphere surrounding them, back in Bay Mud, things were really getting heated up. Finally, it was time for the world to welcome its first T.V ever. Chapter 599 Making History Again. T. Versus. Chapter 599 Making History Again. T. Versus. Winter laid down her ice blossoms, and spring swooped in like a mighty wave in the ocean. As the days turned warm, the sun stretched out even more in attempts to melt the land's frozen body. Springtime came like music to the soul that played like a sweet lullaby, rocking the winter back to slumber. Because though the winter was cherished, springtime usually brought about the first blooms of vegetation on Hertfilia. The newly green wings shell out of their cocoons joyfully. The land starts preparing for growth. Of course, it had also rained both heavily and lightly for 5 days straight. And now, according to the system's weather forecast, Landon knew that the next 3 days would be slightly sunny with no chance of rain falling anytime soon. Hence these were the days that were chosen for today's matters. Yup. Finally, the Hertfilian world would have its first ever television marketed out. And so, how could the people not get crazy? Din, 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 vrrrmmmmmmm, peep, peep. The sounds of cars honking and driving, as well as hurried footsteps, could be heard all across Baymard. Everyone was both excited and determined to get their own TV and cassette player. After all, before TVs were made public, there were many adverts on the magazines, billboards and even within several buses and trains that emphasized how life-changing they were. It was said that these TV thingies could make pictures talk and move all on their own. Additionally, it was said that it was very similar to watching mini-humans in the TV box thingy. So how could the Baymardians not be overly excited? Heck, even the non-Baymardian residents, international students, visitors, merchants and others from outside also rushed to the stores as well. This was something revolutionary, So would they be stupid as to not get there now? Their hearts surged with excitement when they pictured what it would be like. And with that, everyone who was free or off from work quickly made their way to the stores. As for those who worked or were engaged with other matters like going to the hospital, all wanted to cry and curse their luck. Why did they have to be busy on such an important launch date? It was just not fair. Oh my heavens. So they worried. Look at the store T.V that is on. The pictures are actually moving. How how is that even possible? Amazing. Truly brilliant. Look, the man on the TV is about to eat worms. Ugh. How disgusting but exciting. Wait, what is showing on the TV there? It says that it's a TV series called Fear Factor. TV series? What's the difference between that and a movie? Are you living under a rock or something? Here, take this magazine and have a look. Ugh, I get it now. The TV series had many episodes, while movies didn't. Yup. Bro, why are you putting in a helmet? Are you new here? Yes, I just came in last week. No wonder. Now look around. What? How come most people are also wearing helmets too? Well bro, you'll just have to find out for yourself. Would be you. Now if you don't mind, it's finally time for me to dive in. Wait, what do you mean? Plop. 0_0. And just like that, everyone went crazy as they tried to fight their way towards the back of the stores. Of course, since both TVS and cassette players were huge, once they reached a certain distance ahead, all fighting had to stop and everyone had to stand in line, just in case they accidentally broke the other TVS in the stores. So right now, everyone was just fighting to grab carts and line up instead, because without the carts, even they were scared that they would break these heavenly objects, and so people wrestled and fought for carts even right outside the stores. Of course, on such a day, how could the royals also sit quietly? It's been a few weeks since William and his family had arrived in Baymard, and within this time, Landon had also introduced them to King Mikhail of Terikas's family too. Both families were shocked that Landon had rescued the other, and to their surprise, they had also been placed as neighbors here in Baymard too. Additionally, Landon had spoken about the fact that he had already signed treaties with them, which made them gasp at how fast and thorough the Great was. And since they had signed the same treaty, that meant that they were now brothers with one another, who would strive for peace and unity alongside Landon. So it didn't take too long before Butterdon and Mikhail became close, as they talked about politics and other exciting things within Baymard. For sure, their women, Mona and Jasmine, also hung out together as well, because to them, they were very similar since they were both undercover. Their children also bonded with each other, and they had even shared some of their plans on bettering their empires after all this charade was over. Of course, these past few days, they too had heard all about these TV thingies as well. So how could they not go out and get theirs? Right now, they were starting at the massive crowd that seemed to be martial arts experts. Even a 14-year-old was deadly when it came to matters like these. Michael, you old boy. I see why you asked us to wear helmets. Ha 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 ha. Trust me. This is the famous baptism that you all have been hearing about. But isn't this a tad bit too much? Adan said while smiling wryly. From what he was seeing, wasn't this the same as battle? How was he and his family supposed to get their own TV and cassette player amidst the crowd? He felt like it was too shameful for him to do so. But before he or his family could say anything, Jasmine, Mikhail and William all pulled up their sleeves and readied herself for the fight ahead. This is Baymard tradition, so don't be shy. What shy, bro? Don't tell me you're scared. Ha 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 ha. Dad, Mom, uncles ... As someone who has been here before, you need to get with the program, alright? Aden, Mona and uncles, _ Chapter 600 In the Face of Magic. What husband? Chapter 600 In the Face of Magic. What husband? _ Aden, Mona and William's uncles all looked at them helplessly before finally sighing. Well, It really seemed like there was no helping it. So why not dive in too? With that, they wore their helmets and followed Mikhail's lead. At first, they decided to take things easy. But who knew that these shameless Baymardians wouldn't appreciate any of their goodwill? Just when Eden had successfully grabbed a cart, someone slid underneath his legs and quickly proved the cart away from his hands. Sorry bro, finders keepers, _. Of course Mona, Muriel and Pine weren't having it easy either. These people were really something else. But if it was a battle that these people wanted, then they had no choice but to quickly change their attitudes and battle it out. Each of them wanted these TV thingies in their rooms. So they had no choice but to fight for their own sets. And so, they joined Mikhail, Jasmine and William in the TV saga of madness. Plop. Krr. Ping. That's my cart. HMPH. Back off Blondie. I don't see your name written on it, so how can it be yours? Step aside Slowpoke. You're in my way. Hey, I was standing here first, so no cutting the line. HMPH. That's mine. Oh yeah, well too bad. It's mine now. So shoe. Get lost. Move away from the cart now. I have a shoe, and I'm not afraid to use it. _. It took a little over an hour for Mikhail, Eden and their families to fight for their carts, get in line and finally collect their TVS and cassette players. Of course, they decided to get the colored electric TV each. There were 4 types of TVS. That depended on whether they ran on solar power or electricity, or whether they allowed customers to view images colored or in black and white. For sure, without a doubt, Mikhail, Eden and their crew chose the colored electric ones instead. Since they wanted that thing called cable too. Only the electric plug-in ones would allow them to connect with cable. As for the solar one, they had decided to butt it when they finally left Baymard. They would use it to watch all recorded cassette movies and TV shows while they were away. Anyway, there were different TV sizes, like the 60-inch TV and even the 80-inch ones. Of course, the bigger it was, the more costly it was. Nonetheless, they all bought standard sizes for their bedrooms and larger ones for their sitting room. With that, they then lazily strolled around the other part of the store that sold the cassettes there. There were posters of all TV series and movies there, as well as cassettes that even had recorded theater performances that they missed out some time back too. In short, there were cassettes on many other things too. For example, there was a cassette that focused on Baymard's touristic side, as it fully toured Baymard and gave a deeper understanding of what places would be fun to visit. There was also a cassette titled National Geographic Channel, Season 1, Mammal Edition. And there were also kid cassettes like Barney and Sesame Street the 2. In short, there was something for everyone here. Not to mention all the movies and TV shows that were available now. Of course, when they read the brief storyline at the back of each cassette cover, they immediately felt excited. Their hearts pounded loudly and their minds went to work in envisioning how some of the scenes would take place. There was no other way, they had to buy everything. They just couldn't let any of them go. Muriel had a 3-year-old daughter, so wouldn't buying Barney work for her? And even something like the Baymardian Bible, the Book of Genesis, was also very intriguing as well. It roughly spoke about what the ancestors thousands and hundreds of years ago had experienced. Of course, it didn't talk about the story of Adam and Eve, as that was Christianity back on Earth. Rather, it's some about this world's own biblical stories instead. With the said, each family took a copy of each show and hurriedly went ahead to line up for payment. There were a total of 12 cashiers up front, but even so, the line still moved relatively slowly, due to the massive population in the store. It took an additional 15 minutes just for them to finally pay for their goods. Esteemed guests, before paying your total, would you all like to pay and register for cable installation in your homes? Of course, hearing the staff talk about that cable thingy, their eyes immediately opened wide and they couldn't help but nod vigorously while smiling and replying excitedly. Ha 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 ha. With cable, wouldn't they be able to watch the news and other major shows that weren't even on cassette yet? They happily registered and paid for everything. before finally heading home to watch the first movie or TV show together. Yup, McKeel and Aden had decided that both of their families should watch it together. Of course, after figuring out how to install the TV and cassette player, they quickly made popcorn and other snacks for the show. And what were they watching? Well, they had decided to binge at least 10 episodes of Game of Thrones first. Dun dot 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 dudada dun dot 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 dudada dun dot 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 dudada dun. The moment the famous Game of Thrones opening themes song came, everyone's heart itched excitedly when they also saw several swords and images of territories pass by. It's actually moving and singing at the same time. Powen exclaimed excitedly, "SHHH." Everyone hushed. At this point, everyone was really anxious and couldn't wait for the show to begin. They hushed him with their mouths full of popcorn in anticipation. Heck, even Powen's docile wife had also hushed him sternly. She was so engrossed that she didn't even care whether Powen was offended or not. The TV before her was like magic. So how could she bother with Powen now? SHHHHHH _ Chapter 601 Mission Complete, Pac-Man, Here We Come. Chapter 601 Mission Complete, Pac-Man, Here We Come. SHHHHHH. Sorry, he mumbled defeatedly. Powen looked at everyone helplessly. What happened to the respectful way that they usually addressed him? He wanted to ask his wife to pass him some popcorn, but just looking at her burning gaze that was glued to the TV, he decided to swallow his words and stretch his hands towards the bowl. Of course, he understood that they didn't mean it, so he didn't take it to heart. Additionally, it didn't take away his excitement one bit. He quickly trapped more popcorn and stuffed it into his mouth gleefully. Game of Thrones. How exciting, he thought. The opening theme song finally ended, and immediately, they heard the sounds of a massive iron gate opening up. Everyone's eyes bulged out with shock, as they gasped at how real it all looked. Indeed, it was as if tiny humans were living in the TV box instead. They watched the first opening scene where three men left their fortress and headed out into the forest. Look, there are so many dead bodies in the snow. Who would discreet their bodies like that? How pitiful. HMPH. I don't like their leader. How can he just disregard the worries of his men like that? Oh no. It was an ambush. Wait. Are those even human? Damn it, my heart can't take it anymore. Run, little man. Run. No. Are they really going to behead that poor guy? Even though I understand the reason why. It's not fair to him at all. Is that woman sleeping with her brother? Ugh. How disgusting. No, not the boy. How can they push that child out the window like that? Poor girl. I feel bad for the white-haired Daenerys. Her brother is truly SC.U.Man. I hate Jeffrey so much. What an unfilial child. _ The more they watched, the more excited they got. They felt every emotion that those on the TV felt, and very soon, they all had their favorite characters amongst the pact. In short, they had already decided that they would buy Season 2 of GOT when it came out. Hopefully, it'll be soon, because they were sure that they would finish the entire Season 1 in Flash. Damn it, why didn't they just make Season 2? They really wanted to know what happened next after Season 1. Of course, they weren't the only ones who thought the same too. All across Baymud, people were going bananas when they realized that many TV series just had Season 1 and nothing more. They felt like crying but had no tears to give. Screw this. How can you all play me like this? How can Merlin end in this manner? Directors, come out and face my wrath. Damn it, Xena was so cool. I'm totally in love with this TV series. But why is there only one season? Is it really bad if Darken Ral from Legend of the Seeker is my best character? The guy is just too awesome. Wait. Did anyone watch Fear Factor? It was honestly too crazy. I can't believe that Nicole entered into a cage of bugs. My skin crawled just from watching it all. But funny enough, I couldn't pry myself from the TV. Ha 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 ha. Carrot. Of course, amidst those excited fans, were those who started watching movies instead of TV series. Poor Cinderella. She suffered too much in the hands of her wicked stepmother and sisters. But luckily, she finally got married to the prince. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was my favorite hands down. She fought her hardest against her sorceress stepmother. The girl rocks. Friday the 13th was just too awesome. My wife almost peed herself when we watched it together. But she ended up hugging me even more. Ha 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 ha. I recommend this movie to anyone who wants to act like a protector in front of their girlfriends. Oh my god. I finally understand how cool and sleek James Bond truly is. What a guy. He is the coolest spy ever. Indiana Jones has truly made my day. It was too well directed. Elizabeth Bennet in Pride and Prejudice is a real heroine. I love that movie. _carrot. Of course, some fans didn't focus on cassettes at all. Because after many people had cable, they immediately loved watching the news, live theater shows and so on. One should know that the theater shows at hand were recorded several weeks and even months ago, so those weren't live ones. But with cable, they could watch the ones that would take place tonight. They also watched live sport games, cooking shows and many more. Additionally, what surprised them the most was that there were some shows on cable that weren't on cassette yet, like Days of Our Lives, The Monday Late Night Show, Kiss My Buzz Aiku, Weekly Idol, and other shows that interviewed celebrities and made them play games with one another for the world to see. The whole thing made the fans scream at how cool their idols were. Heavens, how can Jiyomin be so cool? Ah, he's my husband for life. Sarah is too charming to be human. I just want to put her in my purse and take her with me everywhere I go. Chris is too effkin' hot. Just look at the way he flips his hair, baby. Just flip it my way. Ah, Team Jacob all the way. _. The entire thing was a huge success, so much so that within the first week since its launch, the fans were already looking forward to the red carpet event and fan meet and greet ceremony. People already formed fan bases for the stars, and even sent several fan mail to the studio daily. They also prepared to go to the voting event several weeks from now and cast their vote in the Best Actor and Actress categories too. In short, there were several voting categories available, and they intended to follow it through in order to make their stars shine glamorously. Getting their stars nominated was now their top priority. As for Landon, he also shared the same happiness that the people had, although part of his happiness was for a totally different reason instead. Ding! Congratulations on completing your mission, host. Would the host like to receive his rewards now? Chapter 602 System Rewards. Chapter 602 System Rewards. Ding! Congratulations on completing your mission, host. Would the host like to receive his rewards now? _carrot. Eating the system, Landon was ecstatic. He felt like he was on cloud 9 right at this very moment. Main Mission 1, create cathode TVs, as well as make at least 10 movies with them. Mission status, completed. Main Mission 2, create cereals, as the system had given him 7 types to make. Honey Nut Cheerios, Cap'n Crunch, Corn Pops, Corn Flakes, Fruit Loops, Apple and Cinnamon Quaker Oats, and Quaker Original Instant Oatmeal. Mission status, completed. Main Mission 3, create eyeglasses for the people. Mission status, completed. Main Mission 4, open up several barbing and hair salons within Baymard. Mission status, completed. Main Mission 5, teach doctors on students on all new medical information on toxicity, and the 4 other medical subjects awarded to host. Mission status, completed. Main Mission 6, perform and teach all 6 surgical procedures awarded to the host. Mission status, completed. Main Mission 7, create 5 new drugs. Mission status, completed. Main Mission 8, use info rewarded to host on beginner to intermediate knowledge on forensic science, aka criminalistics, to officially create a new sector within the police department for this purpose alone. Mission status, completed. Landon looked at all his completed missions as well as the points that he got from them merrily. Once he was done looking at everything, he focused on his new tasks at hand. 1. He was awarded the exact formulas for creating 10 more beverages. So of course, he had to create them in BaneMod. The system had given him recipes for Red Bull, 7-Up, Sake, Plymouth Gin, Pendleton Whiskey, Moet and Chandon Imperial Champagne, Pol Roger Brute Chapman, Kool-Aid Jammers, Blue Raspberry, Simply Lemonade, Sunny D, Tangy Original. 2. He was also supposed to do 6 more medical procedures and create 20 more different drugs in BaneMod. 3. The system had just rewarded him with knowledge on running and caring for all sea life within a public marine aquarium, so it was time for him to start construction on that. 4. And lastly, he had been given specific codes and knowledge on making the first ever Pac-Man game. And as a bonus, the system had also rewarded him with beginner to intermediate knowledge on software engineering, coding and everything involving computer technology. Because whether they like it or not, arcade games like Pac-Man would need a motherboard and other circuit parts. Then Landon thought about it now. He knew that this mission might even take more than 8 months to complete. It might have taken longer, but right now, the people had a basic knowledge of how some computerized things worked. They had made a calculator, which was also one of the simplest computer forms that existed. They had also made printers that required punch-in codes, photocopying machines, X-ray machines, and even remote controls for the TVS that used computerized operations. So they were very familiar with the basics. Essentially, they just did exactly what they were told to do. They made and fitted parts just like how Landon had trained them to do. So it was more like repetition at this point. And the more they did, the better they understood. Previously, Landon had been teaching the computer and software engineers in training all that he knew. One shouldn't forget that back on Earth, he majored in software engineering. Hence, he was very confident in this field. But that didn't mean that he knew everything, because he was still a student when he died. Obviously, he was definitely missing some information here and there. But now that the system had provided him with the proper knowledge at hand, he could better plan and reorganize the classes within the newly constructed University of Engineering, Science and Technology. All in all, he was super thrilled at the moment, because with this knowledge, the people would pick up the pace and understand better whenever any future tech was involved. Well, that was all for his new missions. With that, he decided to look at the rewards for completing these tasks. Everything involving 90s computer systems and Wi-Fi connectivity. Knowledge on wired earphones and music pods or small phone like Walkmans. Knowledge on Game Boy creation. Knowledge on the creation of properly animated movies. Formulas and recipes on 50 new drugs, as well as 11 more surgical procedures too. Knowledge on the creation of military spy drones. And lastly, 2,800 development points DP and 7,250 technology points DP. Looking at the rewards for his new missions, Landon's eyes almost popped out in shock. It seemed like soon, the people would have their first ever computer. Though it might be a 90s one that might be bulky and huge. Nonetheless, it was a great start. Of course, it wouldn't be a laptop, but those big computers with keyboards. Now they would be able to send emails and even fan mails later on, since there will also be Wi-Fi as well. Of course, physical letters would still be used since all government and company doc.u.ments might need to be passed through regular mail, just in case signatures and other things were required. Even sending out passports, photos, packages and other large items needed regular mail as well. In short, from Game Boys to military spy drones, Landon was thoroughly pleased with the rewards. With that, Landon decided to look at his side missions again. The only things that were pending was getting Mikhail back on his throne and putting William on Arcadina's throne. Of course, There was another side mission that was spontaneously added within the early months of summer last year, which utterly confused Landon. The mission was for all Baymardians to learn a special language called Klapis. And so ever since then, this strange language had been introduced and integrated with all school systems. Even within the workplaces, they had made it a mandatory workshop that workers had to attend at least 3 times a week. System. Why is this language so important? The host shouldn't worry too much, because by the end of this upcoming summer, the host will have his answer. Carrot. Landon sighed from defeat. Forget it. Summer wasn't far at all. Weren't they in spring now? He'll just have to wait and see what this summer held. But how could he have known that a young seer from a distant continent was coming to Baymard just to look for him? The savior? Landon thought long and hard about what could be coming at the end of summer, before finally deciding to make battle arrangements just in case. Landon was still deep in thought, when suddenly the phone rang loudly. Ring, 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 ring. Good day, Your Majesty. Overseer Lyor from the food industry is on the line. Connect him through brain. Yes, Your Majesty. Pop. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. It's Lyor here. Your Majesty. It's finally ready. Ha 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 ha. The first batch of cocoa has finally matured. Ha 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 ha. Listening to Lyor, Landon couldn't help but smile broadly. Good. It was now time to make chocolate. Chapter 603 Chocolate. Chapter 603 Chocolate. Chocolate. Heaven knows how long Landon had been waiting for it to be a thing. One should know that it usually took a cocoa tree 3.5 to 5 years just to mature. Of course, during this entire time, they had been growing the cocoa in a massive controlled greenhouse environment, where they controlled the heat, temperature, soil moisture, acidity and so on. Now that the first batch was ready, it was time to make new delicacies. Landon looked at his watch and decided to enter the system's space to draw out some plans. Right now, he had only 3.5 more hours before his next appointment. So he had decided to use the system's space where time was relatively different from the real world, and quickly write out production manuals for these new delicacies. Warp. Just like that, he disappeared into thin air, leaving an empty spinning chair behind. System. He'd like to buy several formulas for at least 15 types of chocolates out there. I want the 15% cocoa, toasted white chocolate bar, Lindor roasted almond black chocolate, Kinder Surprise chocolate recipe. Landon went on to list different types of chocolates that he knew of. Of course, he wanted a variety of them which would please people from all age groups. Some people loved bitter chocolates the most, while others loved sweet ones. And the additives and chemical compounds used within each type sometimes varied too. So it was always best to get the right formula no matter what. He had also wanted the Kinder Surprise chocolate because he would manufacture them for Easter and other special events. And now with chocolates, Valentine's Day would never be the same again. Also, all this while, they had been making coffee without using any cocoa powder. Landon had previously gotten some recipes from the system just for that. But now that cocoa was available, coffee wouldn't be the same again. In short, there were so many uses of cocoa that Landon looked forward to, like chocolate cakes, chocolate ice cream and many more. Sigh. Cocoa was life. Landon decided that making chocolate alone can't enough. This time, the food industry would really need to step up its game for what was about to come. System. In addition to that, I would also like to buy the proper recipe for making juicy fruit bubble gum, Trident mint gum and Trident original flavor gum. Also, I want the formulas for 2 popular dog foods back on Earth, and I'll pay for the formulas using my bonus points. P. As you wish, host. It didn't take long before Landon properly assimilated the information given to him. The system's formulas were really better, as they generally eliminated most toxic compounds that were still left within those earthly recipes. How wonderful! He quickly took out several notebooks and began writing like crazy, be it what equipment would be needed for manufacturing these goods, or the actual manufacturing procedure. Landon wrote everything down in a jiffy, He wrote each procedure in separate notebooks, and also wrote equipment design for each type in separate books as well. This way, each department or sector can do their jobs properly without interfering with one another. Landon wrote as fast as he could, before warping back with all the notebooks that were more than 35 in number at this point. Bam! As soon as he got back to his office, all the books fell to the floor as if they had dropped out of thin air. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Brain answered in concern before forcibly opening the door. He was truly worried that Landon might have injured himself. Or worse, what if a spy had secretly attacked him? He had watched the new James Bond movie and knew how dangerous these secret agents really were. "Your Majesty, is it the work of a secret agent?" Landon looked at Brain helplessly. "Bro, you watch too many movies." Seeing all the books scattered around Landon, Brain quickly helped him pick them up, and stacked them at the corner of the table. "Brain, get a trolley and send in some men to help me carry these books to the Range Rover XD. "Yes, Your Majesty." Bam! With that, the spy fanatic had finally left the office. And after 17 more minutes, every book had been properly kept in Landon's car. "I will be going to the food industry. So if you need me before then, contact them. And don't worry, I will be present for my next appointment as well," Landon said to Brain, before finally taking off. Landon drove merrily towards the food industry on the not-so-very-busy roads. It was just 9:50 in the morning, and most of the traffic had already died down since most were already at work, in school, at home, or still engaged with other activities here and there. Arriving at his destination, Landon stepped out of his car, shut his door and walked towards Lior's office. "Your Majesty, finally here." Come, let me show you our newly harvested supply of cocoa beans," Lior said excitedly while pulling Landon's hands like a 4-year-old kid. All the secretaries and workers who saw this couldn't help but smile wryly when they saw their boss' actions. Even after so many years, their boss was still as childish as ever when it came to food. Sigh. Landon, who was used to Lior, allowed himself to be dragged up and down like a lifeless doll. At this point, what could he do? Look, Your Majesty. Here they are." Their smell is still strong and really makes my tummy grumble," Lior said while caressing the cocoa beans in one of the sacks. He brought one bin closer to his nose and took a big whiff, before finally biting into it. Crack. His face twisted a bit, and he now looked somewhat troubled. "Your Majesty, the only problem I have with it is that its glorious smell really contradicts its bitter taste. So how will this be able to market well?" "Your Majesty, didn't you promise me that this cocoa bean will be a sensation? With how bitter it tastes, how am I supposed to use this and build my food house?" "Your Majesty, you are just too mean," Lior said while pouting and acting as if he wanted to cry. Landon looked at Lior and felt even more helpless. "Trust me, Lior, it will be a sensation. Now, let me show you my production plans." Chapter 604 More New Sectors. Chapter 604 More New Sectors. "Your Majesty, I knew that you weren't going to disappoint me at all," Lior said while holding Landon's hands and twirling around like a little girl. He looked at the many notebooks that were continuously being brought into his office and giggled sheepishly. Of course, apart from the various types of chocolates, bubble gum and dog food, Landon had also brought in books on his actual mission. That's right. He had brought in 10 additional manuals for different beverage production, as per his mission. "Your Majesty, it might take a while to do all these things, but trust me, it shall be done," Tim said confidently. With this, he would definitely be kept busy for several months to come. "When it comes to chocolate products, I want your department to start making the crushed cocoa powder for coffee and the Nutella for breakfast first. These things have to come out first before the rest can follow. And as for drinks, start producing one of each type too. Be it beer, juice, champagne, or any other type. Make sure to produce one of each first, before making the rest. As you wish, your majesty. With your manufacturing design layouts, I'll also contact the construction and equipment manufacturing industry ... so that we can get them to make any equipment that we lack for product manufacturing. I'll draw a contract up right away, your majesty. Good. Call your team over and work out details of how much pay going to give them for any construction or equipment building. Also ... with this new chocolate department, be sure to hire recruits and blend them up with some current workers too. Yes, your majesty. _carrot. With that, Landon left the good industry and headed towards the construction industry. Well, he had tackled the food part of his mission. So now, it was time to tackle the rest. Yup. He had two other things to worry about: aquarium construction and Pac-Man design and building. But before Landon went to the construction industry, he first made an important call in Lior's office, before finally heading towards Tim's industry. Welcome, your majesty, Tim said excitedly when he saw Landon carry 4 notebooks in his hands. New stuff. His eyes lit up as he looked at the books like gold. My precious. At this point, he was almost drooling over the books like a hungry dog. The moment he saw Landon and the books, he quickly rushed forward and took them off Landon's hands. Your majesty, these things are too heavy for you, so why don't I help you carry them? As the caring Baymardian citizen that I am, can I see you suffer and not help you out? Here, let me take them for you. Landon looked at Tim and shook his head bitterly. Who are you trying to fool? If you really cared about me, then why were your eyes always on the books? Thank you, Tim. Not a problem, your majesty. Now, come sit and let's get down to business, Tim said while patting one of the chairs in his office. Might as well resign myself to fate, Landon thought. And so just like that, Landon began by explaining his plans for the aquarium. Your majesty. So this place will be like a zoo, but for sea life. Yup, that's exactly it. But I want this aquarium to be placed within the zoo as well. In this way, we won't have to create an entirely new place that needed over 20 food courts, security rooms, entrance gates and so on. Of course, we'll still need to build food courts and other main buildings of importance. But they won't be as many when compared to if we built the aquarium separate from the zoo. In short, doing so will greatly reduce construction time, and save overall cost too. So in other words, the zoo will be expanded, and will later be called Baymard's Aquatic and Wildlife Center. But I want the aquarium site to be placed within an area that can be further expanded if we have more aquatic life in future. I don't think that will be a problem, because when we first built the zoo, we made sure that no other buildings were erected around it. In short, there's so much land just for expansion. Exactly. So we need to choose a strategic place for aquarium expansion that wouldn't hinder any zoo activities too. Because the aquarium sector would also have its own separate attractions as well, like dolphin shows that allowed people to swim with these sea creatures, seal feeding and juggling shows and many more. Dolphins shows? Your majesty. Even though I've seen pictures of dolphins from the Baymardian books on sea animals, wouldn't it be too dangerous to allow people to swim with dolphins? What if they decided to tear someone limb from limb? Don't worry, they are one of the friendliest sea creatures out there. If you say so, your majesty. Trust me, Tim, they are pretty safe to be around with. Anyway, before coming to see you, I had already called the zoo to rearrange a meeting with their board of directors and project managers. So as of now, I can't give you specific design details on this yet. All I can do is briefly tell you the outline of what the aquarium would be like. But I guarantee you that it wouldn't take long before we finalize the contract and contact you and your men. That's all right, your majesty. If that's the case, then I'm guessing that the books you brought in have nothing to do with the aquarium, right? Bingo. These books are strictly on something else that would revolutionize the way we do things later on in life. Tim's heart rate sped up a little when he heard Landon's words. What exactly was in these books? Tim's lips quivered and his hands subconsciously reached out to touch the books. as if they had some healing magical power to them. "Why, Your Majesty, what exactly is written in these books?" "Pac-Man." "Zero." Tim's face lit up as if he knew what Pac-Man was. Forget it. Even if he didn't know, so what? Pac-Man was the future. Chapter 605 The Gaming Industry. Chapter 605 The Gaming Industry. Pac-Man. Zero. Your Majesty, what exactly is Pac-Man? It's an arcade game. But what is an arcade game? Underscore. Dot. 39 minutes later, Tim's eyes were twinkling with excitement as he listened to Landon. So this thing had a screen like a TV, but had several coding mechanisms to it instead. Well, he was up to the challenge. "Your Majesty, say no more. I'll personally handpick some of our older software and computer engineers in training, as well as some new ones from the Baymardian University of Engineering, Science and Technology," Tim said gleefully with his right hand on Landon's shoulder. "Wait, Tim, we won't be recruiting them now. I have several computer and software engineering textbooks here that have to be taught at the university first." "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Tim asked pitifully. Did His Majesty want to push this project even further away after making him so excited? That was not fair at all. Semicolon. Landon looked at Tim and sighed stressfully. Honestly, why did it always feel like he was babysitting rather than talking about work? "Tim, we need to educate them a little bit more before we begin. I'll personally train the professors in the university intensively for a month and a half, so that they could properly teach the students the basics. Of course, I'll continue to teach the professors even after that. But it's just that the first month and a half will be very extensive. Nonetheless, here's what I'm planning. After a month and a half, when the next semester begins, the teachers will then continue teaching the students under my guidance for the first 3.5 months. And after that, you can then start recruiting workers and train them for the next 3 months again, before manufacturing officially begun," Landon said. Typically, all engineers in Baymard are still engineers in training and will only be able to graduate after fully understanding their majors. So while working within the industries, they still had to make time off to attend classes as per their work schedules. In short, their classes were also seen as working days. So sometimes, some people were scheduled to work from Monday to Wednesday, and had an entire day of classes on Thursdays and Fridays. Others might work on Saturdays, Sundays and Mondays, and go to school on Tuesdays and Wednesdays instead. To be fair, the shifts were always rotating, with some working overnight or even daytime shifts. Of course, the university also took in graduates as well, who would then enter the system and work part-time within the industries to gain experience too. Listening to Landon, Tim couldn't help nodding his head in agreement with his methods. "Tim, what I want is for them to properly assimilate and understand what we have been doing in Baymard all this while. From printers to photocopies, we have really done a lot. And even though they understand how those parts play a big role in each product, not all of them know what other capabilities those internal parts have. That's why teaching them all functions of each part is a must, so that they can also think outside the box and even invent their own products as well. Of course, if we really have to wait for them to study everything in both computer and software engineering, it might take over 4 years for each student to do so, and we don't have that time right now. That being said, all they have to do is follow your own steps and the rest is history. If you put something in a particular space, then they too should put it in that same so it as well. With time, they will get to understand it better. So 5 months from now, recruit them and train them properly. And within these 5 months, I'm guessing that you will also personally train me and some of the men too. Right, Your Majesty? Tim asked curiously. Yup, after the university makes a contract with the printing industry for the software and computer books, your industry should also follow suit and make a contract for a few books as well. Bear in mind that once you get those books, they should never leave the training rooms no matter what. Of course, you are the only one who will be allowed to keep a body in his office, since you have a mini-safe there. Likewise, in the university, the books will only be kept in the libraries. And just before every class, The students need to sign at the textbooks and return them immediately after class. Anyhow, when able to get the textbooks for your industry and select some people who will assist you in training the workers, then we will begin. Tim stroked his beard silently while listening to Landon. And how often will we train your majesty? 2 hours on Thursdays and 5 hours on Saturdays, depending on everyone's schedule of course. Not bad at all, your majesty. Those days are doable for me since I'm typically off on Saturdays. But just to be sure, I'll check my schedule on Thursday and give you my times of availability for everyone else as well. Good. I'll be waiting for your schedules then. Anyway, as for workers that we will hire 5 months from now, I only want them to build the game first by hand. Doing so will make them better understand the mechanics and importance of each part, which will also allow them to know if there are any faults within the manufacturing process. That being said, from the time that he'll teach the professors to the time that the recruits will finish training will be 8 months in total. Let me guess. Construction time, right? Tim said playfully. How long had he worked for Landon? He already had an understanding of how this king of theirs operated. Yup. Within this 8-month time frame, I need you to assign some construction workers to build an entirely new industry. The gaming industry. Landon smiled broadly while passing the construction design plans to Tim. Who acted like he now had ants in his pants. Tim, I need you to get at least 15,000 workers on this one. The faster it's built, the better for us. As you wish, your majesty. I'll do that right away. Good. Chapter 606 The Three Amigos. Chapter 606 The Three Amigos. With that, Landon and Tim spoke for a bit before parting ways. Of course at this, Landon was rushing for his next appointment. But he wasn't the only one who was busy as a bee. Damn it, I'm so hungry that I can eat an entire hangel. Brother, can I have some of your emergency biscuits? No way. That's supposed to carry me through after hand combat class or I just die too. Come on bro. You know that he missed breakfast today, so just give him one pack, alright? SHHH. The safety and first aid military teacher has entered the class. In one of the military classrooms, 3 brothers were currently sitting close to each other. And who were these brothers? Well, they were none other than Penelope's brothers who had been kidnapped by Landon and brought to Baymard. They were, first Prince Robert, second Prince Asher, and third Prince Neeson. Their own family had tied them up like criminals and shipped them to Landon, who then transported them from Gum City back to Baymard during the period when he was still trying to tackle the Shinjet problem. That's right. They had been placed in the Coronian military training headquarters in Baymard. At first when they got here, they were very stubborn and arrogant, but just after 2 days, they mellowed down a bit, because they were treated the same way as the other Coronians in their batch. And when they refused to obey simple orders, well, they were punished severely, which made them miss food hours. So for the first 2 days, they starved severely. One should know that they had been bundled up and sent here with no money in their pockets. Sure, their family had given Landon money to take care of them secretly. So if they were almost dying from starvation, Landon would probably get something to buy something and give it to them, as if that person was a good Samaritan. Of course bi-weekly, their military salaries would also come in as well. But unfortunately for them, they had arrived just after the salaries had been dished out. So they only had to wait for their next paycheck. With all that said, how could these 3 brothers still keep their arrogance? They broke down and began doing what was expected of them. To survive, they had no choice but to abide by the rules. And eventually, after several months here, their mentalities had changed bit by bit. From the ethics classes, combat classes, stop climbing, safety and other classes, they began to properly understand what it took to be a great leader and reflected on their own shortcomings too. And from time to time, they would receive letters from their family, especially their mothers, when they looked back at how much trouble they had caused back in Corona, They didn't know whether to smash their heads into a wall or just shot themselves dead. When each of them was given territories to control, what did they do? They squandered all their money in recruiting more soldiers to fight Penelope, rather than securing more food for the people, getting more healers to reside in their territories and so on. In fact, only their estates and those of other nobles were rich. The streets were typically poor and filled with beggars everywhere. But ever since Penelope took over their territories, it grew better instead. All this was enough to show them that they lacked the right qualities that made a good leader. They were so ashamed of themselves when they understood their family's intentions. Now, they had matured here in Baymard and even had many friends too. Ha 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 ha. If someone would have told them that they would be friends with those of lower statuses than them, they would be probably beaten the person to a pulp. Yet here they were, smiling with those in their classrooms like fools. In a way, they kind of liked the atmosphere and lifestyle here in Baymard, especially the level of comfort. From the water to the light, heat, food, fun activities, telephones, TVs, and other godly products. Baymard always had something that completely took them unawares every single month. Nonetheless, they knew that they would eventually go back to their own empire. But they just didn't know when. Class dismissed. Shrew up. Din, 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 din. The sounds of chairs being pushed, as well as the sounds of footsteps, could be heard within the classrooms and the hallways. Some students stayed behind since their next class would take place within the same classroom, while others quickly left for their next class or break. As for the three brothers, they were walking as fast as they could alongside some of their dormitory mates and friends. Now, they had to attend a 1.5-hour hand combat class. Guys, let's branch at the cafeteria first, before heading towards the combat training hall. No way. We can't run in the hallways, so even if we walk very fast, there might be a long line in the cafeteria. And even at that, going that direction will make us late to class. Or have you forgotten? Today is the Devil's training session. At email protected. The Devil. No, it can't be. Oh, but it is. First Lieutenant Matthew Johnson, aka the Devil, will be in charge of today's combat class. Everyone shivered uncontrollably when they thought of Matthew's intimidating aura. It was like the guy crawled out from the pits of hell and took on human form instead. Even the three princes felt like if they ever saw him on the battlefield, they would just give up, turn around and flee. He had an aura that made people want to confess all their sins at once. SHHHHHH. Are you crazy? Why would you call all of his names? I heard that calling his names 3 times will make him appear out of thin air and come for you. No, I heard that it will only happen if you say his name 3 times over a bucket of water. Guys, let's just forget about the cafeteria, okay? That devil will squeeze us dry if we are even a second late. Damn it, of all days, why did it have to be today? Guys, I'm scared. I just called his full name right now. So does that mean that I only have 2 more trials before he is out of thin air? Bro, from now on, just call him the Devil. One of them said, and everyone nodded in agreement. It was better to be safe than sorry. But just when they were about to pick up the pace, they suddenly heard a cold and intimidating voice behind them. Why are you all not already in my class? TTTT. They turned around and almost fainted from shock. Who said that the devil will only appear after 3 times of name calling? It just took 1 time, all right. They stood rooted on the spot and almost began crying. Mommy. Chapter 607 Major Biri. Chapter 607 Major Biri. Mommy. Semicolon semicolon. And so Penelope's brothers and their friends all faced the devil head as if they were preparing for battle. The days within the barracks were never boring for them, no matter the weather. Every week was filled with laughter, sorrow, success, failure, and even some crazy stories about their instructors. All in all, their family's plans to change their character seemed to be paying off as planned. The 3 brothers wanted to go for a mission so bad, as they had heard of how glorious Baymardian missions were. For sure, They knew that they could only be dispatched for Coronian missions, as the Coronian Empire would sometimes send the Coronian soldiers here in Baymard to go out and do one of two jobs for them. This was to allow them to put their skills and knowledge to the task, because the only way for them to advance was for them to have real-life experiences. The three brothers really wanted to test out their skills and see how much they had improved physically, as well as mentally, because even something as simple as surviving in the wild was something that they wanted to do. Sure, back then, they had stayed it out and called overnight most times. Typically, they and their men had brought over food and other rations to end their journey. So what would they do if they had to survive for 15 days with no civilization in sight or people? What if they were thrown into the heart of the jungle and left there at the mercy of several ferocious beasts? Here in Baymard, they had even learned how to weave grass sandals and even knew what mushrooms could make one hallucinate. In short, when they heard that some Baymardian soldiers had fought hand-to-hand with Hangals and had even broken their limbs, they couldn't help but want to see how strong they were too, although they wouldn't dare to start with such erroneous beasts like Hangals. Most importantly, they wanted to prove their worth to their family. With how disappointing their past behavior was, they really wanted to wash their reputations white and become outstanding royals that would aid Corona in the future. So they desperately wanted to go on missions and better themselves. But they hadn't made up to 6 months in Baymard. Hence they didn't even qualify to take up level 1 missions. Nonetheless, they weren't too worried about that because after a month and a half, they would finally qualify for these missions. And so just like that, the brothers spent their days striving to better themselves one step at a time. Of course, they weren't the only ones who felt joy when it came to missions. Currently, Biri was yet again out on another mission to Corona. And what was his mission? Well, this time, it involved the church. That's right. It was mainly about charity. Even though Corona's overall situation had improved, there were still places that hadn't fully enjoyed any benefits. Sometimes, these places would be plagued with cults, evil gangs and even corrupt lords that would extort all that they made. Change would definitely come to all parts of Corona, but that sometimes required time. For sure, one could see tiny traces of Baymard's influence in these places, but it wasn't as massive as some other regions. Anyway, Baymard had been helping out to exterminate all roots of poverty and suffering within these places. As for why they couldn't extend their charity to other memories, that was all for the safety of their men. On the surface, even though Baymard and Tariq seemed to be at peace, the moment these Baymardians landed on the shores of Tariq, wouldn't several people attempt to give them trouble? Even if they could handle it, all that was just added stress for nothing. And when one looked at the other memories, they too weren't all that safe, as they would try to rob them 100 times over. Worse, who knew if they would be killed instead? In Corona, even the robbers dared not mess with Baymardians. That was how much respect they had for the place. And so until all treaties were officially announced and peace was restored, then and only then would he send his men to such risky places. Gallop, 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 gallop. He, alongside 2 priests and at least 300 soldiers, all traveled along a specific route on the Coronian map. They planned to travel through at least 15 villages and towns all in the same direction, before making a U-turn back to their ship. Their wagons were filled with bags of money, clothes and other items that the Baymardians had donated in and out of the church. The people in Baynard were actually very well-to-do, so they felt the need to spread their blessings and influence to those who didn't have anything at all. After listening to the gospel, they found it truly a waste to hoard stuff. If their 3-year-old children were now 7 years old, why did they still need to keep all those clothes when someone else might be in dire need of them? Charity, be it monetary or not, was now a way of life as well. Gallop, 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 gallop. Creak, creak. The sounds of horse hooves and wagon wheels thrusting into the ground could be heard amidst the chatter of the men. They rode for a bit, before finally seeing some of their scouts make their way back to them. Biri, who had just passed his military examinations and moved up a rank, calmly stopped his horse and waited for the scouts to approach him. Major Biri, There are no major problems along the route to Far Village. And what about bandits? We asked some of the travelers about that, and they spoke about the pure evil cult, which has its base about 7 villages from here. Good job. Well, do what we have to do and advance steadily, before finally taking care of that cult. Everyone, don't forget our objectives, especially the second objective. Make sure to mow down what you see and report back to me immediately. Is that understood? Yes, Major Barry. Excellent. Since everyone knows their duties, then do your jobs well. Now, let's continue on. And with that, they were off. Chapter 608 Phase 1, Charity. Chapter 608 Phase 1, Charity. Barry and his men took over 23 minutes to reach Far Village at a steady pace. The village was tiny but clean, which didn't surprise them all that much since they had soon realized that even the smallest villages around also prioritized cleaning as well. And all of this was thanks to the Shinjip situation. Many Coronians soon realized that their health issues were all related to sanitation. So many village chiefs make it a point for the villages to clean up every now and then. People now took baths once in 2 days, when compared to their previous once-a-week tradition. Typically, they just got out of bed, cooked or did other strenuous chores and finally went back to sleep just like that. Of course, they would also wash their faces if need be. But it was never a full bath. So when things got better in their villages, they continued their practices and also made sure that their surroundings were clean too. The villagers of Few Village were all busy as bees. Some were carrying firewood on their heads, while others were carrying sharp stone axes in their hands instead. Some carried wooden buckets of water, and others served several grains and seeds. Some were skinning rabbits, while others were sweeping their yards. Seriously, even the children tried their best to help out in any way that they could. And just by looking at how they operated, one could see that they were very well coordinated and industrious. Immediately as they heard the sounds of horse hooves approaching, the men quickly sent the summon children into the houses and quickly came forward to see who had paid them a surprise visit. They looked at Barry and his men in confusion, as they didn't know who they were. Were they part of the pure evil cult or were they just passerbys? Worse, maybe they were slave traders. One could never be too sure. With that, someone quickly ran to get the village chief. These strange men ... Just what was their purpose? Barry saw their wary expressions and calmly got down from his horse. Just this action alone was one that showed humility, because enemies who wanted to harm or force them to a dead end would never lower or talk to them at eye level. They would always want to be above them instead. Of course, the rest of the soldiers and the priests also came down from their horses and followed Barry silently. Greetings everyone. We come in peace and bear you no harm. We were sent by the good people of Baymard to aid you all in any way we could. Listening to Barry, many of the villagers were shocked. Baymard? Wasn't that the place of magic? Their bodies trembled as they looked at the men before them. But no matter how shocked they were, they still decided to wait for this village chief first. And very soon, their village chief, Old Man Gringo, had arrived. You say that you all are from Baymard, but do you all have any proof to back up your claims? Yes, sir. We have a permission slip from the Queen of Corona permitting us to aid in any way possible. Gringo took the slip and calmly read through it. Of course, when he saw the Coronian stamp on it, he knew that it was definitely true. On top of that, they also had a real-life gold Coronian royal badge in their hands, which can only be given out by the royal family in Corona. Additionally, they showed Landon's letter too. Gringo nodded his head in acknowledgement and passed everything back to them after reading through it all. Thank you and your people for your generosity. How could he not thank them after reading all that? These people had definitely come with good intentions. Seeing that their village chief thanked these strangers, the rest of the villagers knew that these people were truly here to aid them. But in what way would they help them? They had no clue. Nonetheless, help was help. So they still thanked these people all the same. Thank you all. Don't mention it, we are all brothers and sisters by treaty, fate and humanity. So shouldn't we help each other out as well? Ha 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 ha. You're right, we should. Well, don't just stand there at the village entrance. Come in. coming," Gringo said excitedly. Half an hour later, everyone was shocked by what they were seeing. "Sirs, are you sure that all these are for us?" "Yes." Their bodies trembled as they looked at the many sacks of clothes, toys, alphabet books, storybooks, pots, and many other items. Of course, there were at least 5 heavy bags of coins, the 2, which was mostly filled with copper coins and some silver coins. Nonetheless, the combined amount was somewhat unexpected. "Oh my God, I want this dress for my daughter." "Move over." "Obviously, it would fit my daughter best." "Ah, this lip gloss thing is really moisturizing." "Sis, how do I look?" "No, I want that pot instead." They said that the inside of the pot will never butt or turn black if food is left on the fire for too long. "Amazing." "Papa, can I have that toy?" "Of course you can." Ha 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 ha. "With this month in my hand, now my family can save for rainy days or a healer if our children ever get sick." "Ah, this coat feels so warm that I feel like sleeping just from wearing it." "Good stuff." Carrot carrot. Dot. The bags of clothes were shared and distributed, with each villager having at least 2 outfits from the bags. For the rest, some families got 3 pots, while some got 1 cooking pot depending on how many people lived in their homes. In short, everything was distributed to the satisfaction of the villagers. And when it came to the money at hand, 30% was evenly distributed, and 70% was kept for the village's development plan. That's right. Biri gave the village chief several options in developing his village, as per Landon's suggestions. But first and foremost, he had to open a school where the children would better themselves. Everyone was super excited and happy. And the moment Biri promised to take care of the pure evil cult, they quickly went down on their 11 knees in gratitude. "Thank you, thank you." Everything happened so fast that the village chief couldn't even conceal his happiness, as the corners of his life arched upwards. He looked at his people, before silently looking to the sky. The heavens had finally decided to help his people. Biri and his people, on the other hand, knew that their mission here in this village wasn't done. Now it was time for Phase 2. Chapter 609 Phase 2. Chapter 609 Phase 2. After waiting for the villagers to gleefully express their joy and gratitude, Biri calmly looked at the crowd and signaled for his men to bring in Elijah. "Fellow villagers, this isn't the only reason why we came. Our charity doesn't only end with physical or monetary items. No, many of our people had also contributed towards health benefits as well. In other words, we are giving a chance to a few selected people who are critically ill to come to Baymard and receive treatment, transport and lodging free of charge, until the treatment wears off. Of course, each patient can bring in a guardian who will accompany them too. So in total, we have 150 slots available for the patients. Our journey doesn't just end here, since we still need to pass through 14 more villages and towns. Again, if anyone has any doubts, you all are free to refuse or change your minds anytime throughout our journey. If we reach the port and anyone has any cloud of doubt in their minds, then you all can always turn back. But Baymard is currently the home of medicine right now, and delaying treatment for your loved ones might be detrimental to them in the long run. Silence. The place was so quiet that one would think that the village was indeed a deserted one. They were going to provide them with health benefits too? A few people's eyes turned misty, while some people couldn't help but look at these men with a whole new level of admiration instead. They felt that these Baymardian people were something else. Even when they were well-to-do, they still donated and gave back to the poor. Some rich people would rather burn their stuff to the ground than have a peasant touch them. Gringo also felt that these Baymardians were good, who would willingly take care of so many people's health problems just like that. They were even willing to lodge all companions who would travel with the sick as well. Their actions made everyone respect them even more. Biri looked at everyone else and continued on. With that said, here's a list for eligibility requirements. Those who were born with an opening or slit in the roof of their mouth or upper lip, cleft lip deformity. Those who have large head-sized boils protruding out of their necks, belly and chest and back. Those who have been critically ill for years. Those who can't chew at all because all their teeth have either fallen out or are broken. Those. Biri went in to list all the symptoms that they were willing to treat. Even though he had no real medical knowledge, Landon had shown him images and real-life patients within the hospital, so he knew what he was looking for. Within these past few years, things like fevers, constipation, food poisoning, coughs and so on were now too common and easily treatable in the Pino continent thanks to the drugs from Baymard. So they weren't particularly aiming at that. Nope, they were looking for those that needed surgical treatment. They were looking more for people with cancerous cells growing in them, rather than physical disabilities. Because like it or not, in this era, disabilities existed. But they mostly came from battles, scheming, plotting and fights. They rarely ever came from birth. Firstly, back on Earth, an overly abused woman had an extremely high chance of giving birth to a disabled child. But in this era, a man could hit a woman continuously and that baby would come out alright. The women in this era had tough bodies that protected the children even more. Not to talk of the early man. If it were back in the dinosaur age. Please, what abuse could bother those women? Evolution was something that was bound to happen no matter what. Of course there were also pros and cons to this, as all this toughness could only be forged from a hard life. Humans would always adapt to every situation, and that was a fact. But the extra pressure and hard life also meant short life expectancy as well. For sure, some births resulted in joint twins or other disabilities. But they were so rare and hardly seen, that when people did see them, they thought that the child was a monster or cursed instead. Some believed that it was the child's mother who sinned and was bearing the wrath from the heavens, while others believed that the child was a shape of wickedness that will one day plague the earth. And even those that grew huge cancerous cells later on in their lives, were either thought to have been poisoned or cursed too. At times, the woman would be blamed for A.D.U.L. Terry and put to death besides her monstrous baby instead. These were really dark times. Long story short, they had decided to treat these people and educate the rest of the world instead. Biri himself had seen the miraculous after effect of patients who had been treated in the hospital. So he knew that these poor people were suffering from a disease and weren't cursed at all. Village Chief Gringo, please coordinate with everyone and bring all those who identify in any of the categories listed. No problem. With that, Gringo quickly did as he was told. 17 minutes later, Biri and his crew had gone to the huts of those who he intended to take back to Baymard. In total, there were 5 patients, 3 children and 2 elderly men were presented to Biri and his crew. Biri confirmed that they all met the requirements. Wait, Mr. Biri, just on top of that mountain, there's an 8-year-old orphan boy there who lives up there all alone. He also has one of the descriptions that you mentioned. But his case is very rare. We had never seen anyone look the way he did, so we thought that he was cursed. But after listening to your description I realized that the poor boy might just be sick instead. So, can you please take a look at him? The village chief said embarrassedly. Sure. Chapter 610 The Young Datumi. Chapter 610 The Young Datumi. Sirs, this is the boy's home. Thank you, village chief Gringo. Currently, Biri, his men and Gringo were now within what was supposed to be the boy's front yard. Biri looked up at the thatched house that barely looked like it could have taken anyone through winter. It was slightly slanted, old and looked very unsteady. And on closer inspection, one could see that it had been mended numerous times during this past winter. This meant that on some days, the poor boy had probably almost frozen to death whenever the heavy snowfall would collapse parts of his home. Sigh. His life must have been tough. Knock, 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 knock. Datumi, this is the village chief. Are you in? Without wasting any more time, the village chief respectfully knocked on the thin door that was made from several backs of trees. He knocked for a while without getting any response and thought that no one was around. But Biri and his men knew that this wasn't the case. On arriving, they had seen footsteps on the mushy grounds that can only belong to that of a kid, and the footsteps went straight into the building. Additionally, when they had knocked on the door the first time, they could hear slight noises coming from within. One might think that it was just the wind or something, but Biri and his men felt otherwise. In short, there was so much evidence around the yard alone that showed that the boy was in. Sorry sirs, it looks like he's not in. You know the boy lives alone, so he probably went out hunting or fishing in the nearby streams. But if you'd like, we could wait for him here or back in the village. Whichever one you all want, Gringo said with concern. No need, he's in. Gringo looked at Biri, and then looked at the rest of the nodding soldiers in confusion. How were they so sure? Gringo looked at the door again and thought long and hard on whether the boy had responded during one of his knocks, but failed to recall hearing anything from within. Biri now stood in front of the door and knocked once more to get the boy's attention. Knock, 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 knock. Kid, we mean no harm. We are from Bay Mud, and we're here to assist you. Kid, I know that life has truly been unfair to you. The world is a dark place that turned its back on you when you needed help the most. You have lived, suffered, and even survived through it all. And you will continue to suffer if you don't take a chance to make a change. All these words are the words that a wise, daring and brilliant man once told me. Never forget that amidst human cruelty lies ignorance. And just like everyone else, I too used to be ignorant as well. But now my eyes have opened with the changing tides of time. I know you don't trust anyone. But for yourself and your parents, give it one more chance. Give yourself a chance to prove humanity wrong about you and change your destiny. Biri said with a slight smile on his face. 85% of these words came from Landon. When he had first come here with his mother and sister, he felt like he was at his wits' end. Even though he trusted Santa, one never knew if the person Santa trusted was as good as he claimed. For all he knew, he could have been sent into slavery behind Santa's back. There was so much that weighed on his shoulder as a man who had two women to protect. His father had disowned his family and their names had been removed from the list of royals and nobles throughout the empire. So at this point, he was nothing more than an ordinary peasant man. That was the lowest point in his life, where he felt that the wicked would always succeed. But when Landon saw him, he immediately took him as a brother and said these exact same words to him too. It was as if he had some sort of enlightenment, because immediately after, he felt his mind become calmer and clearer. It was at this point that he knew what he wanted to be. Growing up in the palace, he had never wanted the throne and had always wanted to be a simple knight. He was someone who could take on too much responsibility and that he knew. So if Santa could be a merchant, then why couldn't he be a simple knight? And so with so much motivation, he took his miserable situation and turned it into a dream, all thanks to himself and His Majesty Landon. He would never forget those words no matter what. They were his saving grace. Kid, soon we will be leaving. So if you're in there, this is your last chance to come out. Remember, your destiny is in your own hands. Catcher. Gringo. As soon as Biri finished his speech, the door was forcefully opened by the young boy. Gringo was shocked and embarrassed at the same time when he recalled how he told Biri how hardworking and honest the boy was. Kid, so you were inside the whole time? Don't you know that they might take you as a troublemaker instead? And if you were in there, why didn't you open up when you heard my voice? Kid. You really don't put the village chief in your heart, do you? While the Gringo was still sulking, the young lad Dartumi was currently facing Biri and his crew silently. The young boy had a scarf over his nose and tried his best to stand in an imposing manner. But of course, his trembling hands quickly gave him out. On the other hand, Dartumi was also analyzing them as well. And without a doubt, he was utterly impressed by what he saw. They looked like real warriors. Dartumi steadied his chaotic heart and looked Biri straight in the eye. Smelly men, what do you want? Chapter 611 Hope. Chapter 611 Hope. Smelly men, what do you want? Silence. Degrees. Gringo looked up to the sky and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. How could he have forgotten that this brat was always rude through and through? Even though it has been over 4 months since he last came to the brat's home, how could he have forgotten the boy's true nature? Smelly man? Did these magnificent men look like smelly men to the brat? But even though he glared at Datoumi, he couldn't help but feel anxious for the poor kid. Gringo secretly looked at Biri and the rest before sighing from relief. Good. They weren't angry. He looked again and was even more confused than before. Why were Sir Biri and the rest smiling instead? Did they like being insulted? But how would Gringo have known that the men were actually admiring Datoumi's courage instead? Even though he was trembling, he never yielded or diverted their eyes in the least while insulting them. Soldiers, the kids got spunk. Biri smiled at the lad in amus.e.m.e.nt. What do we want, kid? We want to help you. Really? And why would you want to do that? There's no free meal in this world, so why? Datoumi asked curiously. It's because our ruler and our people have once suffered a fate that made the entire world shun us too. So we are here to provide aid to those who truly need it. Of course, we can talk on and on about what we can or can't do ... But in your heart, I know that you've already made up your mind on what you will do. Isn't that right, Datoumi? ... My place can't take all of you at once, so only you and the village chief can come in. As you say, this is your home after all. With that, Biri turned to the rest of his men and nodded at them, before heading in with Gringo. Both Biri and Gringo spent over an hour trying to satisfy the young man's curiosity. Unlike most, Datoumi had actually never heard of Baymard before, as he never left the mountain region for anything. He used to live in the village with his parents when he was younger, even though he was still shunned by everyone. But unfortunately for him, when he turned 4, the pure evil cult that was newly established at the time went to each village in hopes of spreading terror. Of course they attempted to take his mother and defile her, but his father wasn't having it. His father was killed and his mother committed suicide, rather than be defiled. And so he became an orphan who fended for himself since then. He moved here and never went back down again. But hearing about Baymard made him feel like he didn't know the world outside at all. Can I see it? Are you sure you want to? I've been called a monster my whole life, and many people say that the hole under my nose is a scar marked by a demon. It's said that looking at it would make one get bad fortune. So, do you really want to see it? Datoumi said with a serious expression on his face. Ha 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 ha. What stupid curse, kid. I've seen 3 people like you, and they have already been treated by our healers' doctors. What curse? As I said, ignorance is this world's biggest sin. Hearing Biri, both Datoumi and Gringo jumped in shock. They were cured. So this wasn't a curse? Biri went in to explain the basic knowledge about what he knew about it, which took the other men by surprise. They were also shown pictures of the before and after treatments of some patients. Without a doubt, they were shocked by the picture thing that didn't look anything like a portrait. But the patients in the pictures stunned them even more. Datoumi looked at the smiling boy in the picture and felt the flames of hope grow deeper within him. So this illness was called cleft lip, and it was just a defect from during pregnancy. He looked to the ground, slowly took off his scarf and raised his head back up again. He tried to hold back his tears, but in the end, he wept like the kid that he was. Woo ... Woo. There. It's all better now, isn't it? Gringo looked at him and sighed. All he saw now was a pitiful child, and now that he knew that it was an illness, he felt even more empathy for the orphaned poor boy instead. He couldn't help but feel ashamed when he thought of the behavior of some of his villagers towards the boy who had no one in this world to turn to. What monster! Clearly, the poor guy was just sick and needed help. Gringo promised himself that if he ever found people who were like Datoumi, he would immediately send them to Baymard for treatment. And anyone who ever called Datoumi a monster in his presence would definitely feel his wrath. Sigh. The world was really ignorant, and so was his previous self. Biri allowed Datoumi to cry to his heart's contempt, and after 5 minutes, The red puffy-eyed boy quickly resumed his so-called cold look, which at this point only made him look like he was pouting. "So you all are leaving now? Wait, do I need to go with you now?" "No, not now. This is only the first village that we visited." So after distributing everything to all chosen villages and towns, then we will make a U-turn and pick everyone up. Plus we also have to take care of the Out-Evil Cant before we leave. So in about a week or so, we should be back. After all, it's only 2 p.m., and we are already on our way towards the next village now. "Okay, I'll wait for you all." Good. With that, Biri and his team left. But they weren't the only ones who were preparing for battle. Far away from Corona, danger was silently brewing in the dark. Chapter 612. The time was near. Chapter 612. The time was near. Swoo-yoo. The end silently whistled against the trees that were now starting to grow their leaves. The forest was slightly warmer, and the animals had all come out to play. The birds tweeted away, and the frogs sang the bass to the song. Just one look, and one could see that the forest would soon get its full look within the next few months. Several deers, rabbits and animals were all searching for food around the trees along a tiny forest trail. Everything seemed to be at peace, when suddenly, all the creatures lifted their heads in unison and quickly vanished back into the heat of the forest. Gallop, 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 gallop. Right on cue, over hundreds of men on horseback rode along the forest trail silently, with their leader riding in the center of the group. But even though their leader was clocked in black and had a long hood on, anyone who saw his frame or shadow would undoubtedly know that he was the leader of the pack. The men rode vigilantly until they finally stopped at a field of wet strangling grass. Yup, as the name suggests, the grass would strangle anyone who dares to resist it. Anyone who saw it would say that it looked like one of those Baymardian mops. It had a stick-like top body, and the bottom half of it was exactly like that of mops. But one shouldn't be received, because underneath that twig of grass were countless times that were wrapped around like a ball of yarn. The grass outer appearance was just a camouflage to lower one's guard, because as soon as anyone came a few inches to it, it would strangle you and cut off one's blood circulation in a heartbeat. It was one of the most vicious plants known to man, and also liked blood the most. Some Grill called it the devil's plant, while others called it the figments of enemy ancestors. Several believed that they were a result of enemies that were buried in the place where they were killed. Of course, beliefs like these made warriors travel several miles away just to throw the ashes of their enemies away. All in all, the and was believed to be pure evil. Stop, one of the men commanded while raising his right hand in the air. Soon, everyone did as they were told and quickly gave way for the man to approach the leader. The leader then took out a small potion from his chest and gave it to the man. Everyone, stand back and wait. With that, the man moved towards the strangling plants and took a deep breath. Even though these plants were deadly, they had but one weakness known to just a few powerful men in the Pino continent. Yup, these plants hate this potion. Even the man didn't know what the position was. But all he knew was that whenever he sprinkled several drops of the potion onto 2 or 3 plants before him, a few minutes later, the entire field would turn red. One thing to note was that these plants were normally purple in nature, and when they attacked, they would turn gray. But for some reason, red meant that they were asleep instead. Additionally, they typically got affected by the other strangling plants around them. So if one got hungry, turned gray and accidentally touches another one beside it, then that one would also get hungry and turn gray too. And in turn, the entire field would get hungry and turn green in a matter of minutes. As for the potion in the man's hand, it could make these plants stay asleep for 15 minutes max with no signs of them waking up. This was a huge secret that only kings and high-class nobles knew of, as the potion itself could make any middle-class noble go bankrupt within a year. Their warrior sprinkled a few drops and quickly stepped back. The affected strangling grass made a high-pitched crying noise, and quickly turned into red from bottom to top. And once it completely turned red, It slanted sideways as if it were sleeping and immediately touched the other plants beside it with its long stick-like upper part. The rest cried out and the cycle continued. Within the next 4 minutes, the entire field had turned completely red. Everyone, we have just 1,315 minutes tops. Advance quickly. With that, the rest of the men rode through a ting footpath amidst the red field. Even though it seemed like the time was a lot, sometimes, these plants would get up earlier than expected, so the quicker they were the better for them. The men rode along the small foot trail and finally entered a cave at the other end. And right on cue, they heard the sounds of the plants waking up in unison. As expected, some really woke up early. Good thing that they hurried as fast as they could. One should know that with no real way of measuring the potion ingredients, how could each potion have the same results? The men rode into the cave while feeling relieved as well. At this point, even if someone had accidentally seen them enter the cave, they wouldn't be able to advance at all, lest they want to die a gruesome death. Heck, even the potions were so valuable and well treasures, that their leaders were only allowed to take 2 spoons of them in a potion bottle whenever they had to leave or enter the cave. Gallop, 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 gallop. The men continued to advance while avoiding all traps that were set up for intruders. And soon, they came out of the cave and was greeted by a massive estate a little further away from the cave's exit. Welcome, Your Majesty Alec Barn. Welcome. Have all the men that I sent this way arrived? Yes, Your Majesty. They are all here. Good. Now round everyone up as soon as possible. It's time to prepare for battle. Chapter 613. The time was near to. Chapter 613. The time was near to. After dishing out his orders, Alec calmly entered the estate. There were men everywhere. The place was so full that people had to sleep within the hallways of all 12 estates. Welcome, Your Majesty. Welcome, Your Majesty. As he passed, everyone quickly stopped what they were doing and saluted him with respect. Alec nodded back and steadily made his way to the west wing of the main building. That wing had his bedroom, as well as his main office by it. Of course, he went straight into his office and stayed there. Right now, time was of the essence. A few hours went by, and after a while, there was a knock on his door. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Immediately, 7 of his most loyal commanders and aides all walked in and first went on bended knees. We have completed the task, Your Majesty. HMHM. So how many men do we have presently? 47,069 men, Your Majesty, answered one of the aides. 47,069 men? That was almost 50,000 men. Alec had previously sent out close to 20,000 when he was back in the capital, and on his way to Baymard, he had taken at least 25,000 men from each big noble in the cities. In some cities, he took from over 4 people at once, and in others, he just targeted only a single noble instead. All this while, Alec had been strategically crippling those who were secretly against him with this move. He took at least half of their total number of official knights, and in some cases, he took all of their men instead. Undoubtedly, this greatly affected their political stance and power, since they couldn't make too many moves until Alec appointed or sent their men back to them or appointed new ones. Looking at how many men he had tallied up, Alec grinned in satisfaction. Excellent. For the next week, we'll go over the battle plan with these warriors before we head out. With these many men at hand, if we don't properly assign and group each warrior to certain tasks, then there will be widespread chaos on that day. I want the men to be split up into 8 groups. You 7 will be in leaders of 7 groups, while I, on the other hand, will have the 8th group stay behind on the field and protect me. Additionally, they will also serve as backup as well. As for your groups, some of you will control all archers, while others will control the warriors, black powder, poison and so on. Remember, I want this done in a week tops. Yes, Your Majesty, it shall be done. They replied in unison. I expect nothing less. Now, what about the scouts that have been monitoring Baymard Door the past 1 month? Your Majesty, from what they reported, Baymard isn't aware of our incoming attack as well. because they're still the same from the time that we left. They still haven't opened up any sword fighting academies, and only have those Thunder Thingistas as their only weapons. But your majesty, it's said that these people are very skilled at hand-to-hand combat. Hand-to-hand combat? Alex sneered when he thought about it. What did those Baymardians think this was? How could hand-to-hand combat help them defend against Black Powder? Except it was sorcery. There was no way that he would believe that they could win against him. He gently massaged his beard and smiled confidently. Of course it can't just him, as his aides were also smiling stupidly as well. What a joke. They felt like these Baymardians were being too lax and trusting of the world. Or else, how would they end up with such bad national defenses? Everyone's mood was that of a sly fox that had its prey right where it wanted it. In their minds, the battle has already been won. It's good that they're foolish. This will only reassure and give us a better chance of victory. So for now, tell the scouts to stop, lest they get discovered. Remember, our biggest advantage is our surprise attack. With how big our group is, there's no way that they would be able to win. But we still can't take my chances. That's why we have to surprise them instead. Right, your majesty. Since we have a week tops to allocate out tasks, and another 4 days to ride towards Baymard, then if we get discovered now, wouldn't that be enough time for these Baymardians to get help? They have already signed a treaty with Corona, so they will definitely come to their aid, said one of the aides. As always, your majesty is always one step ahead of us. A trip to Corona takes 2.5 days using their sh.i.p.s. And word on the streets is that Corona keeps special forces around the coastal city in times of crises like this. So if we alert them now, in a span of 5 to 7 days, their reinforcements would have already settled down in Baymard. That's why your majesty wants us to stop the scouts. Your majesty is wise, added another aide, whose eyes were almost twinkling with excitement. Alec listened and nodded back to affirm their theories. You all are correct. We don't know how many elite forces are within the Kronos coastal city that hosts the Bacoronian transport sh.i.p.s. So we can't take any chances and let our enemies increase in number. For all we know, after they get help, they might end up having exactly the same number of men as we do or higher. That is a chance that we must never take. Relay this to the scouts. Any Cant who dared to leave this place will be killed on the spot. Yes, your majesty, they replied seriously. Even they would kill anyone who jeopardized their plans. Baymard had to fall into their hands no matter what. All right, that's all for now. Dismissed. With that, everyone left the office silently. The long-awaited battle that they had been looking forward to was quickly approaching. Their hearts pounded like a drum and their entire body fell into a state of ecstasy. Finally, they would get rid of that bastard child. But of course, they weren't the only ones who were looking forward to battle. Chapter 614. The time was near 3. Chapter 614. The time was near 3. Shwa, 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 shwa. The waters clashed against the hard wooden bottoms of several sh.i.p.s. that were currently on their journey to victory. The sh.i.p.s. all sailed in a triangular formation, with the main ship leading the way, and on the lead ship, several men were currently going over their battle plans seriously. How long before we arrive? Commander Pyrrhus, we have 3 more weeks of travel before we finally reach Baymard's shores. Good. Even though we didn't get any additional slaves to join our fleet, Terik's victory in this battle will still be reassured. We have the list of weapons that they use, as well as the way to counter these weapons too. So tell the men to go over it again. Victory in this battle should be completely on our side with us just winning brutally, Pyrrhus said sternly. Everyone nodded and felt that this was indeed the case. Truthfully, the number of people and battle sh.i.p.s. that they had initially prepared had now dropped by about 330%. It's so what? They still outnumbered these Baymardians and even had information about the weapons that they use. To them, victory was definitely guaranteed. Anyway, they had left Tarik with 68 sh.i.p.s. that were all packed and fully loaded in hopes of destroying Baymard. The amount of black powder that they had at hand was enough to make even kings and rulers open their eyes in awe and shock. Captain Nicodemus, is it ready? Yes, Commander. Excellent. Quickly, command the rest of the fleet to get ready to stop. We should be fast approaching the rendezvous spot soon. Understood, Commander. Immediately, everyone in the room swiftly got up and hurried towards the deck. They stood calmly in wait while the ship sailed, before stopping at a very tiny island. Bam! Pyrrhus and a few others got off the ship and walked towards the men before him. Yes, this island was a well-known pirate-claimed one. There were several pirates on shore, all drinking rum and celebrating for heaven knows what. And at the forefront of them was their captain, who was currently enjoying and basking under the sun. Pyrrhus and the rest didn't mind these pirates. But what made them angry were the remarks that they heard from these men as they advanced towards the pirate captain. These vulgar men whistled and licked their lips at them while catcalling them. Fifi, look at that chest. Hey gorgeous, you look like the type of man who would like to be under me, so would you like to give it a try? Hey handsome, we haven't had a woman's touch in a few months now, so if you're interested, then come over to Papa. I don't mind at all. Hey beautiful, I'm stable, ready and unbeatable in the bedroom. Try me and you'll never look for any other woman. Hey blondie, do you like what you see? I knew it. You like the fact that I have one NIPPLE, right? You the with the silver hair. Exactly my type. Come, don't be afraid of my belly. Pyrrhus and the men all felt several chills run through their spines when they heard these men talk. The appearance of these pirates were unruly and vulgar. They had hard leathery skin that came from years of hardship on the deck of a boat, and when they smiled, their black, green, yellow and missing teeth made Pyrrhus and his men want to puke. Who would want to sleep with them when they look like that? Many of the men were already bis.e.x.u.a.l. Anyway, so that wasn't what truly offended them. Even if they had to get pleasure from a man, it shouldn't be one that had so many boils and pimples on their face that they looked like a monster altogether. The life of a pirate was hard, and with it came dirt and diseases that made some of them look ugly. They just didn't have the time to take care of themselves, and whenever they were at sea, they would even spend over a month before they took their next bath. At least whenever they got to their islands, they were cleaner than at sea. But still, their appearances made Pyrrhus and his men want to puke, especially when they smiled and looked at them with desire and lust. Ugh, how disgusting. Pyrrhus and his group of 7 walked towards the pirate captain amidst all the catcalling. Damn it, they were so pissed that one could see all their veins bulging on their foreheads. They looked at the pirate captain ahead, as if blaming him for not restraining his overly sexual crew. If not for the fact that Nopline had specifically requested for them to get intel from these bastards, why else would he be here? Yes, here pirates also worked for Nopline as well. They were his eyes and ears around these parts. Oh, and what brought you fancy-looking boys all the way here? The pirate captain said, before giving them a broad smile that showcased his blackened teeth. They shuddered uncontrollably when they saw his smile, but the pirate captain didn't mind at all. So, what can I do for you boys? We are here because of our master's orders. And who's your master? Sir Nopline. Hearing Nopline's name, the pirate captain's eyes immediately lit up. Where's your identity and proof? Here, Pyrrhus said arrogantly while tossing his crest and a letter to the pirate captain. A minute later, the pirate captain folded the note and passed it back to Pyrrhus. All right, come inside and we'll talk about it more. With that, Pyrrhus and his gang went into one of the estates on the island, and an hour later, they had gotten everything that they wanted to know. Of course, without a doubt, they hurriedly left the pirates and went straight back to their ship. Commander Pyrrhus, it looks like our spy is still within Baymardian as planned. So once we get in, he'll do his part. HMHM. It seems like everything is going as planned. Soon, Baymard will be ours. Chapter 615 She-Devil. Chapter 615 She-Devil. Life was truly a mysterious thing, because like a chain reaction, major forces within the entire Pino continent seemed to be having several difficulties of their own. Far away from Commander Pyrrhus and his fleet, several people were currently praying for their lives as hard as they could. Damn it, who asked them to provoke this monster? In a beautifully styled room, a 38-year-old man stood before several kneeling servants with his back facing them. The kneeling servants all shuddered from fear and didn't dare to look up at all. The place was now frighteningly quiet, and all that could be heard was the buried breathing from the servants. On the other hand, the man who had his face scamming them slowly turned around to reveal a small human that had been strapped to his chest. The person on his chest held a clay teacup and took a sip from the cup angrily. Yes, the person was in rage. And who was this person? Well, it was none other than the Aeneum Caliban. It could be said that Carrie now stood as a symbol of evil to all those who worked for her. Before, she could have been said to be a devil who worked in hell. But now, they all saw her as the owner of hell himself. Carrie had transformed into a nightmare for them. Nonetheless, who could blame her? She had lost both of her legs, as well as her most dominant arm, the right one. So now, she was like a 3-year-old baby who was carried around wherever she went. All this, as well as her now very low self-esteem, made her lash out all the more. For sure, she had tried to move on her own, but it was utterly difficult and still needed a lot of practice to do. One should know that for the past few months, she had been secretly learning how to support her entire body and walk on her own. Because no matter what, she felt a sense of security whenever she tried moving on her own. And best of all, it made her feel stronger. She hated the looks of pity, mocking, gloating and even contempt on the faces of mother, maids, stepmothers and nobles who happened to chance upon her. From the moment her condition was leaked, several frenemies of hers came to visit her estate, all in the guise of worrying about her. But she could see all the gloating and hidden messages within their sweet talk. It would be a lie if she said that she wasn't angry. Regardless, what could she do? Her father didn't favor her anymore, hence he didn't listen to any of her requests. He treated her like a monstrous disgrace, and was even tempted to remove her from the royal registry. In his mind, daughters were tools and legitimate sons were family. So with a broken tool like Carrie that couldn't even be used for his own gain, why would he bother about any of her requests? Even if those nobles mocked her, she was sure that Alec wouldn't do anything to them and might even support them instead. She laughed bitterly when she thought about her so-called family. Indeed, she was a broken tool for them. As for the guard who was assigned to carry her on his chest, he was one of her mother's most loyal guards who had been working for her mother even before she was born. The guard never spoke unless he was alone with her, and his entire aura was one that intimidated the workers even more. He now slept in her room and made sure that he went almost everywhere with her. Well, everywhere except for her bath pools and latrines. In truth, there were times that the maids had even thought of drowning the princess to death. But they didn't dare because they would undoubtedly be buried alongside her as well. Additionally, their families might even join them too. So they dared not plot against the princess. And the head guard who always carried Carrie around would catch them before they even completed to dead. So what was the point? The head guard was also in charge of all security measures within her estate. And to Carrie, he was her lucky star. Because ever since he came, that dastardly hooded man hadn't shown up again at all. Months have passed by with no other incidents having. So how could she not be happy? She couldn't help but shed a few tears whenever she thought of how secure her estate had now become. It was truly a thing of joy for her. And all this positive energy gave her some of her confidence back. Although it also turned her into a little mister as well. Carrie looked at the shivering and sneered. Do you all think that because I'm like this, I wouldn't be needing any of my luxury gowns or jewelry anymore? Let me ask you all for the last time, who took my golden Brogan kind of animal bracelet? Silence. The maids shivered even more when they heard Carrie's words. Some of them were shivering because they were indeed guilty, while others shivered because they were afraid that those guilty wouldn't step forward at all. And in that case, Wouldn't they be all killed on the spot even though they were innocent? They couldn't help but first their luck. How could they end up working with such lowly thieves who seemed bent on pulling them along death's road? Their faces all turned ghastly pale, and their bodies looked like their spirits had already departed from the world. Carrie gleefully looked at their ghastly expressions and smiled viciously. Of course, she already knew who the thieves were since she had gotten the report from the guard who was now carrying her. He had placed hidden guards all over her estate so they would know whether someone planned to poison her food, or even place deadly powders on her clothes or not. But who would have known that they would end up meeting thieves instead? Chapter 616 Skills for an Internet Troll. Chapter 616 Skills for an Internet Troll. Crash. The clay teacup in Carrie's hands was sent flying towards the floor. It shattered into several pieces that shot towards some of the maids like dynamite. She had missed her aim. The maids quivered and dared not move from their original positions, lest they anger the she-devil before them, because if they had moved in attempts to dodge it, then they would surely be killed on the spot. Carrie looked at the shattered pieces below and frowned even more. Doing things with her left hand was truly a hassle. She took a deep breath and calmed herself before looking at the maids once more. Raise your heads and look at me. You all are my most trusted maids. So of course, stealing from me will only make me feel betrayed and angry at you. Why couldn't you have asked me for a bigger salary or something else? You all are like family to me, so I would have listened to your requests. Sigh. Why didn't you just ask? Carrie said while acting pitifully. The maids looked at her appearance and felt like what she was saying was true. After all, if they really thought about it more, all she had been doing ever since she lost her limbs was to throw tantrums here and there. She would yell, break things and taunt them verbally, but she had never done anything to physically harm them. So wasn't this the same as a 3-year-old child lashing out whenever it wasn't given what it wanted? Now that they took a closer look at her, they felt that she needed was more love and attention since her mother was the only one who showered her with love. Thinking about it now, why didn't they just ask her for a bigger salary, rather than stealing? Carrie looked at their soft expressions and sneered. As I said, you all are like family to me. So this is your last chance. If you step forward now, this one promises not to kill you. You have my word as an Arcadian princess. Thud. Immediately, 2 maids bashed her heads on the floor loudly. Princess, please forgive this lowly one. This one just wanted money to take care of my son. As you said, we are all family. So please forgive this lowly one. Princess, this one only wanted to save her dying father. So I teamed up with Maid Sati to steal the bracelet. I beg the princess for forgiveness, they said while continuously smacking their heads on the floor as hard as they could. You all may rise. I forgive you all. Thank you. Princess. Thank you. Princess. Thank you. Princess, they said excitedly in unison. So the princess really took them like family? They were so shocked that they almost forgot to breathe. Did she forgive them just like that? How benevolent. They felt even more incredulous at the whole ordeal and couldn't help but sigh from relief. Today must be their lucky day. But how could they have known that all was not as it seemed? Thank you. Princess. Thank you. Carrot_carrot. They thanked her merrily. Carrie on the other hand looked at them hatefully. Yes, I've forgiven you all, and I promise not to kill you. But that doesn't mean that I can't punish you all, right? Silence. The moment the duo heard Carrie's words, they soon had a bad definition in their hearts. He'd like to remind everyone here that no matter how I look, my status will always remain the same. I will forever be a princess of Arcadina. So, what crime is usually given out to thieves who steal from royals? The answer is death. But because of my promise, I've decided to only punish you two. And since you both like to steal from defenseless women, then why don't I make you become one instead? Men, come, seize them, cut off their legs and their dominant hand immediately, and whatever you do, make sure that they don't die. The moment those words came out, the women felt fear like they've never before. Please, princess, forgive us, forgive us, forgive us. Princess, Didn't you say that we are all family? Don't you promise not to hurt us? UBCH. You will surely rot in hell for this. Underscore. As the women were dragged out, their pleading soon turned to insults. Just like that, from today henceforth, they too will become cripples as well. The other maids trembled from fear and promised never to end up like the rest. After dismissing the rest, Carrie stayed in her room with head guard Midanese. Young mistress, we sent our spies to your lover's home and found out the reason for his absence. But young mistress, it isn't good, Midanese said grimly. Carrie felt a sharp pain in her heart from Midanese words. The signs were always there, but she failed to see them. Her eyes turned misty, and her nostrils felt blocked as well. How dare that bastard? Yes, ever since she lost all 3 limbs, Anthony had been avoiding her like the plague. He would send letters saying that he was busy, and didn't even bother to ask about her condition again. His letters that were previously 2 pages long, were now 6 or 9 letters long instead. In her last letter, she had written a 3-page long letter about how much she missed him and yearned for him, and also written on how she spent her days now. But the bastard had only written, "To my darling, good for you, your lover, Anthony." That was it. If Landon saw this letter, he would have said that Anthony would have been an amazing internet troll back on Earth. The skill to anger someone with so little words was truly rare. Carrie felt like exploding when she saw the letter. What was the point of even holding up a pen to write the letter? Might as well not have written at all. Young mistress, it's as you've suspected. He specifically told his father in private that he no longer wants you anymore, Midanese said without any hint of emotions. What a good Anthony. Does he think that he can get away from me just like that? He. How naive, and to think that this is the man I sacrificed for. Midanese. Tell your men to continue watching him for now. It'll definitely make him pay, but not now. And by the way, do you know why mother hasn't come over yet? Carrie asked worriedly. Young mistress, I do. A matter of urgency has occurred. In fact, it isn't just your mother who is worried. My spies within the 3rd Queen's camp have also reported another matter of urgency to me. Well, what is it? Spit it out, Midanese. Young mistress, both women received secret letters, and from the looks of it, Prince Eli and Prince Connor have both gone missing. Chapter 617 Busiest Man Alive. Chapter 617 Busiest Man Alive. While most forces seemed to be in turmoil, back in Baymard, Landon had finally finished dishing out instructions on new products, as well as answering any questions pertaining to them. As for the changes in Baymard, Landon didn't think or give them everything. His main focus was to give them the most problematic ones. And from there, they could make the simpler ones. Take for example the electric cooker. When he had created years way back, 6 months after its creation, someone in the industry had an innovative idea as to make a single-set electric burner. And from there, many other kinds of burners and ideas popped up. All he needed to do was create more complex things like planes, arcade games, amuse.e.m.e.nt park rides and so on. So that in this way, the people would invent their own products once they understand the underlying principles. If he had to invent every little thing, then where would he have the time to travel out? Once everything was settled in the Pino continent, without a doubt, he would be visiting and fighting battles on other continents too. So where the hell was he supposed to find time to invent every little thing? His goal was to make the complex ones, and the citizens would focus on the rest. Because even for things like computers, if the people understood the underlying principles behind them, then they might even be able to create iPads without his help. As for food, there were currently over 100 brand new recipes that he had never created. They were the work of Baymardians and international chefs here. Hence he did not doubt that soon, other chocolate versions, drinks and new recipes would come out again. After all, each company had a budget for innovative ideas, and all ideas were voted upon before money and other resources were allocated for product research and development. Even government work typically went on without him 95% of the time. They only came to him when it involved some risky situations. Of course they came over to report general death rates, birth rates and things like that, since it was generally his place as a ruler to know, improve and be concerned about his people. Again, he too was a busy man who taught doctors, engineering teachers, military martial arts teachers and so on. Not to talk of the fact that he still had to fight for world peace and complete the system's tasks. So how the hell would he have time to create the small things? He was even impressed when he saw the first pressure cooker that was created by a Baymardian. Granted, it wasn't as good as those from Earth, but it was a start that showed how innovative these people were. So with that said, he would not bother himself with little matters for now. He was just too busy. Landon slumped on his chair the moment he stepped onto his office. Brian, please request for my lunch earlier than usual, preferably now. Yes, Your Majesty. With that, Landon dropped his office phone and rested his head on his table for a bit. Damn it. He was tired as hell. He just got back from giving a 3.5-hour teaching session with the computer and software engineer lectures. There was no way about it. He had to prepare them for the next semester, and from there, it would be their job to teach the students instead. Of course he would continue teaching and guiding them too, but not as much as he did now. This spring might just be the busiest session of the year for him. System. Pull up Alec Barnes tracker. As you wish, host. With that, a large screen appeared before Landon's eyes, showing a large red dot on it. The screen looked more like a GPS location map. Landon looked at the dot and confirmed that Alec and his gang were still in that very spot on the map. They had been there for 5 days now, and judging from he had heard from Alec's conversation with his men, they would be marching towards Baymard in a day or two. Of course, depending on how fast they were, they would use an additional 24 days to get here. System, show me that of the spies. Landon requested, and immediately, the GPS map moved swiftly and showed 3 red dots on the screen. Landon's eyes lit up when he saw that the spies were already in Baymard. They were back. As for what spies he was talking about, of course they were his. For sure, it would be unnatural if he just miraculously informed Lucius on the exact period when the attack would begin. So 15 days before Alec had even arrived at his location, Landon had sent out 3 spies to keep an eye on the road. Alec's hideout was about 3 cities and several villages away from Baymard. But Landon had sent the spies 5 cities away to watch the roads there. From Alec's plan, Landon knew that they would start trailing within the forest 4 cities away. So he had sent his spies when they were 5 cities away instead. He had also told the spies about the fact that Alec's men would be traveling in batches. So the moment they saw several hooded men pass through the roads at different time intervals, they instantly knew who they belonged to. And the moment the last batch passed, they stayed a few extra days to confirm that no other groups would pass by before traveling back to Baymard hastily. A war was coming. Landon was also on the move as well. Looking at the GPS trackers, Landon knew that the spies were currently making their way towards the barracks. So he made no haste and hurriedly left his office too. Brian, who was just about to knock on Landon's office with a cart of food and was shocked. Your Majesty. Your food. No time, Brian. Then what do I do with it? And where are you going? No time to talk. Cancel all my appointments. Brian stood there dumbfounded for a bit, before gritting his teeth and running towards Landon. But Your Majesty, you haven't answered my question. As your secretary, I should know where going in case of emergencies. Landon mumbled with a sandwich in his mouth. Brian, +_+. The Majesty, pardon me, but I didn't quite catch that. Brian, so young, yet you already had hearing problems? I said to the barracks. VRRRRMMMMM. Bam. For sure, it didn't take too long before he arrived. And not surprisingly, he and the spies entered Lucius' waiting room at the same time. Your Majesty, at ease. Welcome back. Go issue the code. Yes, Your Majesty. With that, Landon sat down in one of the chairs within the waiting room. Chapter 618 Enemies from all angles. Chapter 618 Enemies from all angles. Landon sat in silence alongside the spies and waited for Lucius to arrive. Apparently, he was out. Of course, as the main boss of the barracks, he had a massive waiting room with 4 secretaries working there each shift. The waiting room could seat up to 50 people at once, and even had its own bathroom too. Most of the time, people weren't here to actually see Lucius. Nope, they were there to get several documents or assignments from Lucius. Typically, only teachers or top military personnel would come here to see if any requests that they submitted had been approved or rejected. At times, it was to make reports on aggravating matters like reporting the matter of international spies and so on. Anyway, for serious cases like these, all they had to do was tell the secretaries the word Hades, and the secretaries would know that it was a matter of life and death, or that it involved Baymard's overall safety. So the moment Landon and the spies came in, one of them said the code word to one of the secretaries there. From there, the secretary quickly looked at Lucius' schedule and made a phone call to the office or region he was at. He was currently within the military warehouse, so they called someone there, who later went into the warehouse and told Lucius the code too. With that, the rest was history. You all are back. And just to be sure, were you the ones that issued the code? Yes, Commander King Father Lucius. The spies replied in unison while watching Lucius calmly walk into the waiting area. Good. Oh, excellent. Your Majesty, you're also here as well. Yes, I wanted to discuss something with you. Coincidentally, I met them here too. Wonderful. This will save the trouble of having to send for you. Now, let's get into my office first. With that, Lucius briefly went towards the secretaries to confirm that they were indeed the ones who issued the code before finally opening his office door. No matter what, he had to ask the secretaries as per protocol. Even if Landon and the rest had confirmed it, bam. Lucius' office door was shut tightly, and now there was room for privacy. His office was huge for mission distribution purposes and so on. There was also a hidden bed there, just in case he had to work all night long. As soon as everyone was properly seated, the spies gave a detailed summary of all their findings, and when they were done, they took off, leaving Lucius and Landon alone in the office. They said that they saw a little over 25,000 men. But they also said that maybe some of Alex's men had arrived way before they were sent out. So we could be looking at double that amount. Landon said calmly. 50,000, HMHM. 50,000 men. Landon states again, in his opinion, whether Alec was a terrible ruler or not, the fact still remains that he is a ruler. So that amount isn't hard for him to come up with. The corners of Lucius' mouth slowly lifted up all of a sudden, revealing a sly smile on his handsome face. Landon looked at him in confusion. Why are you smiling? Ha 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 ha. I just find it laughable. Actually, it's not that I'm shocked by the numbers. No, I'm more shocked by how much he has underestimated Baymard. What do you mean, brat? When I first started working under him, he would send over 300,000 600,000 men to fight battles with other empires. In fact, 50,000 is really too small a moment for the mighty Alec Barn. Actually, even though he ruled the people with fear, under his reign, Arcadina's land size increased. And this was all thanks to the huge amount of forces he had sent out to battle constantly. We lost so many people in the war, but that didn't stop Alec's momentum at all. He even created several secret estates that were filled with P.R.O.S.T.I.T.U.T.T.S and young women whose jobs were to birth warriors. His men would ravish them, get them pregnant, and they would be trained at the age of 7 to be knights. Well, I never got to see these estates since I was always on the battlefield within the borders. But some of my colleagues always told me of their experiences there. So 50,000 shows that he doesn't believe that we have a chance at winning. And if it were 25,000, we might even be seen as dog poop in his eyes. But it's that overly confident nature of his that will be the end of him. Ha 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 ha. He might just have a heart attack from the whole ordeal, Lucius said happily. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Lucius looked at Landon and leaned forward while placing his hands on his cheeks playfully. Speaking of it, Are you going to follow the young master at Anbarn back to the capital after the battle? Nope. We will send out some men to drive them there and protect them at all for 18 days. By then, I expect William to have settled down and gotten rid of all pests in his way. I know what you're thinking, but there's nothing for you to worry about. Before we left his main base, he had already informed his men to lay in wait around the capital for his return. So all those close to the capital should already be there or on their way there as we speak. That's good then. It seems like the younger Master William is prepared, Lucius said, before sighing from relief. Yup. After the battle, he and his family will leave 2 days later for the capital without me. Also, how can I leave when the wedding is coming up? Do you want Josh, Gary, Mark and Thray to kill me? Landon said helplessly. Was Lucius trying to set him up? They would definitely kill him if he was absent. The guys had already planned to have a joint wedding towards spring's end. Spring ended on June 21st and the wedding was on June 3rd. So Day did not leave until after their wedding. Speaking of weddings, Santu and Penelope's own would be by summer's end. And if he wasn't mistaken, it was on September 12th. For sure, he and his family would use hot air balloons once they reached the coastal city in order to save travel time. Additionally, before Santa's wedding, William might have his coronation too, so he would have to go to Arcadina's capital city for the ceremony, as well as the treaty reveal. And after Terik's issues were sorted out, wouldn't he also have to go there too? He didn't know the exact time when Nopline would attack Baymard, but he knew that it was within springtime. Today was May 13th, and spring ended on June 21st. So he felt like within the next few weeks, Terik's fleet might pop out at any given time. That's why he requested for the coastal guards to sail out and stay on the water borders of Baymard. And the moment they saw the fleet, they were to inform the rest. Baymardian sh.i.p.s. were fast compared to those used by the enemies, so it might even take close to 2 hours before the enemy ship actually reaches the shores of Baymard. But who will give them that opportunity? The Navy and Marines would quickly sail out to meet them there on open waters. No one is reaching his shores. Sigh. There was just so much to do. Alright. Now that we have everything planned out, it's time to give out assignments to the men. Chapter 619 A Gloomy Day. Chapter 619 A Gloomy Day. Several days went by in a flash, and before anyone knew it, the awaited day had finally come. The day was dull and gloomy. The heavy rain washed upon the land like a mother hen covering her chicks. The air was wet and the roads were filled with several muddy shallow puddles of different sizes. And the rain droplets fell onto the trees with so much force that they looked as if they wanted to hack their leaves into pieces. Yup, they were now in the heart of spring. Anyone who traveled underneath this weather would undoubtedly fall ill. The rain was so hard that it literally dished out several beatings to all those engulfed within it. And so for the past 2 days, almost every traveler had put a hold on their journey. Yes, it rained hard for 2 days straight. But of course, such bad days couldn't go on for long. Could they? It was now 6:19 a.m. and within one of the neighboring towns that was 3 villages away from Riverdale City, several men had currently claimed the town as theirs for the time being. Some of them had been watching weather non-stop. Of course, the moment the rain started drizzling instead, one of the men hastily made his way towards his lord. Now, they could continue their journey. I am here at your service, Your Majesty. Have the boys eaten? Yes, Your Majesty. Excellent. 40 minutes. 40 minutes before we depart. Now go. As you wish, Your Majesty. With that, the man rushed out in a flash. When the heavy rain had started 2 days back, they had no choice but to stop at this nearby town. A village wouldn't do, since Alec and his men were many in number. So, they literally kicked the residents out of their homes and had them sleep in the barns, stables and streets instead. While they, on the other hand, slept inside while having their fun with several women too. For sure, Alec didn't join in on the fun. as he didn't want any bastard child who would end up tarnishing his reputation even further. He would be a fool to fall into the same trap twice. And so his men had their fill of whatever was available in the town. As for their plans, the town was just about 67 hours away from Baymard if one traveled at a steady pace on horseback. So if they left at 7 a.m., they should be arriving around 23 p.m. tops. Not bad. One should know that battles could carry on for days with the inner party trying to break in or damage the city walls. Alec had honestly planned that the battle would take at most 16 hours. Sure, they had impressive walls, and only a fool would waste their time attacking those walls. So why attack the walls when one could attack the gates instead? He had never seen all their mechanisms put in place to look the place, so he assumed that it was just an ordinary dungeon like Metal Gate. In his mind, his black powder would destroy any gate before it. But unfortunately for him, things would never be that simple. Anyway, he had planned to use up at most 16 hours to destroy the gate, infiltrate the place, kill Landon and proclaim himself as ruler. But looking at his arrival time now, he was afraid that if they hadn't broken into the gate before dark, then they would have to camp outside Baymard's gates and fight on the next day. Ugh, what a hassle. Nonetheless, he wasn't worried about losing at all. No, he just wanted it to be done and over with. The good thing was that his men were well rested within these 2 days. So even if he arrived there in the afternoon, they could still battle seriously. That was also why he wanted to travel at a moderate steady pace. Energy conservation was very important if they were going to perform brilliantly during battle. Alec chewed on his breakfast silently, while the town leader's wife stood by his side like a little maid. Finished. Take it away. Yes, Your Majesty, the trembling lady said, before hurriedly grabbing the tray of food from the table and dashed out at full speed. His Majesty was really scary, even though she was a model, albeit a lower class one. In front of His Majesty, she was nothing more than a common maid. At least she had been permitted to sleep in the kitchen, because unlike some other nobles and peasants that had been forced to sleep on the streets and barns during this harsh weather. The moment she left, Alec calmly wore his armor and calmly went downstairs to meet his men. Your Majesty, we are ready. Good. With that, the men all got on the horses and left the town which they had been keeping hostage all this while. Of course, the townspeople waited for a whole 2 hours, before finally breaking out in celebration. Hooray, hooray. They're gone. Phew, I thought they would never leave. I feel like I've just survived a great tribulation. My poor son caught a cold because of them. Finally, they're gone and we can now move back into our homes. Those beasts even touched my wife and my daughter. Damned bastards. At least they didn't kill us, so we should be happy. Hooray. They've gone. Hooray. ... Some people were crying, while others were hugging each other and jumping around merrily. For them, even if they had been taken advantage of, at least these men didn't kill any of them, so they were only happy to have come out luckier than most people would in the world. And so just so that Alec and his men couldn't hear their loud celebrations from miles away, they waited for 2 whole hours before shouting and crying at the top of their lungs. As for Alec, even if he would have heard them, why the hell would he turn back now? His mind was filled with nothing more than thoughts about Baymard. A few hours from now, the battle will begin. Chapter 620. The Ghost is out of its shell. Chapter 620. The Ghost is out of its shell. Alec had already traveled for more than 2 hours now, and while he was looking forward to the battle, those in Baymard weren't idly waiting by too. Every day, the men at Baymard's city gates continuously prepared for the upcoming battle non-stop. They had already prepared all the ammunition and equipment needed for the battle. And at this point, they had also gone over the attack plan 100 times now, since they didn't know the exact date and time when Alec would arrive. Of course, as per protocol, only those involved in the battle knew about the impending crisis at hand. It was their duty as law-abiding military personnel to not cause widespread panic amongst the civilians. So everything was kept under a tight lip, and even those within the barracks who weren't involved with the battle didn't know about the incoming war. As for Landon, He was currently going over some major details with some of the leaders at the city walls. They all sat upright in their army uniforms confidently. Once everyone was seated, one of them rang a tiny bell to officially start their 15 minutes protocol meeting. Ding. All right. Since everyone is here, then let's begin. Let's start with safety, which is Captain Nepper's main responsibility. Captain, are all facilities needed for civilian transportation ready? Yes, they are, Your Majesty. At present, we have 13 military buses for civilian transportation if need be. Nepu answered seriously. One should know that Baymard was now open to the public. So since the battle would be taking place at Baymard's forefront, where would the poor guests who are on their way to Baymard go? It wasn't right for them to be caught in this crossfire. So the military had arranged for several buses to drive out and pick them up instead. Basically, the moment the scouts sent in their reports through the walkie-talkies, the buses would go forth and pick up anyone on the roads. The civilians would then be brought back to the land port and kept there for the time being. At that point, since they were planning to enter Baymard, they could just continue with registration. Also, if they had carriages and horses, then they would be reminded to turn around and stay in Riverdale City for an extra day before coming back again. As for those who were leaving, Landon was sure that no harm would come to them. Since Alec and his men were trying to save energy and wanted to be in their best shape for battle. Plus, over 200 carriages were going and coming into Baymard hourly. So how would they have the time to meddle with all these people? Hence it was better for those on carriages and horses to turn back instead. Because once the last military bus came back, the city gates would be shut tight. As for those who trekked to Baymard from heaven knows where, Landon thought that it would be too heartless to ask them to trek back since they were probably tired and hungry. That was why he opted for them to be picked up. As for those traveling behind Alec and his men, please, they weren't fools. The moment they saw such a large force marching towards Baymard, they would turn back without a doubt. In this era, such a large force going out could only mean battle, or ceremonial occasions like coronations. And in truth, they didn't want to find out which it was. So they hurriedly turned back and waited for the news to reach their ears. With that said, all Landon and his crew had to worry about were those stuck between Baymard and Alec. Good. Once the scouts send word, make sure to call the land port as well. At that time, all checkouts will be put on hold for an entire day. And all those who were supposed to check out will be given free accommodation and 3 square meals within some of the moderately ranked hotels in Baymard. Tell the land port to arrange a general checkout time for tomorrow too. Those who are held up today can check out tomorrow any time before the appointed time if they liked. The meeting didn't last long before Landon secretly made his way towards William's home. For sure, he informed Lucius of his whereabouts before heading out there. Brat, don't worry. Once we get information that Alec and his men are close by, I'll make a call to the young master's home. Thanks. With that, Landon was off. Of course, he had planned to bring William and his family to watch the show. After all, this fight was also theirs too. So it was only right for them to watch alongside the Baymardian and Coronian soldiers. For sure, Mikhail and his family could also come along if they wanted to. He gathered everyone in William's home and briefed them on the situation at hand. My spies tell me that there's a high possibility of him arriving here today. In fact, he might arrive any given time for now. What? Everyone jumped up in shock while looking at the calm Landon, who was currently crunching on some ch.I.p.s. Crack, crack, crack. Their lips twitched when they saw how calm he was. Boy, even though I'm somewhat confident in you, are you sure that you can take on those many people all at once? Adan asked seriously. Even though his son had explained the battle on their base to him, he still felt like what Landon had used was just ordinary black powder. So he wasn't all that sure that they could take on 50,000 men all at once. It wasn't that he was underestimating Landon, but someone had to see it to believe it. Plus this was his brother that they were talking about. Even though he had grown somewhat confident throughout his period here, Now that the moment of truth had come, Eden suddenly felt bad for dragging Landon and his family into this. Michael looked at Eden and shook his head bitterly. Bro, if only you knew what this little imp could do. As someone who had been rescued in Tariq, and had seen Landon's battle up front, he didn't doubt for a second that Landon would win. Even William thought the same too. But everyone else wore a gloomy expression and remained silent. Landon looked at them and chuckled. What's the big deal? If I said that I would take him down, then I would. Don't worry, I would never do anything Gat can't confident in. Listening to Landon, they somehow felt released, even though their worries were still buried in their hearts. And soon, the phone rang and everyone's heart tensed up. Ring, 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 ring. Landon, who had been sitting by the phone, calmly picked it up amidst everyone's anxious gaze. Hello. Is the ghost out of its shell? Affirmative. The ghost has broken free. All right, well be there soon. Pang. With that, Landon hung up and looked at everyone calmly. He's here. So those who want to watch the show. Chapter 621 Unrest Amongst Men. Chapter 621 Unrest Amongst Men. He's here, _ Those words alone seemed to be as heavy as the world itself. And just as expected, the military hastily swarmed into action. Quickly men, I want all buses out there now. Yes, sir. VRRRRMMMMM. Several buses drove out as fast as they could in a flash. Attention please. All pedestrians should quickly get in, and all those in carriages or on horseback should please go back and return any time tomorrow. This is an emergency announcement. I repeat, all pedestrians should. As military buses drove by and gave their announcement while opening their doors and ushering people in. What's going on here? What emergency could they be talking about? Why do I feel like something big is about to happen? Maybe the wild animals around the forest are trying to make their way towards the roads again. Wild animals? No, I don't think that's it. Can't you see how safe the roads have been all this while? Plus, there's no way that the animals will be able to attack us with all these protective measures around us. But if it isn't wild animals, then what could it be? Anyway, these Baymardians have always looked out for our best interests. So since they said that it's an emergency, then we'd better do as we are told. Better safe than sorry. I agree with you, brother. Let's get on the bus now. With that, those on the roads hurriedly got into the buses as instructed and felt a strange sense of relief from it all. They suddenly felt like they had just avoided some great calamity or something. How strange, they thought. And while they were hurriedly entering the buses like a pack of sardines, unlike them back in the land port, those who were scheduled to leave were somewhat taken aback. What do you mean by that? Look here, lady. I have to be in Provice City in 2 weeks or my lord will have my behind. So if I don't leave now, wouldn't I be late? No, I have to go back and give these drugs to my bedridden father now. This is a matter of life and death. Of all days in the year, why would you guys choose to do this to me now? If I don't get back to Winston City, my noble lady might promote me from a first-class maid to a slave maid. Are you all crazy? Even though the majority of people didn't mind, some did since they had urgent matters to attend to. But soon, they were shocked by the information that they had been given. Ladies and gentlemen, we are doing this for your own good, said the lead guard seriously. Everyone looked at him in a puzzled manner, as they didn't understand why staying here for now would be beneficial to them. What did he mean? The guard squinted his eyes and looked at them sternly. We Baymardians will always protect our visitors. When in Baymard, your safety and well-being will always be one of our top priorities. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will never allow any of you to get hurt under our watch. That's why we decided to keep you all in Baymard for an extra day. Because right now, the roads have become very deadly and dangerous. So if any of you go outside today, then you might be killed. Silence. Everyone couldn't help but gasp from shock. And soon, that shock turned to fear and anxiety. Why? You said that the roads are dangerous? Yes. But not to worry. Before nightfall, we will completely control the situation and make it safe again. So tomorrow, You all can begin your travels then, the guard said. Listening to him, everyone felt like it was reasonable. After all, these people just wanted to keep them safe, and if they really thought about it well enough, what would an extra day truly do to their journey? Sure, that meant that their sleeping days on their trip would be reduced for an entire day. But wasn't it better for them to be alive and well than for them to die in the hands of whatever was out there? Sorry, we didn't mean to get so agitated here. Yeah, you guys have already given us hotel services and 3 square meals for free too. So we will do as you've said. HMHM and they are also going to provide us with free bus transportation to and fro the hotel, so it's really no big deal, right? And so in that manner, those who had protested previously had now placed their complaints aside and focused on their current predicament. Knowing that danger was lurking outside, why would they want to risk their lives out there? Please, it was better to go to the hotel quietly, and so, the land port guards and workers did their best to handle the situation at hand. But what they didn't know was that the news about the matter had already reached the ears of the reporters. As the guards and workers tried to contain the situation, a young man quickly left the bunch and headed towards the arrival sector within the land port. Yup, he was looking for the telephone booths there, since they were usually around the arrival sector. At least he had never seen any of them within the departure sector. Typically, then visitors arrived. If they had any friends or relatives based in Baymard, then they would call or leave voicemails for them through the phones. And after the buses dropped them off within the main bus station in Baymard, their families or friends could come and pick them up there. Anyway, the young man quickly left the departure sector and ran towards the arrival sector. Clink. He dropped a coin into the machine and quickly dialed his boss number. Who was he? He was actually a Baymardian who was on his way to visit his relatives in another town. But who would have known that he would get such a scoop? This is there. Sorry, but I have to stop you right there. I'm an employee there and my name is Timothy Briggs. I work in Department 7 and my ID is 0000709. Please verify it fast because I have news for you all. Trust me, it's big. Of course the chaos had also spread to barracks as well, since they had been informed of the enemy at the front. They were all excited at the possibility of watching the battle live. Even Penelope's brothers were amongst the crowd too. For sure, only those who didn't have any classes could watch. Quickly. We are going to miss it if you don't hurry up. Oh my god. Why are you so slow? Hey, what's the big deal anyway? It's just a battle. Just a battle? I feel like slapping you to death with that statement alone. Just like that. The seemingly quiet Baymard seemed to be in unrest, and the culprit for the whole ordeal, calmly rode towards Baymard confidently. Your Majesty, we are here. Good. Now, let's begin. Chapter 622 The Battle of Unity begins. Chapter 622 The Battle of Unity begins. Alec and his men rode steadily like unbeatable champions, and as soon as those in their carriages and horses saw them, they quickly parked at the sides of the roads on the pedestrian sidewalks. Just seeing the mighty army marching forward, instantly made them realize why those Baymardians had told them to then back. A war was coming, a fierce one at that, and to think that some of them had even cursed and accused these Baymardians of being insensitive. Of course it was all due to frustration. One had to know that some of them had been traveling for weeks and even months in their carriages and on horseback without even stopping by in Riverdale City, so they too were tired as well. But since they weren't trekking, they could promptly make their way to Riverdale City and stay there for the time being. But since Baymard had told them to come back the next day, didn't that mean that they were confident about winning the battle? They couldn't help but look at the massive army once more. No matter how they looked at it, Baymard would lose. So why were they so confident? They silently made several prayers in their hearts, hoping that these incoming men wouldn't dare to kill them. As for those on horseback, they looked towards the ground in fear and couldn't help but wish that they were hidden away in a carriage right now. Damn it, These warriors were really intimidating. As for those within the carriages, they had long dropped to the carriage's floor in terror too. Their bodies trembled so much that their teeth were chattering non-stop, and some of them even spied through the carriage curtains in despair. Why had they picked such a day to leave or visit Baymard? Sigh. As for Alec's men, they sneered at these cowardly men in disgust. They hadn't done anything yet and had only looked at these men sternly. But these men shivered even more and continuously looked downwards instead. Pathetic. Truly a disgrace to all men. If they weren't heading towards battle now, they would have definitely swindled some of the goods in those carriages and wagons. The weak-natured attitude of these men reminded them of how King awesome and domineering their forces were. It undoubtedly raised their egos higher than it already was. Clock, 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 clock. The steady rhythm of their horses soothed their minds once more, as they continued forward, and soon, they could see Baymard's magnificent walls. Your Majesty, we've finally arrived. Now we can pay them back for what they did to us when we last visited, said one of Alec's most trusted aides. Everyone who had previously escorted Alec to Baymard was brimming with excitement. The humiliation they had suffered on that trip was something that was imprinted in their minds and would never be washed away unless Landon died. They had never been so disgraced and looked down on so much in their entire lives. Even those who had peed on the spot when they had been tasered, all felt like settling this matter once and for all. In short, they felt like it was their right to personally kill Landon with their bare hands. Because now, some of their colleagues called them all kinds of weird nicknames because of this matter. How hateful. They rode for a bit in rage, before finally arriving on the open field. Alex looked at the field for a bit before taking out a piece of paper from his pocket. He compared what he saw with what was the paper, and nodded his head in satisfaction. Your Majesty, are these the car statues that the scouts were talking about? It appears so, Alec replied. The statues that they were looking at was very similar and at the same time different from the usual cars, trains and buses. The statue had a very long nose, that looked like a tube instead, and its wheels were funny, large and somewhat flat. These statues were strategically placed on the perimeters and edges of the field. If the field was rectangular, one could imagine several of them being placed on both widths of the field, and also along the length of the field that was close to the forest and roads. Of course, the city wall area didn't have any of them at all. Anyways, from the reports that Alec had gotten from the scouts, these statues had been placed there for an entire month now. Some people thought that they were there for advertis.e.m.e.nt purposes, while others thought that it was to showcase Baymard's wealth. But soon, Landon himself came out and clarified that they were just there for decoration. Alec glanced at the statues for a few seconds, before focusing on his men once more. They were just statues, so why should he pay too much attention to them? But what Alec didn't know was that these so-called statues would make him cry out blood later on. While he sat on a stool provided to him, his men quickly removed the barrels of black powder from the wagon, and also took out several small tubes too. Of course, they would fill up the tubes with black powder and make their marks against the city walls with them. Some warriors quickly grabbed their armor from the wagons and hastily wore it instead. And while everyone below ground was busy, those on the city walls were going over their battle and once more. Aden and his family looked towards Alec's army silently. No one knew what they were thinking about. They all seemed lost in thought the moment they looked at Alec. Boy, are you sure that you can do this? Aden asked sternly. As I said, it's a piece of cake. Well, I'm not the one in charge of today's battle, so all we need to do is watch. I promise you all that you won't be disappointed. Now, well, just wait for Mr. King down there to hurry it up. Oh, I also brought some snacks too if you need any. All of them looked at Lanson speechlessly. The enemy was about to invade Baymard and he was here talking about snacks. Ha ha ha. Just grab the snacks, bro. Trust me, the show will be good, Mikhail said playfully. And just like that, 29 minutes went by in a flash before Alec's men finally made their move. Good. It's showtime. Chapter 623 Heavenly Toilet. Chapter 623 Heavenly Toilet. The air was tense with both sides feeling overly confident about their victory. But unfortunately, there could only be one winner in the end. Only one would be victorious. Back on the field, several units of warriors quickly took their positions as planned. The archers steadily advanced under the protection of those with shields. And as they advanced, they also pulled along several wagons of tubes filled with black powder too. Undoubtedly, their warriors also used their shields to protect the wagons from incoming flaming arrows. Even they knew how bad that would be. So for sure, they protected these wagons as if it were their lives. Alec looked at his men carefully make their way as planned, and couldn't help but smile a little. Clearly, that unfilial son wasn't expecting them, which meant that they probably didn't prepare any counterattacks for today's battle. Maybe that was why he still didn't see any archers aim at his men below. He sneered arrogantly at their stupidity. Did they think that those walls would be able to protect them forever? HMPH. What a bunch of idiots. He calmly snapped his fingers, and one of the guards beside him hurriedly held out a massive megaphone close to his mouth. My dear unfilial son, the last time that I left, I told you that you will regret it. I tried to use the easy way, by reclaiming you and your wretched mother as royals of Arcadine. But unexpectedly, you turned down my offer and even dared to humiliate my dignified self in front of these lowlifes. Of course, I, Alec Barn, will always remember this gesture of yours. So I'm here to take back Baymard as its rightful owner. And since you are my son, if you surrender now, I promise to keep you, your people, and your God-forsaken mother alive. Face it, there's no way that you could ever win against me and my men. So drop your inflated ego and open the gates now. This is your last chance, Alec said calmly. In his mind, he just wanted to save time and get this over with since he didn't wanted to stay on until nightfall. Additionally, he had already decided to keep Landon alive until he can get all the future ideas in his brain. If he had known that this unfilial son of his was smart, knowledgeable and creative, then why would he have driven him away from the capital? He would have locked the idiot up in a secluded courtyard and forced him to create new products for Arcadine instead. That was the only reason why he had decided to keep Landon for the time being. As for the boy's wretched mother, after sleeping with her in front of his former subordinate Lucius, he would then burn them until every last part of them turned into ashes. He was utterly disgusted by these A.D.U.L.Terras. How dare the BCH cheat on him? Landon looked at Alec, took out his own megaphone and scoffed. Old man, has anyone ever told you that you talk too much? Since here, then don't waste my time because we Baymardians have never been one to back down from a fight. So do your worst. Yeah? The soldiers at the back yelled. At this point, rage had completely overtaken Alec's men. How dare these exiled peasants talk back at their king? Who did they think they are? How dare they reject the offer? They looked at their king in anticipation, while Alec on the other hand squinted his eyes and looked at Landon and his men calmly. Good. This useless son of his was really bent on wasting his time out here. Anyway, whether they were on time or not, he would still come out victorious in the end. So why should he bother? Men, attack, charge. The men replied in unison. And just like that, the battle had begun. The men charged forward with determination and vigor. They moved like an unstoppable tsunami that would end up destroying everything in its path. Indeed, they were utterly intimidating. Aden, his family, and even the Coronian soldiers who hadn't witnessed the last Baymardian battle with Penelope, were also a little bit intimidated by the unyielding aura of their enemies. And the more the enemy advanced, the more their worries grew stronger. Aden in particular kept looking around for archers. He looked at Landon's calm demeanor, as well as William's playful nature, and felt like strangling them to death. Why hadn't they made their move yet? What were they waiting for? He was about to grumble about the matter with Mikhail, but when he saw Mikhail struggling to grab the last bag of ch.i.p.s. from him, he immediately felt like committing suicide altogether. Damn it, he was surrounded by idiots. And to think that one of them was his son. Of course he wasn't the only one who wanted to faint from anxiety. As Muriel, Pine and even Penelope's brothers felt like smacking these Baymardian soldiers in the head. Can you all be serious for once? Where the hell were the archers? In short, everyone was filled with various mixed emotions inside. As for Landon, he just smiled and watched the enemies move closer and closer to the targeted regions on the field. Some of the enemy archers had already gotten into position, and were already giving it their all in tearing down the Empire's gates. They launched the tubes of black powder on the vault-like gate unceasingly. And as expected, the battle commander in charge of today's ordeal quickly raised his hands and gave out orders to his men. Steady, steady, prepare to launch attacks in 3, 2, 1. Fire. Boom. Dia-ra-ra-ra-ra. The sky cried and the ground shook. Those who previously doubted Baymard's might, all opened their eyes wide in shock. They remained speechless and stood frozen like states. And as for the enemies below, they were even more confused, as they had no idea about what exactly was going on. Could he be that the ancestors had decided yo poop from above? Was this place now a toilet for the heavens? As expected, even heavenly waste was explosive. The heavens. Boom. Chapter 624 The Impact. Chapter 624 The Impact. Boom, 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 bam. The battleground was now filled with chaos, as none of Alec's men could make heads or tails of the situation. Damn it, what the hell was going on? A huge chunk of soil quickly spattered around the place, and a thick screen of smoke covered the battlefield like a blanket. Dust entered the eyes of those engulfed in the mist, and the ghastly screams of several men echoed out from within the most of smoke. Tee-hee-hee-hee-hee. The horses ran about in confusion, as they tried to look for the safest exit from this madness that was called war. Alec instantly got up from his seat in shock and pulled out his sword in attempts to prepare himself for whatever might come his way. Of course, the men beside him also did the same as well. But suddenly, the ground below them trembled violently and a powerful invisible force sent them flying backwards in a flash. Bam. Ugh. What the hell was that? It felt like some sort of monster had been unleashed from the underworld, because the heat around him seemed to be 10 times stronger than it originally was. Alec's face was all covered in dirt, and his second was not on his anymore. Damn it, what could have caused this? In fact, what Alec was feeling was just the impact of the explosives, because sometimes, the force would even shatter car and building windows if they were nearby. Alec felt like he was facing an otherworldly creature at the moment when he heard the screams of his men within the mist. But he dared not leave since he hadn't confirmed any of his suspicions yet, because if he left now, then he wouldn't know how to strategize for his next plan. So how could he prepare if he didn't even know what hit them? He clenched his fists and squinted his eyes as if trying to pierce through the mist. No matter what sort of monster came out, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to kill at least one. And besides, his ego really wouldn't let him leave with his tail dangling between his legs in shame. So if he couldn't even kill any enemies, then at least he should go back with one beast in his possession. Or else what would his sons say? They would look at him as a complete failure when he got back in the capital with no enemy's blood on his hands. And from there, several people might even look down on him even further. No, he had to get a trophy before leaving no matter what. Bam. The men who were supposed to guard Alec were also sent flying too, and the vibrations and impact from it all had even made them forget about Alec for a minute. In the face of such a godly act, one would even forget who or what was beside them. Son of a BCH. What was that? I think it came from above. Maybe it's black powder. Black powder? No way. Don't forget that the enemies hadn't thrown any flaming arrows at us all this while. Instead, they had been standing there and watching us, so it couldn't have been them. In short, I don't think any mortal could cause such a scene. Think about it. Didn't you feel the vibrations earlier? The ground definitely opened up some sort of portal to the Netherlands. FK. Then are we still safe? Our men are screaming inside that mist in agony. So what exactly has been unleashed there? And how do we fight it? Several of them began talking like crazy while coming up with some unbelievable fictional tales about it all. Enough. Everyone, stand vigilantly until we know what we are dealing with, Alex said calmly. The moment he spoke, the men finally came back to their senses and remained quiet, even though their hearts were still very much in turmoil. Ah, help me, Captain, please help me. I'm bleeding. No, I don't want to die like this when I haven't even hit a single enemy. It hurts. It hurts. Within the mist of never-ending smoke and quivers from the ground, those in the heart of the matter seemed to be lost. Like sheep, they had lost their shepherd. After all, even a fool could see that the entire battlefield was now in chaos and disorder. Captain Riven slowly dragged his wounded body while trying to find an exit from the mist of smoke. That way, he could clearly see what was going on before launching another attack on the Baymardians. But because everyone kept bumping into one another from all angles, no one truly knew what way they were to go. Cough, 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 cough. Blood gushed out from his mouth and he quickly fell to his knees in pain. Yet another wave of assault had made him fly backwards again, causing him to hit his injuries hard on the ground. And soon, he heard the cry of someone close to him. Mother, ha ha ha, cough cough. So him finally hit. Higgins, is that you? Riven walked towards the voice while passing several shadowy figures. And when he finally stopped in front of Higgins, all the color on his face had completely drained off. Goodness. Half of Higgins' face was like that of a skeleton, and he had also lost his arm and a chunk of his belly as well. Riven gulped and slowly shook Higgins in fear. Dead. He's really dead. Riven looked upwards and felt like this whole mission was an impossible one. Damn it. What heavenly being had they offended? Boom, 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 boom. Ah! The wails and screams of those below quickly pierced through the sky, creating a very ghastly imagination for everyone. Bubup, bubup, bubup. Aden felt like his heart would really jump out of his chest any moment from now. He looked at Landon and then at the weapons before him in terror. Any weapon that can cause such a massive cry from the enemy was for sure a holy weapon. And this brat here just happened to have them. How shocking. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was knocked off his boots from the whole ordeal. Penelope's brothers were also frozen to the core with their mouths wide open in awe. They had never seen a battle like this in their entire lives. But when they recalled how rude they were to Landon when they had first arrived, they couldn't help but tremble a bit from fear. Hopefully, His Majesty Landon didn't take it to heart. Right? Boom, 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 boom. Ah! Everyone watched the scene unfold with different emotions burning within them. And soon, the commander in charge of today's attack called for all attacks to be stopped. Now, it was time to see what had become of Theite enemies. The smoke began to clear out, leaving a stunned audience behind. How was this possible? They shook their heads rapidly as if trying to deny what their eyes saw. The scene before them made them speechless. Chapter 625 Hellish Demons. Chapter 625 Hellish Demons. Silence. Even amidst the endless cries on the battlefield, the entire audience was still filled with silence. The screen of smoke had already cleared out, leaving behind a ghastly sight for them to behold. The battlefield was tainted with a dark shade of red and brown, as the blood from the dead or injured continually mixed with the ground beneath it. There were large holes all around the field, that seemed like the rulers of the heavens had playfully poked their fingers into them. Ugh. Injured men m.o.a.ned and gasped for air pitifully. Some men had lost feeling in their legs, and used their hands to drag their injured body away from this hellhole called a battlefield. The injuries themselves were so gruesome looking that some people in the audience felt their heartbeats pause briefly. They gripped their hearts and tried to steady their breathing hastily. And of course amidst the injured men below, were also a ton who had tragically died on the spot. The Baymardian soldiers had been constantly bombarding them with all sorts of weapons using their missile launchers, grenade launchers, cannons and so on for the past 45 minutes. They had properly trapped their targets in an invisible rectangular area on the fields, making sure that none one within the battlefield would be able to find an exit from the targeted area. Of course, they launched all sorts of attacks within the targeted area, as well as on its perimeters. They did this non-stop for 45 minutes and continuously launched over 100 attacks within this period. At this point, most of the enemies were dead. The soldiers didn't even give them time to think about what was happening or where the attacks were coming from. It was just too tragic. Adan looked at the scene before him and his legs turned wobbly like jelly. In fact, looking at him now, he seemed to have aged 10 years more. Just from the scene below. He secretly swore never to go against Baymard, and couldn't help but sweat a bit. Seeing how unfazed Landon was about the whole thing, he quickly said a little prayer in his heart to thank the ancestors for letting Landon be his ally instead. Because he was sure that whoever went against the brat would definitely have his ashes sprayed across the waters of an unknown continent. Sigh. He even began to pity the men below. R.I.P. brothers. Alec gripped his hair and yelled out in shock and rage. He just couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could an entire army of close to 50,000 people be reduced to 10,000 under 45 minutes? No, this wasn't happening. Impossible. The men who were supposed to protect him were also shocked as well. While they weren't exactly in the heart of the targeted regions, the force from the explosions had sent them flying around from one location to the next, so they had always been moving within these 45 minutes. But since none of them died, they felt like their comrades within the heart of the matter should survive as well. In short, they didn't know or understand anything about physics, so they just assumed that the screams from earlier on came from the men being tossed around like they did. Sure, they believed that a few demons were hunting their comrades in the mist, but they were over 50,000 of them, so they didn't believe that over 50,000 demons would pop out and launch their attacks. Were they cursed? How could many demons come for them? Everything just felt too strange for them. That was why they didn't understand why there was so much bloodshed on the scene. Were their comrades that weak? Or were the demons just too strong? Till now, they didn't understand how they had ended up on the losing end when their real enemies, the Baymardians, hadn't even launched a single attack yet. They even began to feel that maybe some of those witches that they typically burned down in the Arcadina had summoned these demons to deal with them. Cursed. If they had known, they would have locked those witches up and killed them only after returning from the battle. Yes, typically, every month, at least 10 girls are burnt down as witches because they were too smart, gave birth to ugly children who bore the devil's mark and many other reasons. In fact, some of them had even burnt down a girl who could accurately predict the weather from observing the clouds and the earth. She was no doubt a witch to them. And now, they felt like the battlefield had turned bizarre all because of these witches who summoned demons to take care of them. Or, how else were they supposed to explain the scene before them? They looked at their fallen comrades and felt a wave of fear rise through their hearts. And even though about 10,000 survived, the majority of them were already heavily injured, so only a small number of them could continue the battle with these Baymardians right now. How unfair. No, this cannot be happening. Alec shook his head several times in denial, as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. After brainstorming, calculating and planning his attacks for more than 6 months now, how could he accept such an outcome? Never in his dish dreams would he have pictured himself losing more than 75% of his men just like that. Even if he fought that unbiblical son of his now, wouldn't he just lose drastically instead? Damn it. He gritted his teeth and was about to give out his orders, when he suddenly heard a voice from the bastards. My dear sweet father, don't tell me you haven't realized the truth up till now, because if you haven't, then I would really have to doubt your intelligence as a king, Landon said playfully. Alec's brows scrunched up a bit before his eyes finally lit up in astonishment, rage and shock. You did this? Well, Congratulations on using your brain, father. My people and I did it. Chapter 626 Like a True Barn. Chapter 626 Like a True Barn. You did this, Alec yelled angrily. Well, congratulations on using your brain, father. My people and I did it. So what are you going to do about it? Silence. Ha ha ha. As expected, you are truly a barn. Alec laughed in rage, as his body trembled violently. No wonder he didn't see any arches on the walls. No wonder they were all so calm, as if they were just there to watch a show. So it tuned out that he had been played with all along. This son thanks father for his praises. But this son would like to remind father that he learned from the best. After all, father had done the same thing to grandfather and uncle. No, Landon said playfully. Alec instantly frowned when he heard those words. One should know that his late father and brother were topics that he never wanted to hear or mention again. They were seen as taboo topics in Arcadina. So what gave this little rat the guts to mention them to him again? The whole thing reminded him that he might also die at the hands of his sons, which was enough to scare anyone silly even in their dreams. James was the first person to attempt to assassinate him. And now, it was this bastard son of his. Damn it. If he had known, he would have strangled Landon as a child way back. He took a big gulp of air and forced himself to calm down. Yes, getting agitated at this point wouldn't do him any good. Rather, what he should be focused on were the godly weapons that had been used against his men. He was right. No matter what, he had to keep Landon alive. The boy's brain was a national treasure that would make his entire empire rise strength-wise. And who knows, before he successfully gave his throne to Eli, with these weapons at his disposal, he might have successfully merged all the neighboring memories with Arcadina's, making him the ruler of the entire Pino continent. Ha 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 ha. These godly weapons were enough to make any army shiver in horror. Alec's eyes glistened with greed, as he thought about the future. Right. All he needed now was to get some spies to steal the production process, and the rest was history. Alec looked in Landon's direction and scoffed. HMPH. It looks like I really did underestimate you. But not to worry, next time, I'll be sure to bring over 700 men to your doorstep. Mark my words, boy, this isn't the end. Alec said confidently, and just as he was about to turn around and look for any available horse, he was once again stopped by this unfilial son of his. Oh, dear father, where do you think going? Did I say that you could go? Alec's veins bulged out on his forehead from rage at Landon's words. Never in his reign as king had a single person stepped over his dignity time and time again like this little imp was doing. You unfilial child. What can you do to stop me? Can you stop me from way up there? TSK. I suggest you shut up and let me ride out without a headache, Alec said while clenching his fists as hard as he could. Having such a son was undoubtedly the biggest mistake in his life. Landon couldn't be bothered about the funny expressions on his father's face. He pried his binoculars from his eyes and chuckled a bit. Father, do you think that Baymard is the sort of place that you can go and come as you like? You expect me to allow you to walk away, so that you can come back later on and disturb my people's peace again? Father, what do you take me for? Nobody. I'm guessing that your attacks couldn't reach where I'm currently at, and this is probably why I'm still alive. So since you can't reach me, your only option would be to send some men after me from the gates. Sure, your vehicles might be faster. But do you see this man-made valley here? Large space created between forest and roads that have traps on them for keeping wild beasts away from the travelers. If I jumped down into it and ran into the forest, no matter how dangerous it may be, I would most likely have a chance of survival there. So little imp, you are way too young to outsmart me. Like I said, I'm leaving. And there's nothing you can do about it. Silly father. Who said that I can't stop you? In case you haven't noticed, you're in my territory and under my control. Men, begin Operation Golden Goose now. Yes, your majesty. Immediately, The commander for today's mission spoke through his walkie-talkie hastily, and what came next was something that made Alec step backwards a few times in shock. The statues were alive. Landon looked at his babies and smiled handsomely. Of course, his babies in question were the beautiful yet deadly army tanks below that gave off a feeling of wanting absolute obedience from their victims. Ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. The tanks all moved in and pointed their long noses at Alec and his men, and for demonstrational purposes, one of the tanks fired away at a safe distance. Boom. Move, and you'll die. Silence. What the hell did they just see? So it wasn't demons but these Baymardians who had dealt with them. The rest of Alec's men shivered uncontrollably while thinking of what to do next. Most of them were already injured, so they had no idea of how to even drag their injured bodies away. Damn it, what sort of situation was this? And opposite from their gloomy appearances, those on the Empire's walls looked like they were on cloud 9 right now. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that? Did you King see that? Amazing. Is this the power of these tanks? Only those who are warrant officers can study or train with them. So I had no idea of their power. Me too. In fact, whenever I heard those loud explosive sounds, I always thought that these men were practicing with the cannons or missiles. But who would have known that there was another minister in the works? At least you guys knew about the existence of them. We, the Coronian soldiers, didn't even know that such things existed. This is really an eye-opener for us. Aden, Mikhail and their families watched everything with open mouths that resembled the letter zero. They looked at Landon again and sighed. This guy was the real monster and not those tanks. How terrifying. Alec, on the other hand, quickly came back to his senses after his initial shock. Screw this. There was no way that he would allow himself to die without getting his revenge. He had to escape now and fast. Chapter 627 Alec's Last Gameplay. Chapter 627 Alec's Last Gameplay. Alec's mind quickly went to work, as he now had only one thing in mind: escape. Screw his men. They were meant to die for him anyway, so why should he be too overly concerned about them? Heck, they should be glad that he would be making a break for it, since he would definitely come back and avenge them later on. Alex squinted his eyes and spotted a few horses on the main highway road a little further behind one of the surrounding statues' tanks. In front of the main highway were 3 massive tanks that all had their long noses pointing at him. He looked at the opening between these tanks and decided to squeeze his way through them and make a run for it towards one of the horses. HMPH. He didn't believe that these statues' tanks would dare to shoot themselves. So if he got really close to one of them, then would they be safe? Your Majesty, what do we do now? One of his men asked anxiously. Boys, this is your final mission. Protect your master and I will avenge you all. Immediately, both injured and non-injured warriors felt even more depressed than they already were. How could they not understand His Majesty's meaning? They smiled bitterly and readied their minds for death. After all, they had been preparing for this from the day that they picked up a sword at age 7. Protect His Majesty, yelled one of the men, and instantly, even the injured men seemed to be crawling towards the tanks with all their strength, as if trying to distract them from noticing Alec's moves. Boom, boom, boom. Several shots were made, raising the dust and screen of smoke again. As for Alec, he had already bypassed the tanks and was already making his way towards the horses a little further ahead from him. There were also some carriages that looked like they had been abandoned at the sides of the roads. They had probably belonged to those who were either trying to get onto Baymard or leave it. At least, that was what he thought. But how could he have known that it was another setup? And where do you think that's going? Silence. Alec looked at the scene before him in silence. He had to hand it to that unfilial son of his, who knew that the little imp would still have several more tricks up his sleeve. When Alec was about a minute away from the horses, several burly men in uniform suddenly came out of the carriages. All of them looked very difficult to handle, but their leader looked like a beast. He just gave off a very frightening aura that initially made Alec's heart waver. But who was Alec? He managed to control himself for a bit and stand firm while looking at the group before him indifferently. Even if he had to go down, He had decided to kill at least one Baymardian before then. Unfortunately, he had met the wrong group today, because the leader of the pack was none other than Warden Mitchell, who had been blessed with a ridiculously frightening aura and strength given by the system. Yes, that Warden Mitchell who had almost all the prisoners kiss his feet in fear when they attempted to escape from prison. He was extremely strong, and also practiced the ways of Shaolin, making him a very frightening force to behold within the prison walls. So as for the matter of killing him, well, that was Alec's own wishful thinking. Well, I never thought I would get the chance to meet the famous Alec Byrne. Love your work, by the way. Creating a godly child means that you at least deserve some of my respect, Mitchell said while nodding seriously. And as he spoke, his men just sat down on the corners of the road all around Alec. Please, their warden could handle this all on his own, so there was no point in them joining in on the action. But even though they sat there nonchalantly, they were still as alert as ever. Alec looked at them and scoffed. Move. That's an order. Alec yelled arrogantly. He didn't have time to waste with these silly geese. An order? Really funny. In case you haven't noticed, you aren't my king, so why should I take any orders from you? And besides, it's my job to make sure that you don't go anywhere. As a sign of respect for you, Your Majesty Alec Byrne, if you drop to the ground now and place your hands above your head, I promise to drag you back to Baymard in disgrace, Mitchell said, with his hands firmly behind his back. Then let's have a match. If I win, you have to let me go. And if I lose, you'll willfully do as you've said. After all, as a warrior, I have to fight for any opportunity of freedom. No, HMHM. Well said. But, we'll have to change to conditions. After all, my king does expect me to bring you back. So rather than letting you go, we'll give you a 15-minute head start if you win. That's the best deal I can offer. All right, I agree, Alex said confidently. He was Alec Freak Byrne, for heaven's sake. To this day, he was still ranked as one of the most powerful warriors in the entire Pino continent. Alec trained his body daily while continuously enhancing his sword skills into what others could only wish to achieve. He was famous for his three-blade style, which usually took down his foes in an instant. No one dared to go up against him since he had remained undefeated for over 2 decades now. He fought and trained with his aides daily, so he knew exactly what level he had reached. As for this man before him who seems just a few years younger than he was, Alec didn't believe that Mitchell was stronger than him. After all, the younger they were, the weaker and inexperienced they were too, because it meant that when Mitchell probably picked up a sword at age 7, Alec had already advanced from a page to squire, or even at higher knightly ranks instead. So how could he compare with him? But Alec had forgotten that age wasn't everything, especially when one's foe is blessed by a heavenly system. Since we've agreed, then shouldn't you hand me a sword? Right. Here, use this. Perfect. Now, we can battle. But wait, where is your own sword? I don't need one. TSK. You're a bigger fool than I thought. Oh, then I can't wait to show you how this fool will handle you from here on out. So, let's begin, shall we? HMPH. Don't mind if I do. Bam. Chapter 628 The Shameless Mr. Byrne. Chapter 628 The Shameless Mr. Byrne. Alec looked at Mitchell arrogantly and sneered. Did this fool really think that he could defeat him without a sword? How naive. Well, he would definitely teach the brute a thing or two about respect, especially towards a dignified king such as his esteemed self. Alec ran up to Mitchell at full force with one thought in mind. Kill. He was going to kill the arrogant fool with his three-blade style. Upon seeing the blade get closer to him, Mitchell didn't get FL.U.S. tired at all. Swish. Mitchell lightly jumped onto the blade like a monkey, and used his right leg to send a terrifying kick towards Alec's face. Alec was pushed back a bit, but didn't fall. He just spun around and centered himself again. He held his jaw for a bit and wiped the blood that was currently oozing out of it. In truth, he felt like some of his teeth had already fallen out of their sockets just from that single kick. What the hell? Were this guy's legs made out of iron or something? But how would he have known that all of this was credited to the Shaolin ways? as well as the godly strength from the system. He massaged his jaw for a bit and spat out a mouthful of blood in a manly fashion that didn't seem to him look weak. TSK, he had really underestimated this young blood in front of him. Well, now he knew that he had to give it his all. Swish, pa, bam. Yugh. They fought for a bit with both sides getting hit at least once, and so far, Michin received 2 minor slash wounds, while Alec on the other hand, had received over 9 blows, slaps and kicks now. But funny enough, he had dodged the majority of them already. Actually, the moment Alec had dodged one of Michin's attacks and seen him split a rock into half, he immediately understood why he felt like his body had been through hell. In fact, he even suspected that he might have some internal injuries already, which made him feel like he was about to die anytime soon from depression. Damn it, why was this guy born with supernatural strength? And why did such a good warrior belong to that unfilial son of his? It was all just too depressing. Pa, bam. Alec had been given another force slap again. Damn it, how hateful. He glanced at his foe who currently looked indifferent, and felt like rage bubble up even more. The fool had one leg crossed over the other as if he was drinking a cup of tea in a restaurant or something. He seemed so lax in that position, that one would think that he was medicating instead. Alec gripped his sword tightly and tried to calm himself down. Alright. You've really forced my hand. I was going to deal with you using my famous 3-blade style. But since you've impressed me, I'll bring out my ultimate move. This is my newly developed move called the Sleeping Tiger. Be happy that I'm using this move on you because it shows that you're at least worth it. I'll have you know that none of my commanders and only a handful of seasoned assassins can defend themselves against this move. So take this as a parting gift from me. Goodbye, fool. With that, Alec ran as fast as he could towards Michin and pretended as if he was going to target Michin's waist, before finally lowering his sword towards Michin's neck instead. The move was so fast that it seemed like his sword had magically curved upwards on its own, which made it seem as if his word was made out of rubber instead. This move was usually brought confusion, as people would try to defend their waists. But before they realized it, their necks would have already been neatly cut off clean. Alec revealed a C.O.C. smile on his face as he pulled out his move. So what if Michin had supernatural strength? At the end of the day, wouldn't he die just like the rest who had tasted this ultimate move of his? In his mind, the fool before him was already as good as dead. Alec ran towards Michin with his intimate move. And just when the blade was just a few inches away from his face, Michin opened his eyes and used the leg that was crossed over the other to knock the sword up in the air with great force. From there, he did 4 backflips and finally caught the sword calmly. Crack. He had broken the largest part of the blade, and as if it was nothing. Sigh. Are you sure you really want to do this? We can go on and on, but isn't it obvious that you've already lost? Michin said calmly while signaling for his men to get up. Lost? No way. I haven't admitted defeat yet. So I haven't lost. Didn't think that you would be the shameless type who valued his ego over his health. Well, maybe I've been too soft on you before. But I assure you that if we continue on, I'll definitely break you. So if you don't want to admit defeat, then I'll just have to beat you up until you do. Won't I? Fine by me. Do you think that I'll ever accept it? Keep dreaming. Alright. It's your funeral. With that, Michin ran towards Alec at full speed while the surrounding soldiers only looked at Alec pitifully. Poor guy. If he knew that the warden was holding back previously, how would he feel? The men got incredibly excited when they saw their warden get serious. Ha 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 ha. This was the show that they had been waiting for. Sigh. Why didn't they prepare popcorn and keep them in the carriages? For sure, this battle would be a legendary tale that these soldiers would brag about and describe to their grandchildren for years to come. It might even be added to Baymard's history. The warden who took down a king. Bam, bam, bam. He'll never give in. Bam. Do you know who you're messing with? Bam. Let go of me, you lowly swine. Bam. Ah, you animal. How dare you? Stop, 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 stop. Bam, 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 bam. Crack, pa, bam, : TTTT. Alec had been tossed around like a thin piece of clothing, punched, kicked and even had his face smashed against a carriage door several times. He was sure that his nose was broken. The beating continued for 20 minutes more before Alec finally conceded. Maybe it was because of the guy's supernatural strength. But it hurt way worse than if he had taken blows or jabs from his men. He felt like if he continued receiving any more blows from this guy, then a chunk of his face would literally fall. Additionally, he felt like if he truly continued the battle, then he would be too weak to think of another way to escape. It was better to concede and see what they had planned out for him. Maybe he could even get the word out to his sons so that they would be able to send Hylas kid assassins to rescue him. Yes, it was worth a shot, even though it was utterly humiliating. Stop, you brute. I concede. Oh, that wasn't too hard, now was it? I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but you'll never have the opportunity to do so. _YY. The heavens were truly unfair. Chapter 629 Mr. Confident Mr. Barn. Chapter 629 Mr. Confident Mr. Barn. I concede. Ha 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 ha. Boys, did you hear that? He conceded. So call up the team and tell them the good news. Yes, sir. The rest of the men replied with excitement. Mitchin slowly sat on the road with his chest facing Alec, while one of the men quickly took out his walkie-talkie. This is the prison squad. We have successfully reined in the prisoner. Requesting for a pickup van immediately. Over. Copy that, prison squad. Well, send someone right away. Over. _carrot. Of course, while all this was going on, another prison guard hastily took out a massive handcuff from one of the carriages. One should know that times were really different from modern times back on Earth, and people in this era had twice, if not 3 times more strength than those back on Earth. Be it ordinary builders who carried heavy rocks behind their backs, or even blacksmiths who hammered over 100 times a day. The strength of these people were not to be underestimated. So what more of warriors? They typically had more strength than the ordinary person. Hence the higher the prisoner's rank, the heavier their handcuffs. Clip. Alec's hands were now cuffed behind his back. His cuffs were black and looked like large metal bangles joined together by several thick iron chains. Mitchin closed his eyes once more while waiting for the van to arrive. As for Alec, all this while, he was trying to steady his breathing with some internal exercises. He had to quickly think of a way to get a message to his sons and fast. He felt like maybe he could bribe the people working in Baymard's dungeon to send word out. Yes, that was his only way out. It didn't take too long before the sounds of vehicles could be heard making their way towards the gang. There were 3 vans in total, 2 for security and the last one for transporting the prisoner. Rather than going towards the prison, they drove them to the military estate in King's Landing instead. Captain Reginald, we've brought the prisoner as requested. Thank you, Warrant Mitchin. Please follow me alongside the prisoner. His Majesty would like to see you and your team. Not a problem, Captain, Mitchin said while signaling for his men to get Alec. Get out. Alec stepped out of the van and was shocked to see his men leaving the estate instead. What the hell was going on? Didn't they die? Alec looked at his injured men and scrunched up his face. They were currently rolled away on some weird stretchers on wheels and placed in a vehicle that said prison ambulance. It didn't make any sense. Why were they kept alive? And what was the point in even treating one's enemy? Wasn't that a waste of resources? Just let them die. That was the way to go. Reginald looked at his puzzled expression and chuckled. Your Majesty, Alec Barn. It's amazing seeing you in the flesh. I'm sure wondering why your men are still alive. Well, that's because it was never our intention to inflict them with pain any further than we already did during our first battle. You see, earlier on, what we were doing was shooting at a safe distance around them, so no one got hurt by those attacks. And by the time the dust and smoke had cleared up, all of them were either laying on the ground or kneeling with their swords in their hands while waiting for some sort of heroic death, Reginald said in admiration. Even though they were Baymard's enemies, They were willing to put their life down on the line for this heartless ruler, and that was something that at least earned Reginald's respect. Those who weren't injured were quickly sent to the waiting sector within the prison. This area was where new prisoners were first kept until their ranks had been sorted out. Their strength, age, weight, and accomplishment would need to be accounted for before their rank got assigned. So those that weren't injured were already sent to the waiting sector, while the injured were first given first aid before finally sent to the hospital unit within the prison's waiting sector. For sure, their ranks depended on the decision made from the board, which included the wardens of both male and female prisons, Landon, the Chancellor for National Defense, and all other main leaders in charge of Baymard's armed force, be it the fleet admiral who controls the marines or even Lucius who was the army general. All of them had to be there to decide each prisoner's rank. After all, if one day the prisoner does escape and tries to leave Baymard by land or by sea, capturing these prisoners would still involve them in those cases. As for judging and deciding on how long their sentences were, it was a different group that decided on that too. Of course, the group also had Landon and the wardens involved as well, including people from the justice departments, and those in charge of human rights were present instead. One should know that these men had been working under Alec for heaven knows how long, and they had probably killed innocent people, R.A.P. and bullied others just because they were strong. All these needed to be taken into account when giving out their sentences. Sure, they might have children and even wives back in Arcadine, but no matter what, they had to do the crime and repent before they were let out again. At least Baymard offered visitation rights, and all visitors could even request for a letter to be written for them and sent out to their families. The soldiers would then go out on missions and deliver them as well. Bottom line, they weren't getting out of their sentences and would be here for a while. As for their master's situation, that was a different story for another day. Alec followed Mitchin and Reginald confidently, as he didn't want to show any weakness to these enemy bastards who were passing him by. More importantly, he didn't want that unfilial son of his to feel smug. No way. Even now, he had decided to still be the victor. Chapter 630 Ghost. Chapter 630 Ghost. Din, 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 din. Alec, Reginald, Mitchin and the rest walked for a bit before finally stopping outside a thick metal door that had 10 guards standing beside it. Warden Mitchin, you and your men can wait in room 416. The meeting will begin in 15 minutes. His Majesty will meet you then. Oh, and he's also me to pass this message along, Reginald said while giving Mitchin a letter. Not a problem, Captain. He'll go there right away. And Mr. Alec Barn, see you later. It was nice meeting you. I really did enjoy our little spar. Ha 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 ha. Farewell, Mr. Barn, Mitchin said while waving his hands and walking away. He didn't even turn around to see Alec's livid expression. Who the hell would enjoy sparring with the dying man? Reginald signaled for the guards standing beside the metal door to open it, and they later walked in. They walked down a series of stairs, before standing before another metal door again. The whole place was soundproofed, bright and clean. Reginald opened the door for Alec and gestured for him to go in. Mr. Barn, after you. Alec took a big breath and stepped in. No matter what, he would given in to the taboo son of his. The room he was stepping into was white and spotless and seemed to have no tables or chairs within it. He stepped in majestically with his nose hush up in the air. But when he saw the people in the room, he almost fainted from shock. He shook his head countless times and stammered while stepping backwards. No, I killed you, ghost, ghost, ghost. Alec's face was so pale that it looked like he would die any moment from now. His lips quieter and his body shook in terror. Could someone explain what the hell was going on? His breathing became heavy, and his thoughts were all in a mess. Was it because he would be dying soon? Is that why he could see his late brother? He turned towards the rest of the people in the room and his eyes widened even more. Wasn't that his brother's fiancée from way back? And weren't those her brothers? He knew that they too were dead because his men had confirmed it ages ago. And isn't that the famous Mikhail Parsley from Terik who had recently died? Alec blinked his eyes numerous times as if trying to confirm their identities. Was this what people meant by saying that those who were close to death could see the dead? Alec quickly touched himself just to check if he had any deep wounds that made him bleed out without his knowledge. Even if one had a strong mind, seeing someone that they had personally killed over 30 years ago was something that would stun them silly. He began to fear that soon, his father might even appear as well. In his mind, these ghosts were here to take revenge. Well, Michael and he had a blood feud some 15 years back, so he just assumed that Mikhail appeared here for that reason too. All of you should stay back. You, and you all are already dead. So stay far away from me as possible. The dead and the living cannot coexist, so go back to your domain. Alec yelled while kicking his legs in the air at them. Since they were ghosts, in this mind, they should disappear like smoke once the area around them swirled. Those in the room were a little bit taken aback by his fierce response to the matter. Even Aden was a little surprised. He thought that this elder brother of his would read the damn room and quickly realize that he was still alive. So what was with this determined resolution about him being a ghost? Was he so confident in his own skills when he stabbed him back then? What the hell? Wasn't this like cursing him to die or something? In fact, even Mikhail was a little angry too. Alex specifically pointed at him and said that he had died. With how healthy he was, did it seem like he would be dying any time soon? What ghost? The one who is a ghost, moron. Are you trying to curse me or something? Look, well, idiot. I'm alive and kicking, Mikhail exclaimed angrily. Alec paused for a moment and scrutinized their appearances even further. Indeed, his brother and the rest of them had aged quite a bit, so it was clear that they weren't ghosts, unless people still aged spiritually after they died. Alec soon realized that they were alive and well. And as for his first reaction, it was only to be expected, because no one who had ever survived after getting a deep injury with his blade. He wasn't talking about those minor wounds that he gave his men during training. No. He was talking about the deep throat ones, because if he plunged a sword into a person's body, 10 chances out of 10 times, that person would die. And his record had always been the same even from an early age. So with how confident he was, how could he not have mistaken them for ghosts? Alec quickly adjusted his mindset and calmed himself down. He reined in his thoughts and became the confident person that he was. Ha 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 ha. To think that I, Alec Barn, would be able to make such a fatal mistake. Little brother, it's been too long. So tell me, have you been hiding within Baynard all this while? No wonder I couldn't find you no matter how I looked. I have to hand it to you, you really know how to hide like the mole that you are. That's for the compliment, elder brother. But I think you're getting it all wrong. You see, I've been staying in Arcadina this entire time. Impossible. Oh, but it's true. Actually, I only came over a few months ago to visit this nephew of mine. Alex squinted his eyes at Landon in silence. This unfilial son had actually been in contact with his brother all this while? Damn it, what he hated the most was betrayal. Even if he didn't show love to Landon, shouldn't the child still remain filial and help his old man out, rather than helping his enemy? He closed his eyes for a bit and struggled to remember the first time he saw Landon as a baby. If he had known that those seemingly innocent eyes would turn into that of a mountain lion's, then he would have sliced off his head ages ago. Oh brother, did I forget to tell you? This is William, my son. He is going to be Arcadina's future king, Chapter 631 The Future King. Chapter 631 The Future King. Oh brother, did I forget to tell you? This is William, my son. He is going to be Arcadina's future king, Alec almost choked. You have a son? Exclamation mark. He felt like his whole worldview had come crashing down before him. Why was this happening to him? Hello uncle, I've heard so much about you. I'm William, the next king of Arcadina. Shut up. Who's your uncle? You a street rat who had been raised outside the palace walls, wants to rule over Arcadina. Ha 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 ha. Don't make me laugh. Your presence will only crumble this empire even further. So just give it up. Because there's no way that you will be king. Alec looked at William and felt his blood boil. Just from looking at William's smile, he knew that they had been planning it all along. Brother, there's no use denying it. By next month, our William here will be crowned. You lie, Eden. The only future king will be my son, Prince Eli. Yes, his son Eli was so brilliant that no one would be able to outshine him. What was this pleasant prince when compared to a noble one? And besides, even if Eli couldn't deal with them all on his own, Connor would always be there to assist Eli as well. Plus their mothers also came from wealthy families with strong forces within Arcadina. So he knew that they wouldn't just sit back and watch some pauper stroll in and take the crown from them. Additionally, he knew that when they finally got word that he was being held captive, they would definitely send people to save him. Alec looked at Eden and sneered the more he thought about it. What was there to be worried about? Eli is the future king of Arcadina, and not your lousy son Billy or whatever his name is. Oh, brother, it seems that you don't know everything about your sons. What do you mean? What I mean is that for the past few years, your son Eli had known of my son's existence, and for the few months, your second son also knew about our existence as well. To put it simply, they tried to ambush us. But with the help of little nephew here, we were able to capture them in one swoop. The information hit Alec hard. No, 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 you're lying. Alec said in denial. Am I lying? I've never been a liar, and I think you know that better than anyone else. Alec dropped to the floor dejectedly in panic, before turning all his hatred towards Landon. It's all your fault. How could you help others take down your own brothers? Haven't you heard that blood is thicker than water? Right back at you, old man. When they poisoned me and planned to kill me over and over again, why didn't they remember that we were siblings? And who are you to talk when you killed grandfather and attempted to kill uncle as well? A kettle calling a pot black. How original. Alec exclaimed while running towards Landon with bloodthirsty eyes. He looked mental. Pa. McKeel quickly made his move and kicked Alec down. At ease, boy, he said while holding Alec down with his right leg that was currently on the back of Alec's head. Alec, who was slightly kissing the ground, turned his face to the side and shot numerous glares at Landon. This boy was the biggest mistake of his life. Landon looked at Alec and shook his head helplessly. Relax, old man. I'm not like you. My brothers are still alive, and will remain alive until they complete their sentences. And after that, they'll be free to go. But as for you, you will follow uncle and be executed before all. You little imp. You bastard. You good for nothing. You son of a bee. Pa. Landon kicked Alec in the stomach hard. My dearest father, like I've before. You can insult me, but you can never insult my mother. Pa. What? Did you think that I was a statue? Minas said angrily. You burnt down my home and killed my parents for a crime that they didn't commit. You then made us live in hiding for so many years, making my little William not grow like an ordinary boy. You beast. Pa. You. Mona, that's enough, Eden said. Honestly, he too wanted to kill this brother of his here and now. But there were so many people who wanted to do the same with their bare hands in the capital. Especially his wives. He had killed his own son, James. So did he think that the boy's mother would let him get away with it? And even his first wife hated him for how he treated their daughter when she lost her limbs. Whether husbands admitted it or not, most times, their wives would love their children more than them. So if you intentionally hurt their children, they would begin hating you slowly while keeping it deep inside. And without knowing it, one might end up creating a monster rather than a loving wife. For sure, this brother of his was a dead man who was surrounded by the enemies that he had created for himself. Elder brother, we will be leaving for the capital in 2 days. But before that, we will allow you to see your sons once last time before we depart. Consider this your last and gift from me. Adnan said coldly before closing his eyes silently. A single teardrop slid down his face as he stood there, as silent as a rock. Father, I finally avenged you. Please, rest well. After Adnan and his family had finished venting off their rage, Alec was soon escorted to one of the S-class cells within the prison. Even if he would only be staying there for 2 days, they decided to keep him there, so that he could see his sons as promised. Of course, while Landon and his team were handling Alec's matters, the battlefield was already filled with cleaners, as well several construction workers who hurriedly filled and leveled the holes on the field. As a matter of fact, there were more than 50 construction machines on site. They had promised their visitors that tomorrow, Baymard would be opened up again, so they had to work their asses off to fulfill that promise. As for Landon, he hurriedly made his way towards the barracks. William and his family would be leaving in 2 days, so he had to pre-check everything just to be sure. And while he went about as busy as a bee, someone else far away also went over his plans again. Your Royal Highness Prince Sky, who have arrived at the capital. Great. It's finally time to woo my wife. Chapter 632 A Crazy Place. Chapter 632 A Crazy Place. The streets of the capital were bustling and busy like a marketplace. There were food hawkers, as well as several people who would go out on the streets to advertise and point customers to the directions of their stores. Eggs for sale. Buy 2 for 1 copper coin just down the street. New clothes from Baymard here. Summer is almost upon us, so get your new summer clothes at Ferguson's store. Quickly everyone. We have sales on several new Baymardian products in our stores. 12 canned tomatoes for 4 copper coins. You can't miss this deal. Several people hung signboards over their bodies and rang bells to get the attention of their customers. And instead of writing, they drew what they were talking about. For example, one man drew an egg, wrote down the number of eggs in a bracket, and then placed an equal sign to its cost. Of course, only the fast-selling products were on their signboards. Eggs for sale, new hats for sale, rare Baymardian newspapers for sale. The place was as rowdy as ever, but apart from the busy workers, others just wanted to stroll around merrily. Ah, Susan, nice seeing you here, darling. Taking your dog for a walk too? Why yes, after all, pet walking is the new fashion. This is Precious, the new dog that I bought when I visited Baymard 6 months back. Whoa, she looks so cute and proper. And what collection is she wearing? I love her gorgeous pink sweater and tiny scarf. Do tell. Oh, you mean this old thing? Well, I bought it last year from Baymard's winter pet collection Bape 47. Isn't it chic? It is, darling. Ah, I see that you're also taking Francesca for a walk as well. I love the cute bow tie on her hair, by the way. It's absolutely divine. Thank you, dear. I do need to visit Baymard again soon, because she needs a proper pedicure and manicure, and only they seem to know how to trim and style her puffy hair. Me too. It's such a blessing that their spa also offers pet services as well. My baby is also in dire need of a trim. Well, since you're here, why don't we go around the newly opened Coronian Park? Oh, you mean the one down Eagles Street? Why not? Come along now, Francesca. You too, Precious. Arf, arf, woof, woof. As soon as the women left, a hooded man who had just finished buying some goods from a store quickly left and made his way towards a large hostelry. It was like an inn, but way classier. To put it simply, it was typically a massive stone building 4 or 5 stories high with its own horse stables, lawns, water fountains and so on. It typically had over 300 rooms and was meant for hosting rich clients, unlike inns and taverns. They even had lavish bathhouses and maids-to-do ones every bidding. The hooded man made his way into the hostelry, knocked on one of the doors twice and said a coded word. Knock, knock. Palin, Brack. The door was opened up. Late Thomas, said another hand, who was currently bolting the door with a large wooden stick. You guys don't know how lucky I am to be back. The people in this city are crazy. Dot. The hooded man removed his hood and revealed a dashing youthful face. He went on to grumble about how people actually dressed their dogs here, and how they wanted money on pet food as well. If he had a dog, it would need to go and hunt for itself, or eat all the bones and leftovers from his meal. Why waste money on its health and other trivial matters? Worse, they even dared to trim its nails and fur. What the hell? Were the people in the city so idle? Or was there something that he was missing? So you were late because of gossip? Shoot up. No one asked you, Kobe. Thomas yelled while looking angrily at another man in the room. Thomas. Yes, Your Highness. Focus. Did you get it? Of course, Your Highness. I got the shaving cream for men, shampoo, hair oil, soap, body scrub, toothbrush and toothpaste. Your Highness. I also got you a brand new watch as well. After Queen Penelope sees you, she will definitely be mesmerized. Alright, enough talking. Hand the bag over and leave. In fact, everyone should do the same as well. You all can stroll around the city and explore to your heart's content. But I want you all back by 10 p.m. on the dot. Is that understood? Yes, Your Highness. Good. Now, get out. With that, they left Sky to himself. Right now, all he was focusing on was beautifying himself even further. What he wanted was to blow Penelope's mind when she saw him. In his mind, he imagined her face turning red from shyness, just as countless other women had done in the past. He was too good looking, and he knew it. Back in his empire, even married men whose wives were his mother's age would blush and even make passes at him. He was a pro at sweat-talking them. And all of this also aided him behind the scenes times. Sometimes, as women would make demands for him to their husbands after bed making, and when their husbands got suspicious, they would just say that they had been planning to join him with their daughters or something like that. He was indeed what people on Earth would describe as a Casanova. Sky quickly followed the instructions on the pages of each item and cleaned himself up. And after looking at himself in the mirror, he had to admit his body felt cleaner, as a lot of dried body flakes had fallen off due to the soap and body scrub. He looked at his hair that seemed to sparkle, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Indeed, he looked more dashing than before. He smiled at his reflection and his confidence level flew off the roof. Queen Penelope, tomorrow, I will make you mine. Chapter 633 Rude Visitors. Chapter 633 Rude Visitors. Time went by quickly, and soon, it was a brand new day. The birds were singing, the people were busy and the sky looked okay. Sky and his men woke up early in the morning, had their breakfast and lazily stayed in their rooms in wait. And what were they waiting for? Of course, they were waiting for the high-end carriages that they had requested to be brought over. In fact, one of the reasons why they didn't go to the palace yesterday, was because they realized how wrong their calculations had been. First off, they had only brought 3 chests of gold and 40 trunks filled with broken glass. But unlike the Pino continent, people in other places typically exchanged 15 chests of gold for a single trunk filled with broken glass pieces. This was because gold could be mined, but glass was made when lightning struck the shores of beaches instead, and so it was seen as a heavenly artifact. So when it came to gold, please, they had rooms filled to the brim with gold coins and jewelry. So what was a measly 15 chests of gold to them in exchange for 1 trunk of broken glass pieces? It was that same logic that caused Sky to bring these 40 trunks of glass pieces and just 3 chests of gold. But now that these broken pieces were seen as garbage, what should he do now? As a matter of fact, he had heard that Corona had built several buildings within each region in Corona that was tasked with collecting these glass pieces. Essentially, these buildings would pay everyone a certain amount of money if they brought their glass bottles or pieces over. Additionally, he also heard that these glass pieces got sent back to Baymard for something called recycling. In a way, he was surprised by the outcome, because now, even homeless people moved around the streets looking for these glass pieces so that they can get paid. And he also heard that they collected used paper as well. Bottom line, the 40 trunks of glass pieces that he brought over were seen as garbage. So that left him with just 3 chests of gold. What now? one should know that to royalty, who had rooms filled with mountains of gold, pearls, rubies and silver that were probably left by their ancestors. What would 3 more chests of gold do? That was like pouring a bucket of water into the ocean. It was quite meaningless, and might even be seen as an insult if one wanted to present it as a dowry to royalty. And so with that dilemma in mind, Sky had requested for a gold necklace to be made. He had decided to create a great backstory for the necklace to give it worth. Apart from being precious, jewelry was often regarded as priceless because some famous king or important figures wore it. And the nobler the previous owner, the more priceless it was, which was true, since even back on Earth, one of Mary Antoinette's pearl pendant earrings had sold for 32 million. Just because so was the wearer. Sigh. Even a shoe worn by a former NBA player could sell for over 150k, no matter what time it was. The logic was always the same, and this was what Sky was banking on. He wanted to create a story for the necklace that depicted one of his great-great-great-great-grandfathers who was a hero at the time. He wanted to say that the dude had given it to one of his most beloved wives after winning the same war that made him a hero. Because even if it was a lie, who would really go back to his empire and verify it now? And even if they found out in the end, wouldn't Penelope be his already? He had threatened the jewelry designer to have it done within a day, which was almost an impossible task. But since the guy feared the empire he was from, he quickly did as he was told immediately. And now, they were waiting for this so-called historic necklace. Additionally, as a prince, how could he arrive in such a quiet manner? He had also requested for high-end carriages to be painted and designed having his seal and identity known. But your highness, what do we do with all 40 trunks of glass? Well, take it to the glass collecting office and collect all the money we can from them, because since we're going to be staying here for long, we'll need all the money we can get. Yes, your highness. The men waited for a bit, and soon the necklace, as well as their rides, had been delivered. With that, they began their procession to the palace. Dudin, 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 Dudin. Oh my! Look at that commotion. Who could it be? Wait. As a merchant who leaves Corona often, I've seen that symbol before. They are people from the continent of Vainitta. What? Old man, are you sure? Absolutely. What do you think that they want? Look, the carriage curtain is opening. Ah! What a handsome man. Let me see. Let me see. Oh my god. I think I'm in love. Me too. Me 3. The ladies all gazed at Sky dreamingly, which made the corners of his lips raise upwards. He. His charm was still in full swing. Now, he was confident that the fatso wouldn't stand a chance against his looks. Penelope would definitely dump the pig the moment she sets her eyes on him. And while he was in dreamland, some guards around the city hurriedly made their way towards the palace on horseback as fast as they could. Queen Penelope, it's urgent. People from the continent of Vainitta are on their way to the palace. When they come, tell them to wait some more. I'm busy, said Penelope, who was currently surrounded by 5 high stacks of .u.ments. She didn't even bother to look up when the messenger spoke. She was just too engrossed in her work. But your majesty, they are from the continent of Vainitta, and I'm from the Pino continent. What's your point? The messenger, why, my queen, such a bully. The messenger didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. And as he was about to speak once more, Carmelo and Adrian came in and patted his shoulders requesting for him to leave. Their people had also informed them about the news too. Now, little girl, why don't you see them first before continuing with your work? But grandfather, I didn't say I wouldn't see them. All I said was that they should wait. After all, do they expect me to jump around just because they have arrived? And why didn't they send us a letter informing us of their arrival way ahead of time? Just one look at their behavior, and you can tell that they were rude and used to getting their way wherever they went. Penelope said sternly. She was a busy person with a schedule, and anyone who couldn't even give her the decency to inform her about any visit could just wait until she was free. That was the protocol. Even when the Baymardians came over, They would try their best to send a message a week before they arrived or even a few days before them, which showed respect. But these people marched into the capital and headed over to the palace just like that? How rude. If before she was neutral, now she looked at them in a slightly negative light instead. 5 points off for Loverboy. Chapter 634 Protocol. Chapter 634 Protocol. The commotion on the streets grew louder due to the symbols on the carriage, and soon, even those guarding the palace gates knew about the incoming visitors from the prestigious continent of Vaynita. Sky held his head high up in the air, as he allowed these lowly women to get a glimpse of his dashing face, and the more captivated they were, the wider his smile grew. He looked at the massive palace estate before him as if inspecting it. Not bad. It's certainly a lower standard when compared to his father's palace, but for now, it would do. In future, he would style the place up a bit and even build several statues of himself too, since it would soon belong to him. So why couldn't he redesign the place? Plus, with all the possible mountains of gold and treasure in there, he would have enough money to sustain himself until his own men bring over his properties, which included his gold, wild pets, treasures and so on. Of course all those things would only be brought over after he had successfully gotten Penelope wrapped around his little fingers. He and his men scrutinized every inch of the place walls, gates, and surroundings like architects. So far so good. Kobe, remember the plan? Yes, Your Highness. Excellent. Now, we just have to wait for the prey to crawl into the spider's nest, Sky said confidently. And while he and his men were on their way, several guards also debated on how to address the situation. Since they're from Vaynita, we should just skip protocol and let them in. Yeah, I think we should. Maybe that's what the Queen would prefer in cases like these. No, wrong. I don't think she would. And besides, how are we even sure that they're from Vaynita? What if they're imposters? That's right, they could be imposters, so we can't just let them through. He's right. But irrespective of whether they are imposters or not, we should always follow protocol. Yes, we need to always follow protocol. The guards at the palace gates were all immersed in a heated conversation about the news that they had just heard, and were now discussing how to handle these guests from Vaynita. One should know that this was the palace, so within every minute, over hundreds of maids and servants went in and out daily. Some went out to buy food supplies, cut wood around the outskirts of the city for firewood, while others went into the palace to cut the grass, do their daily cleaning jobs, sweep the roads within the palace and so on. In short, there was just too much work involved in maintaining the palace, which had over 25 mighty buildings within it, which didn't even include some of the smaller single-floor buildings and sheds around the place. Be it cooking, cleaning, poop duties, laundry or any other jobs, the palace was always jammed-packed every single day. Additionally, merchants, tailors, nobles, soldiers, and all sorts of people with horses, wagons and carriages went in and out every second. So those who came in typically gossiped about what was going on in the city, and that was how these guards knew about the matter. They spoke about the matter for a while, before hearing the stern voice of their leader, who was in charge of overlooking their duties at the gate. Their leader was stern and fierce-looking. Silence. Some of you have really impressed me with the way you were about to handle the situation, but the rest of you have utterly disappointed me. In fact, you should be ashamed to refer to yourselves as Coronian soldiers. And just in case any of you have forgotten, I would like to remind you all that your behavior on duty is still being monitored by me. So if anyone fails to live up to expectations, then they won't have the rare opportunity of training within the Coronian barracks in Baymard. Is that understood? Yes, sir, they exclaimed in unison. All right. As Coronian soldiers, first off, we must always follow protocol, which means that no matter who is supposed to come through these gates, we have to properly search them and note down whatever weapons they have on them. Be it poison or even a bread blade, it all has to be noted down diligently. That way, if they are here to meet with the Queen or the rest of the royals, we would know how to properly handle their securities. Secondly, from the list of scheduled visitors for today's date, We don't have anyone coming from the continent of Vanicta, so these people are probably here unannounced. With that said, what do we do in cases like these? Sir, we take them to the waiting hall and send word to the queen. So even if they are from Vanicta, they would have to fill out a form there and wait their turn, said a young energetic-looking Coronian guard. Correct. If there are people within the waiting room, then they would just have to wait their turn. Unless the queen herself says otherwise. Is that clear? Very clear, sir. Great. Now stay focused. They are almost here. With that, the head guards went back to his small office again to observe their actions from afar. The guard shook his head a tad bit disappointed at the handful of people who Dandy thought of keeping to protocol. Luckily, more than 90% of the guards spoke out about following protocol, which made his heart ease up a bit. Right now, he would just watch their actions in the shadows. And if they faltered when those visitors arrived, then he wouldn't mind giving them punishment later on. After all, when he went to Baymard for training, even the Baymardian king needed to wait his turn when he arrived in the barracks or any other place. He never bullied, and always followed the rules to the T. Unless it was an emergency or absolutely necessary. It was unfortunate that these people under him didn't witness how strict and disciplined the barracks were. Because if they had, they wouldn't have even thought about forgetting protocol just because someone was powerful. For sure, they had redesigned their own barracks here in the capital city, and all those who trained in Baymard had the privilege of teaching those who didn't. But even though change had come, there were still a minority of people who still thought about kissing one's ass if they were powerful enough. Unfortunately, these people included some of the soldiers in training and the nobles. Over the years, as Corona grew, so had the dark shadows that had been lurking in the shadows. Just a while back, he had gone on a mission and saved several women who were about to be smuggled out by some cult members. And after cracking them down, the weakest of them confessed that some nobles had ordered him to do so. In short, they were to send the women to the famous Mr. Nopline in Terik. So with these sorts of things popping up every now and then, one could see that it would take some time before they could purge out all the evil within Corona. True. Several beautifully made red carriage could be seen approaching the palace gates steadily. Of course, they were Sky and his men. Halt. Please step out of all 12 carriages and stand by for a full body and carriage search. I repeat. Please step out for a full body and carriage search. Chapter 635 A Royal Insult. Chapter 635 A Royal Insult. Halt. Please step out of all 12 carriages and stand by for a full body and carriage search. I repeat. Please step out for a full body and carriage search. Silence. Sky and his men couldn't believe what they were hearing. Did these oafs just ask them to step out? What the hell? This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Your Highness, I think that these people are mad. Do they expect a royal prince like Prince Sky to just stand outside like a common peasant? Your Highness, this is an insult to you. Yeah, Your Highness. These people are just too much. The tension in the air seemed to be amplified, as the men within Sky's carriage were all engulfed in rage. Their breathing became heavy and their minds seemed to think about just one thing: kill. They unconsciously held onto their swords as if they would draw them out any moment from now. Sky looked at them and smiled. You three should calm down. The reason why they probably did this is because they don't know about my status as a prince. After all, in their eyes, maybe I'm an imposter. So if they show the seal, as well as the necessary items to prove my claim, then it should be fine. No? Immediately, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, His Highness was right. They settled down their emotions and smiled at each other confidently. And soon, one of them calmly stepped out of the carriage with a hint of arrogance on his face. This person was Thomas, who previously bought all those beauty supplies for Sky. Thomas moved towards the guards and flicked his wrists in an attempt to show the royal seal to them. Here, I trust this should suffice. Open your eyes and take a good look at this. This will prove our master's identity. And if you all aren't convinced, then take a look at these other things too. The guards briefly looked at all the things presented to them. As they looked, Thomas sneered at them and thought that their silence was due to the fact that they regretted their previous actions. As expected, his master's name and nobility still made people tremble in terror. Knowing his master, after they have successfully settled in, these lowlifes would mysteriously vanish from the face of Hertfilia. For humiliating His Majesty Sky the way that they did, this would be the most befitting outcome for them. What? Do you guys regret it now? Well, it's not too late to repent. So if you've properly realized our master's position, then quickly get out of the way now, Thomas said coldly while collecting the items from them. And as he was about to walk away, he heard some of the men chuckle. Dear guests, no. Esteemed subordinate of His Royal Highness Sky. You see, whether your master is a prince or even a god, if he wants to step into the palace, then he needs to follow the rules and do as he is told. Like I said, get your men to leave their carriages and prepare for a full body and carriage check. I will not repeat myself again. Is that understood, Mr. Subordinate of His Royal Highness Sky? Trash! How dare you! Thomas exclaimed. At this point, his entire body was trembling in fury. He clenched his fists and struggled to breathe. You fools! Do you know what you are asking? Are you in any way picking a fight with us? Let me tell you this, when we meet your queen, we will definitely complain to her about this humiliating incident. So if you know what's good for you, let us through now. The more Thomas spoke, the more the guards smiled instead. Complain to their queen? Please. It seemed like these foreigners had no idea who their queen was. Well, then they would just have to learn the hard way. All right, Mr. Subordinate. After you do as we say and go in, you can go right ahead and complain all you want. But for now, you have to follow our rules if you want to get in. So, what's it going to be? You. Just you wait. With that, he angrily stormed back to see Sky. And when he got there, he added his own made-up facts into the story, making Sky burst out in anger too. Damn it, since he came to this empire, he had been continuously looked down on by these low breeds. He quickly reined in his temper and squinted his eyes at the guards ahead. Thomas. Yes, Highness. Tell the rest of the men to do as they have been told. But, no buts. Keep your eyes on the prize. This is but a small step that we have to climb, nothing more. Now go. Yes, Your Highness. Good. I'd like to see how many more tricks these people have up their sleeves. With that, Sky and his men did as they were told. There were over 200 guards on each shift attending to all those who came in or went out. So their inspection lasted for 20 minutes before they were quickly sent to the waiting room to fill up some documents. Of course, they had some of their men stay by the carriages to protect their stuff while they waited. And just how long did they have to wait for Penelope to send for them? Well, from the looks of things, for while hours had already gone by and they didn't even know how much longer they would still be waiting. Your Highness Sky, this Queen Penelope seems like the snobbish type. Just look at how long she has kept us waiting here. Yeah, Your Highness. And on top of that, she has been calling these commoners in before us. So she's definitely an untamed one. Sky listened to his men and smirked. She might be a handful now, but she's still a woman. So don't worry. I'm sure that once she sees my charm, she'll certainly turn obedient in a blink of an eye, just the others normally do. As expected of His Highness the Lady Tamer. Ha 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 ha. As they spoke, they suddenly heard the sounds of footsteps calmly approaching them. Your Royal Highness Sky, the Queen will see you now. Good. Lead the way. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Chapter 636 Meeting the Queen. Chapter 636 Meeting the Queen. Your Royal Highness Sky, the Queen will see you now. Good. Lead the way. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Sky and his men arrogantly followed the man before them calmly. They acted as if they were the owners of the place, and the man leading them was just their servant. Sky placed his hands behind his back and scrutinized the inner palace even more. Yes, that place will be for my knights. This place will be for my concubines. And that place will be perfect for my statues. _. They walked for a while, passing several workers and buildings on their way, and soon, they had arrived at a massive 3-story building that was extremely wide. There were guards surrounding the building at every turn, both in and out of the building. In short, the security looked impenetrable. They stepped into the building and took several turns before stopping in front of a massive double-sided golden door that had the symbol of the Royal Coronian crest drawn on it. Now, it was the moment of truth. Now was the time for Sky to release his charms. Announcing the arrival of His Royal Highness Sky Williams, the 5th Prince of the Deferan Empire located within the continent of Vanicta, said an announcer. Sky smirked confidently and walked towards his future bride. There were several guards stationed all around the corners of the room, as well as some who were stationed somewhat close to Penelope as well. And at the very front of the room, one could see a golden platform there as well, which had 5 chairs of different sizes on them too. Penelope was seated on the largest one, while Adrian and Carmelo were seated on the ones beside her. As for the hall they were in, it was a massive one that was constructed for listening and hearing to the needs and problems of the people, as well as visitors. Hence it was so large that from a distance, Penelope was almost the same size as Sky's pinky finger. And as he advanced, her figure grew larger too, until he finally came face to face with her stunning beauty. "We greet Her Majesty Penelope, King Father Carmelo and Grand King Father Adrian," Sky's men said while slightly bowing their heads. As for Sky, he didn't even bother to do so. Firstly, he was royalty, and secondly, why would he lower his head towards his wife? What a joke. Penelope, Carmelo and Adrian looked at Sky thoughtfully. Just one glance, and you could see that the dude was just too full of himself. "Your Majesty, King Father, and Grand King Father, I salute you all," Sky said while running his fingers across his shiny dark hair. The expression on his face was lazy, yet otherworldly. He looked like a model in a catalog magazine. This move of his usually had girls screaming and fantasizing about him all day long. And from the corners of his eyes, he should see that Penelope's gaze was still focused on him. "Yes, falling in love, aren't you, Penelope? That's it. Look at me to your heart's content. You can't get enough of me, can you? Good. Since you like what you see, then I'll definitely fulfill your lovey-dovey fantasy for a while," Sky thought while looking lazy yet striking. "Forget it. This cat was in the bag. Yes, woman, fall for me. I know you want me. So forget about those old fools beside you and say the word. There's no need to be shy, so just say it." "Your Highness Prince Sky, I'm a busy woman on a tight schedule. So get to the point. What do you want?" Silence. What a mood killer. Sky and his men almost fell to the ground when they heard Penelope's words. What the hell was this lady made of? Her voice didn't even carry any hint of emotions in them, and her expression was that of indifference. In fact, one could even say that there was a hint of impatience on her face as well. This was not what they were expecting at all. Where was the blushing face and the adoring eyes that were supposed to be gazing at Sky? For a moment, Sky even doubted his own charm. But when he remembered how many girls looked on to him lovingly on his way here, he felt like the problem had to come from Penelope. She was undoubtedly the problem here, and not him. Damn it, what an insensitive woman. Sky's mind quickly went to work, and when he glanced at the old geezers by Penelope's side, his eyes quickly lit up in understanding. Yes, since she was already engaged and would soon get married, it would make her seem morally loose if she showed affection for another man in public. What if the guards spread the matter out and ruin her reputation? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was about his theory. In his mind, it wasn't that Penelope was uninterested in him. No, the problem was that she was a queen, and needed to have a good public reason to show her love publicly. Then he would just have to give her one, wouldn't he? "Your Highness Sky, what do you want?" "My queen, since you're a very blunt person, then I'll get straight to the point. As you know, I'm from the most prestigious continent in all of Hertfilia. And even in my continent, your name, beauty and brave acts have echoed all across the continent. In fact, you made history by being the first female ruler of an empire. And this alone makes you unique. But apart from showcasing your strengths, this accomplishment also brings your weaknesses to light as well. Penelope scrunched up her face while listened to Sky. What he hated most in this world were people who couldn't talk straight. She had expected a 5-letter sentence from the guy, and not a whole essay, and all of this was really starting to piss her off. Stop. Let me cut you off right there. Mr. Sky, I'll only ask you one last time. What do you want? My queen, it's simple. I want you as my wife. 00. Chapter 637 Proposal. Chapter 637 Proposal. Mr. Sky, I'll only ask you one last time. What do you want? My queen, it's simple. I want you as my wife. 00. When Sky's words echoed out, everyone was stunned silly. Even the guards couldn't help but open their mouths wide in shock. Penelope's expression remained the same. But everyone else knew that their queen was inwardly raging in fury. They couldn't help but light up some candles for Sky. Farewell bro. Carmelo and Adrian, who were seated close to her, could almost see the razor-sharp killing intent in her eyes. Girl, can you calm down? Do you want to kill a royal prince and start a war with his empire? Both men looked up to the heavens for a miracle. Just one miracle would be enough. Penelope revealed a broad captivating smile towards Sky, and when the fool saw it, he honestly thought that she had finally shown her feminine side, which made him feel even more confident about his proposal. As for his men, they once again looked at him in awe. As expected of his fitness, Sky, the last tamer, Penelope crossed her legs and tapped her right index finger against the arms of her chair. Prince Sky Williams, was it? Well, if you really claim to know much about me, then you will also know that I'm about to get married this upcoming September, right? My queen, of course I know. It's a well-known fact that you are engaged to Sir Benjamin Hamilton. But you don't have to say any more, my queen. I completely understand your intentions for reminding me about this. The moment Sky said those words, the guards who had been subconsciously holding in their breaths quickly sighed from relief. Your Highness, it's good that you realized that our queen doesn't want you. At least, you've saved your own neck. The guards were a little bit relieved, but how could they have known that in a few seconds from now, they would almost die from not breathing at all? My queen, say no more. I completely understand your intentions for reminding me about this. Don't worry, I'll definitely do all I can to save you from marrying that lowlife. Silence. Why, you fool. Why couldn't you have kept your big mouth shut? Do you have a death wish or something? The guards felt pity for Sky, because just one glance, and they could tell that underneath their queen's cool facade was a raging volcano. Oh, so he's a lowlife? Of course, my queen. What else could he be? Sigh. So young, yet so foolish. He comes from a second-rated baron family and is even a common merchant as well. And on top of all that, he's as fat as a pig and even has a shrewd nature as a merchant. In fact, when compared to what I can offer Corona, he clearly doesn't stand a chance. I come from royalty, just like you. And if it's a trade you want, then I can easily open several doors for Corona within the continent of Vanicta. Additionally, I'm more good-looking than Mr. Benjamin Hamilton. So in all matters, I'm undoubtedly the better choice as your marriage partner. And just to prove my sincerity, I've also brought over some gifts as well. You can just take them as part of your dowry, queen. With that, Sky snapped his fingers and his men hurriedly rushed forward all 3 chests of gold. Carmel and Adrian frowned. Even though they weren't very materialistic people, wasn't this an insult to Penelope? If people knew that she had been proposed to with just 3 chests of good, even they think that she was some unfavored queen or something. One had to know that even the most unfavored useless princesses had dowries 10 times more than hers, so how could this not be taken as an insult? Sky looked at their expressions and smiled. Of course, how can this be all? With me is one of the most valuable and treasured necklaces in the entire continent of Vanicta. This necklace has been passed down from generation to generation, and is seen as one of the most priceless necklaces known today. It is _. The moment Penelope got up from her throne, Sky was utterly confused by her actions. Was she so impressed with the necklace that she wanted to have a closer look? Women were all the same. Give them precious jewelry and they would look at you in adoration. Sky smiled broadly, as he watched his future wife descend towards him. Mr. Sky, so you said that you wanted to marry me? Yes, Queen Penelope, I want to marry you. So please feel free to express your true thoughts. Sky said merrily, all right. But what if expressing myself will lead to something troublesome? Don't worry, my queen, I alone will shoulder all the blame. So just do what you have to do. Mr. Sky, I'll ask you again, are you sure that you can shoulder all the blame? My queen, are you doubting me? Just do whatever will make you happy, and he'll bear it all. Then he'll have to thank His Majesty Sky then. Bam! Your Royal Highest Sky. Sling. In a blink of an eye, the entire hall had become tense. As for what had happened, well, one could say that Prince Sky had just received a fierce jump on the face from Penelope. Sky's men quickly rushed towards him and with their swords all drawn out. They had never thought that this woman from this trash empire would dare lay a finger on their master. Sky looked at the lady before him in shock, rage, and confusion. How could such a tiny body contain so much power? She had just given one punch, but it was enough to make his nose bleed terribly. Son of a BCH. He had really underestimated her. Such a woman needed to be beaten down into submission before he could carry out his plans, because he knew that if he left like that, then he might never get a chance to leave a good impression on her. Ha 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 ha. My queen, I can see that you like to play rough and tease me as a sign of your love. So how about this? I propose a battle between us. If I win, then he'll be your husband. But if I fail, then he'll give up and never pester you again. And doing worry, even if you injure me, I won't hold it against you since I previously said that I would bear everything. So my queen, what do you say? I would want nothing more. Excellent! Sky exclaimed with a cruel smile on his face. It was finally time to show this woman who ran things here. Chapter 638 A Royal Ass-Swapping. Chapter 638 A Royal Ass-Swapping. As Sky and his men were led to the training courtyard, all those who were aware of the fight shook their heads in pity. Was he looking down on their ruler because she was a woman? Sigh. Ignorance was truly a crime. And since he asked for it, then he shouldn't bear any grudges at the end of it all. Sky, on the other hand, couldn't wait to teach this lowly BCH a lesson. How dare she strike his beautiful face? The harlot had only been able to hit him in the hall because she took him unawares. But now that he was battle-ready, what chance did she have? Zero. Sky smiled and looked at the courtyard, which currently had several guards swarming in like crazy. HMHM. This was definitely for the best. When she got her ass handed to her in front of her men, how would she feel? Utterly humiliated, like how he felt all this while. The soldiers, both male and female, all watched the scene in anticipation. I'm so excited. It's been too long since I've seen Her Majesty fight. The poor dude will probably be crying at the end of the day. Well, maybe not. After all, they did say that he was from the continent of Vanicta, so maybe that they have way better battle skills than we do. You have a point there. Because even though I'm rooting for Her Majesty, it's always good to analyze things realistically. True. But aren't the people from Vanicta similar to us? They have almost the same language as us, and also have a long history of using spears and swords on the battlefield like us too. So I don't think that there's that much of a difference anyway. In fact, it's said that long ago, several people from there migrated to the Pino continent and made it what it is today. So we might have much in common than we think. That's why I think that our queen will definitely kick his royal ass. Ha 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 ha. Sky's face became distorted as he listened to the soldiers. He clenched his sword and tried his best to remain calm. Nothing was better than slapping everyone's face in the end. Yes, all he had to do was win. As for Penelope, she couldn't be bothered with whatever Sky or anyone else was thinking. All she knew was that someone had dared to look down on her Benjamin. So as his protector, how could she let the culprit go just like that? The duo calmly faced each other and waited for Carmelo to give the signal to begin. I have to say, wife, I only hope that you don't hold a grudge against me for what I'm about to do today. Oh, Your Highness Sky, I'm not the one who will be holding a grudge at the end of the match. So it's better for you to think of your own matters first, no? Penelope said casually while watching the smile on Sky's face turn grim. Damn tramp, I'll show you who's boss. And very soon, you'll be the one begging me to marry you instead. Sky thought. Queen Penelope vs Prince Sky. Round 1, fight. Ting. Their swords collided briefly, before Sky quickly withdrew his sword back and sent it flying towards Penelope's side. Ting. She blocked his attacks again. Ting, 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 ting. Their swords collided severally, with Sky always being the one to make the move. He aimed for her neck, waist, legs and even her chest. But he kept countering his attacks while taking on several flexible positions. Damn it, was she that flexible because it was a woman? Ting, 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 ting. As the fight continued, sometimes Sky would unleash his attack while holding his sword with both hands. And other times, he would use only one hand instead. The force from Penelope's counterattacks sent waves of motion traveling back to his hands, making him hurt a bit. Of course, this pain was nothing for a swordsman, but soon, the person's sword would start feeling heavy as time went by. For sure, if they were on the battlefield, many people wouldn't feel anything because of the drive to stay alive. But when sparring, since one is sure that they won't die, all those things are all but noticeable to them. As for Penelope, because she had been blocking, rolling on the ground and making several flexible poses, she had time to rest her hands for a bit. Ting, 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 ting. Sky looked at the tiny woman before him and was somewhat impressed. No wonder she was queen. Well, since she was this skilled, then it was time for him to take things seriously. After all, he had only been using 70% of his strength. But the moment he wanted to attack her once more, she calmly dropped her swords and held her fists closer to her face. Sky and his men looked at Penelope in confusion. Queen, we are currently sparring. So what are you trying to do? Oh, don't mind me. I've already tested out my sword skills on you, so now I want to put something else instead. After all, this is a spar, and I'd like to see how my skills fare when compared to those from other continents and empires, Penelope said while boxing the air calmly. One of the main advantages of using swords was that they acted as an extension for one's hands. But the drawback was that they made the person too focused on using it. If one had a finger that was as long as a claw, almost all their attacks and attention would focus on using it, and this would drastically decrease one's creativity and tactic when battling. Of course, more than anything else, she wanted to beat the arrogant prick up first before the battle was over. Penelope dropped her sword and continued punching through the air. PFF. Sky looked at her and tried to hold in his laughter. Even his own men tried not to laugh as well. Was she a fool? How could an unarmed person beat an armed person? Queen, are you sure about this? I just want to injure you severely. Oh, don't worry Barbican, it'll be fine. So let's continue, shall we? Who the hell was Barbican, and how was he in any way similar to such a person? Forget it, he wouldn't stoop to her level. So since she was asking for a beating so bad, then who was he to refuse? Sky ran towards her and quickly sent another fierce attack towards her chest. Swish. Sky massaged his nose in pain. Mother. She had done it again. After ducking, she had startled him by magically appearing right in front of him with a large grin on her face. The punch she had given him was enough to make his nose bleed again. Why was she always targeting his nose? He felt like he heard a bone pop from her attacks. But how could Penelope give him a moment's rest? After punching him in the face, she quickly elbowed him on his lower belly twice before stepping back calmly. She could have ended it already, but she felt like she still wanted to beat him up a little more. Sky's entire face was red from rage. Screw this. And at this point, he didn't care if he injured her anymore. With that, he ran towards her like crazy. But how could Penelope be fazed? Bam, pa, crack, slap, bam, YY. Chapter 639 Family on the Way. Chapter 639 Family on the Way. Bam, 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 pa, crash, bam, F. What the hell was going on here? Sky's men looked at their noble master in shock. Were their eyes deceiving them? They blinked severally just to be sure. One should know that their master was outstanding when it came to swordplay, and even they couldn't measure up to him. But who would have thought that they would meet an abnormal lady today? As they watched their master get his ass kicked, their faces grew even more distorted. I mean, the lady even jumped onto his shoulders, squeezed his neck and somehow managed to bring him to the floor in one swoop. And from there, she kept punching him like crazy. She even slid under his legs at one point and punched them as well. Of course one shouldn't forget how she kicked their master's chin while doing a backflip. Bam, 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 bam. They watched everything in rage and swore to get back at Penelope when they finally took over Corona. And so, the beating went on for a bit, until Sky couldn't take it anymore. If he let this continue on, then wouldn't he be disfigured by her? His entire face was already swollen and his body already had several bluish-black bruises on them too. He felt extremely weak, hungry and tired. It was like he had all his energy sucked out of him by some unknown force. And the most fierce thing was that during the battle, this sorceress did something that made him lose control of his body multiple times. He tried to move his legs, but it was no use. Fortunately, he could move them a tad bit now. He looked at the barbarian sorceress before him and felt rage build up within him. She obviously cheated, so how was this considered a fair fight? Well now, you're Prince Sky, since I've won, I hope that this would be the last time that you ever mention marriage to me again, because the next time that you do, I will bear you up so good that even your own mother won't be able to recognize you. Now, since I'm a nice person, I'll give you all just 10 minutes to get out of my palace or else I will throw you all out. But my queen, your palace is very large, and it will take us over 30 minutes just to leave. This is unfair. One of Sky's men retorted. Oh, and do you think that I care? Men, follow them closely, and when the time is up, drag them out. As for you all, the clock is ticking, so I suggest you leave now. Bye. The men looked at her carefully, and if eyes could kill, then she would've already died countless times by now. They piggybacked their master, carried their trunks of gold and ran as fast as they could, and for sure after 10 minutes, the guards following behind them aided them in leaving by dragging them away in disgrace. Your Highness. Sky, who was boiling inside, soon fainted from fury. Damn it, he would remember this. And so just like that, His Royal Highness, Prince Sky William, had been thrown out in a humiliating manner. But of course, he wasn't the only one who was feeling angry as well. At the back of a highly secured transport vehicle, Alec was currently screaming from rage as well. Ever since the trip had begun, he had cursed, screamed and swore at the Baymardians who were helping Aden. He had been cuffed and placed in the massive vehicle that had a mattress, blanket, toilet paper and even bathroom in it. And as the days went by, Alec became restless because he knew that the moment he got to the capital, he would be executed. So he had to find a way to escape before then. But no matter what he did, these lousy Baymardians didn't even allow him to leave the van. Not even once. He had even bitten off a inch of his flesh just to get medical attention. But these people just stood before him and pointed a strange weapon at him. And soon, he fell asleep like a baby. Of course, by the time he woke up, his wound had already been properly treated and bandaged. What now? He truly felt like he was running out of options here. Think, Alec, think. He fell deep in thought, and soon his eyes lit up gleefully. His wives, if they knew of his capture, wouldn't they use their forces to save him? He leaned back and calmly thought of his next move. He who said that he had lost. Things would certainly get interesting once they arrived at the capital. Right now, Aden and his crew were only halfway through their journey. And as they drive, Those on the roads also noticed the magnificent Baymardian vehicles as well. Some people were immediately intrigued and curious about the identities of those within the vehicles. Was it His Majesty Landon, or some other nobles from Baymard? In particular, some carriages belonging to the same noble family stopped to observe the situation even more. "Look, husband, those are people from Baymard," said a 30-something-year-old woman. Her eyes looked at the vehicles as if calculating the cost for them. Baron Gustav looked at the vehicles and pursed his lips slightly. In truth, even though he hated that abandoned daughter of his, since she had now made it was only right for her to show him filial love. But the Baron had been quick to forget that it was he who disowned her decades ago. What he wanted now was to ride over Lucy's luck and eventually elevate his own status back in Arcadine. "Mother, why do we have to address that BCH as princess when we see her?" "Yeah, why do we need to?" retorted her daughters. "You two should just stop it. We've been through this already. If you show your best side to His Majesty Landon, then he would undoubtedly favor you all over that wretch. After all, with your beauty, who wouldn't?" "Your mother is right. You both are way good looking than Launchy." "No, Dad, her name was Lovely." "No, I think you both are wrong. It's Litchi." "Well, whatever her name is, we will get to know it when we arrive in Baymard. So remember, show your best side when we get there. Do this, and His Royal Highness will be yours." "Yes, father." "Good." Chapter 640 Brotherly Gifts. Chapter 640 Brotherly Gifts. Of course, while people were busy scheming away back in Baymard, Landon was currently running around the place like crazy. First, he had promised the guys Gary, Mark, Josh and Trey that he would oversee their wedding since they wanted it to be like none other. So Landon had come up with some brand new ideas and designs just for the occasion. Be it the wedding dresses, decorations and whatnot, they were all unique. Even the wedding rings showcased the different character and personality that was similar to each person and couple. Of course, wedding preparations weren't the only things that took Landon's full attention. There was also the matter of war. That's right, a war was coming. A navy one at that. So every day, Landon would make his way towards the coastal region for a very brief meeting with the superiors there. They usually went over their plans and dealt with any other trivial issues in the process. For example, cleaning up the ocean's floors was another important matter that they had to discuss, because after the battle, there was no way that they would leave those scattered boards of wood to float about the ocean floors, messing up the ecosystem there. Even damaged sh.i.p.s couldn't be left out in the open. So they had to haul back the sh.i.p.s to the surface, as well as clean everything up nicely. Any sunken items would also be grabbed by the sh.i.p.s, which had a camera attached to a claw grabber-like system. Of course, they didn't mind scuba diving too. But that might not be a good idea now, since blood from the injured or dead might bring dangerous creatures to the feast below. So no one was allowed to get into the water until they were absolutely sure that there were no dangerous creatures below. Of course, the coastal guards would be the main people involved with clearing up the waters. Hence they had to be prepared and ready to do their part once the war was over. Also, the place needed to be clean and clear for incoming visitors who came to Baymard on ship, so everything needed to be done as swiftly as possible. Additionally, apart from talking about matters concerning cleanup, they also made arrangements for prisoners too. After all, they needed to know the latest intel about Tariq, so why but capture some of these men? One should know that even though Landon knew everything that was going on, the rest of the soldiers didn't. So for him to avoid suspicion, it was best to make these enemies tell them about the latest updates instead, especially info on the location of Noplin's residences and hideouts within Tariq, as well as how many new soldiers had been recruited into his army within this time frame too. In short, their mission was to protect Baymard. But how they went about it was entirely up to them. They didn't just want to blow up all those sh.i.p.s, as it would just give them more work in the end. What if there were over 100 sh.i.p.s? Then wouldn't that mean that they would need to pull out those 100 sinking sh.i.p.s? and do even more intense cleanup. Please. That was just giving them more work to do. So they had decided that only 50% of the enemy's sh.I.P.S. would suffer that fate. And as for the other half, they would just get deck surface level attacks instead. In other words, the Marines on the Navy sh.I.P.S. would swoop down onto these sh.I.P.S. and take out the enemies on sight. Those who put up a fight would be shot, and those who surrender will be handcuffed and taken away. It was as simple as that. And as for those on the sinking sh.I.P.S., if they were still alive, for sure, they would definitely grab onto some floating planks or objects. So capturing them at that point wouldn't be a hassle. But again, these weren't all the things that kept Landon busy. He entered his car and drove towards District B for an important meeting. Ah, Your Majesty. Welcome. HMHM. Nice to see you too, Gonovich. Your Majesty. Welcome. Welcome, Your Majesty. Welcome. Welcome. Landon walked into the hall and was immediately greeted by several government and military personnel. Yup. Today, they had to talk about Baymard's expansion. To put it simply, before William and his crew left, they had already had a meeting with Landon and a few military personnel about the treaty that they had signed. And as a thank you gift for Baymard's help, they had decided to gift Baymard with 4 cities closest to Baymard. Of course, one shouldn't look down on that number, because around and alongside these cities, one would be able to find 17 villages and 2 towns that all depended on these 4 cities. So that meant that Baymard had gained a total of 23 territories. And the happiest person was none other than Landon. Previously, the system had told him that he wasn't allowed to force or steal any territory from William, so he planned to ask William about it after his coronation. But who would have thought that William would be the one to gift him this new territory just like that? Well, if one really thought about it, he had saved the dude's ass back in the main base and also taken down Alec. Which was something that William himself didn't think would happen this year, as William was still struggling to deal with Eli and Connor. Additionally, he also provided fast and secure transport to the capital, making them only take a few days on the road. Again, he sent his men out to transport and keep Alec in check, and aid William in taking over Arcadina. And best of all, he had given William and his family the revenge that they had yearned for throughout these years. Landon couldn't help smiling stupidly as he walked into the meeting room gleefully. Finally, Baymard would get expanded once more. The meeting room tables were arranged in a rectangular position, with everyone facing each other. Only 13 people were attending this meeting, so there was no need for any microphones and whatnot. The note-taker looked at his watch and held out a tiny golden mallet in his right hand. Ping. The time is now 10 a.m. The meeting has now officially begun. Ping.